What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from gloomy California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day, even though we are on stolen land here in California, Los Angeles, and it's 60 degrees and cloudy. It's still going to be a fantastic one. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Thursday, January 22nd, 2026. We're live, we're alive, and I hope everyone's having a wonderful time regardless. And we certainly will be having a wonderful time no matter what you say or do. Yeah. This is a part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'ma do. You're gonna survive the march tomorrow. Minus 50 degrees Fahrenheit, wind chills in Minneapolis and Murderapolis. Yes. Will you be covering the Jack Smith account today? No, I will not be covering the Jack Smith account today. Okay. I like that I said I'm in a good mood, and immediately someone goes, will you be covering the Jack Smith account today? And then someone said, where's your dog? Have you reflected on your time with Bobbert? Yes, I've decided that he was right all along. I'm actually MAGA, and I want to be super MAGA. Super MAGA. Jack Smith, how about Jack off? True. Watched a little bit of Jujutsu Kaisen last night, and that's it. That's literally it. That's all I did. I went to bed, woke up early, read a little bit, went to bed, woke up early, and worked out. And they were working on my internet while I was working out. Okay, please tell me your title's a joke and they didn't cave. I mean, they caved a little bit. Like, I'll put a question mark on it. Is this facts? Oh yeah, I saw this last night. This is one of the funniest fucking tweets. Zhou Enlai, the underground cells in Shanghai grow, but not without constant KMT infiltration. Wang Ming, Comrade Dimitrov. Yes, another glass of wine, please. Lin Biao, Otto Braun, you crowd idiot. Otto Brown, you crowd idiot. Please just shut the fuck up and let me handle troop deployments. Mao.
How you doing, Instagram? It's Big Time Tommy. And here's my thought of the day. In school, you are given the lesson first, then the test. But in life, you are given the test, and then you learn your lesson. That's the old school way. OS for life.
I mean, Big Time Tommy, New Jersey legend, does have the same style of prose of Mao Zedong. It's not even a joke. Like, this is exactly, if you read any Mao Zedong, it's mostly just this. Like, it is like almost a 1-to-1. As a matter of fact, I don't know if Mao was reincarnated inside of Big Time Tommy, or if Big Time Tommy is actually a massive Maoist or implementing Mao Zedong thought. So yeah, it's perfectly demonstrative, perfectly illustrative of the way he writes, the way he thinks. It's an incredible tweet for, unfortunately for a very small audience, an audience that is receptive to memes and doesn't consider it to be counter-revolutionary activity, that also happens to be at least fond of or knowledgeable about the Maoist wave and the People's Republic of China. Yeah, how you doing? It's Big Time Tommy. Why do left comms hate you? That's a great question. You just asked. That's a question that is answered immediately because they're left comms. Like, that's it, because they're left comms. And that's like saying, why do anarchists hate you? Why do ultras hate you? Why does this like specific specific ideological tendency within the left hate you. It's like, yeah, because you have liberal brainworms. Yes. It's because I do not have an infantile disorder. Perhaps. Yeah, we don't play those games around here. We don't play those games at all. I am. The time now demands everyone to mount a strong. What is this? I have an old school HasanAbi react for you. This podcast is under TPUSA, by the way. It won't spoil. I won't spoil it, but trust. Okay, sure. Yeah, I remember her. I used to duke it out with her in the marketplace of ideas as well. Alex Clark back in the day. What I was going to say is the time now demands solidarity. Okay, a popular front. The time now demands to launch a strong opposition against reactionary forces that are very clearly destroying the planet. And if you cannot recognize that, and if you want to still engage in a silly, childlike, what's the word? Skirmishes? No, I don't know. Silly, childlike reasons to not. Yeah, qualms, quabbles. Let's see. Squabbles, not quabbles. Squabbles or qualms, either works. Squabbles or qualms. But I would say squabble is probably better. Anyway, just silly arguments. Then you're an unserious person. I don't care. This has always been a big tent left movement here at the HasanAbi broadcast. That's why I say I'm a leftist, but I don't mind whatever people call me, except for obviously anarchist. I'm not an anarchist for sure, but I still have much love for the anarchists regardless. But yeah, if you are still oblivious to who the real enemies are at our doorstep, then you're not ready for the moment. You're not gonna make it. LeBron James on Denny Avdija. He's had a hell of a season. No. LeBron. No. Wemby would never. Okay, that's all I'm saying. Oh my God, if Wemby also comes out, oh no. Wemby would never. Oh no. They got him. Khalil, no. LeBron, no.
He's having a hell of a season. Should be an all-star. Obviously, his health is most important right now. Hopefully, he's not out too long, but he's playing great basketball. He's having a hell of a season.
Wait, is that actually about Denny or no? Explain what happened. What happened is LaZionist came out and offered a defensive Denny. Denny Avdija is up and down the news. Woke is so back they're finally turning on Jokic and Luka. Wait, really? Okay, but this is devastating. My goat is washed a little bit here. Okay, so Denny Avdija comes out. He served in the Israeli occupational forces. He is Israeli, and he also defends Israel quite a bit. And he came out and had this to say in a New York Times article. Okay. Denny Avdija says he's fed up with the hate he receives from being from Israel, calls out the lack of education on the topic, and demands respect, saying those outside the Middle East shouldn't speak on it. You don't have to love what I stand for or how I look, but I'm a good player. Give props. All this hate for no reason, like I'm deciding things in the world. I'll be honest. What do people expect me to do? This is my country, where I was born, where I grew up. I love my country. There are a lot of great things about my country. But obviously, not everyone is educated and knows what's going on. And that's what pisses me off. Because if you're educated and know what's going on, it's fine to say what you think. and say who you think is right or wrong. But if you're not educated and you're not part of the Middle East and you don't understand how long this goes back and understand the consequences and everything, just don't say anything. Avdia. Okay. So he came out and was chirping, to which I, of course, responded with, and there is like, because he's Israeli, people, of course, immediately go, oh, dude, he's being boosted. He's being boosted. Does he actually deserve getting this like all-star nod, right? Are there players that are more worthy? Now, of course, when it comes to NBA Twitter or when it comes to like NBA posture, there's always going to be people who have their own favorites, and they are not shy about using geopolitical matters in an effort to attack. Okay? But the reason why there is some suspicion that there is some fuckery afoot is because of the voting process, I think. We know that Israel loves doing like soft power plays like this, no matter how silly it is, like with Eurovision and shit like that. It's just not, it's not surprising if there's any sort of voter process, Mossad will come in and just game it. Okay? They will game it. I'm sorry. That's precisely what they did. That's precisely what the fuck they did with the gaming of the process. NBA Netanyahu basketball. Yeah. Netanyahu Benjamin Association. That's what NBA stands for. NBA stands for Netanyahu Benjamin Association now. Okay? He's not only from Israel, but he's also like a supporter of Israel, right? Like that's the reason. That's the reason why people are like, come on, dude. Come on, dude. It's the same reason why I shit on Gal Gadot. Not only is she like a bad actress, but also she plays a role in like making Israel seem like a normal country, okay? Whitewashing Israel. Yeah, last year he got 20K votes. This year he got 2.2 million votes. So 3 voting groups determine the starters for the 2026 NBA All-Star Game. Fans, 50%. NBA players, 25%. Media panel, 25%. Right? And then he got the fan rank at number 5 and the media rank at number 9, I guess. But the player rank was 10. Denny's a hooper, not going to lie. I mean, look. I want to see the complete vote tabulations. But he's using mid-player with a superstar whistle. Oh, you mean like because he's a foul merchant. That's what you're talking about. Okay, in any case, so he's here. I mean, he's having, from what I understand, regardless of how he makes those buckets, he just ends up making those buckets, right? Like he's had a decent season. I'm not super tapped into the NBA. But the reason why people are I mean, he's 100% a whistle chaser. Okay, so does SGA. I even know that. Like, you know what I mean? There are people who do that. There are foul merchants, flop merchants in the NBA. Okay, so of course SGA is actually good, so there's that. But 99.72% of his votes came from one office in Israel. Yeah, he got all the votes. Yeah, from Unit 8200, responsible for 99% of the votes. Anyway, so everyone's covering this like, oh, he's an unexpected rise of NBA's new breakout star and Israel's greatest player ever. Now, I just want to say something, okay? There's a lot of Turkish players. There's a lot of Turkish players in the NBA as well, and there have been. And I don't give a shit if someone is from Israel or from any other country, right? It's perfectly fine to be a human being from Israel. You're living in the United States of America now. You're Israeli. What matters to me is what you say about Israel. Okay? Hell nah, no ball knowledge. I'm disappointed. I don't have a lot of ball knowledge except for Alperen Şengün is my GOAT, obviously. You know, I come from that tradition of hyping up all Turks, except for the one that he who shall not be named. Okay, NS Contat. I named it. NS Contat Freedom. I named it. Okay, he sucks. Fuck that guy. All right, so I don't think it's okay to be from Israel, and I'm living in Israel. Yeah, look, the point that I was trying to make is that there's hella people that live in Israel that are HasanAbi heads and shit too. Like, what's not okay is being a Zionist. Whether you're a liberal Zionist or whether you're an ultra Zionist, obviously one's worse than the other, but like, it's still bad. Okay, like, I'm not gonna hold you to it if you just were fucking born in Israel. What are you supposed to do? You didn't choose to be born in Israel. Your parents gave birth to you in Israel, right? But what I care about is up here. What I care about is this. What I care about is actions. And if you're going to fucking run around and defend Israel when it's like doing a genocide, when it's been an apartheid state, and still continue to be an apartheid state, and you're still like, oh, the real victim here is me, guy from Israel, not the fucking murdered children. Yeah, it's going to be hard for me to sympathize with your position. All right, big guy? Yeah, so to which I responded with, Israel killed 3 journalists yesterday during its so-called ceasefire, and this Israeli occupational forces soldier wants you to feel bad for him. You just hate that people know what Israel's up to now, especially because like, he's chirping like he's the victim, and it's something I cannot fucking stand, okay? I cannot fucking stand it when motherfuckers living in the lap of luxury in the imperial core, turn around and go, you know what's really fucked up? What's really bumming me out about Israel doing a live streamed Holocaust of children? The way people perceive me. Okay, bitch. Well, you could do more to make sure people don't perceive you that way. You could be like, hey guys, I'm from Israel, but like, shit sucks. Fuck those guys. You could say that, and you would probably rise to prominence if you did that. There's nothing more annoying than multi-millionaire motherfuckers constantly complaining about how me, I'm the real victim here. I'm the real victim. Anyway, open presents, closed presents. Thank you. As Gorani, craziest thing to me is that Denny's dad is Gorani Muslim, and this idiot is constantly chirping about Israel and keep defending its actions. Like, it just doesn't, like, what are you doing? What the fuck are you doing? I mean, it's the same shit with NS Contact. Fuck you, you know? Just play ball. It's fucking free 99 to just, you know, play ball. You don't have to fucking become like a geopolitical expert, right? What did NS do? NS Contact is literally an agent of the CIA, okay? That's what he did. NS Contact, for those of you who don't know, is Turkish. And unironically, like, a bunch of my friends played with him when we were growing up. Like, he was a Samanyolu kid, and he might have actually had his age changed as well, so we could actually dominate. But in any case, he came to America. He was fucking hot ass, right? And then because he was hot ass, he was like, oh yeah, we got to fucking free China or something. He just, I'll tell you what NS Contact absolutely did not do. Play defense. NS Contact can't travel to Canada because the U.S. says they can't protect him there, so he can't play in Canada. I dislike NS Contact purely for basketball reasons. I mean, that's fine. Whichever kind of way you do NS Contact slander, I'm on board with, okay? Because, like, listen, there are a lot of Turks who do not like what I have to say about the Armenian genocide or about, like, Kurdish militia movements and stuff like that. But they still low-key have a little bit of pride in their heart for a Turkish boy making it big in the United States of America. Turks love when a Turkish guy is thriving, with one exception, NS fucking Contact, okay? There is only one Turkish man, regardless of their politics, like, there's only one Turkish person that all Turks across the board fucking despise, okay? And that's that motherfucker NS Contact, because he is literally an agent of the CIA. He is a follower of the, now dead Muslim cleric in the Poconos, Fethullah Gülen. And NS Contact was such a dick rider of Fethullah Gülen that he basically fucking, openly became an agent of the American state. It's ridiculous. Fuck that guy. That's the one line that like most Turks will not fucking cross. I could be out here being like, yeah, the Armenian genocide happened. It was really fucked up, whatever. Like whatever my perspective is. And some Turks will get really mad at that. But deep down inside, they will still say, it's cool that this guy, we disagree, but we disagree on a lot of stuff. And I think he, hates Turkey, whatever. I'm very patriotic. But like at the end of the day, he's still a Turkish man doing the damn thing. They do not say that about Enes Kantat because he is an agent of the American state. Okay. Why did I bring all this up? Okay. The reason why I brought it up is because for Denny, he would be fine if he was just like, if he never like spoke about it. And if people were like, unjustly getting mad at him over his opinions that they suspect he has or whatever, that's one thing. Right. But it's clear that he's like also using this like angle to be like, I'm the real victim here. And it's like the most annoying fucking thing you can do. Isn't Turkey itself an agent of America, though? It is. Yes, Turkey is a NATO nation. That's one of my major fucking criticisms of Turkey is that it operates at the behest of American empire. Fenerbahçe or Galatasaray? Fenerbahçe. Bizim ailemiz Fenerbahçe ailesidir. So yeah, based. I hate everything you stand for, but you are Turk, and you are another example of why Turks are the best. I mean, yeah, that's like, it's like a genuine feeling that a lot of Turkish people have. There's like, unless they're totally bricked, their brains are totally fucking bricked, and they're like ultra nationalists or something. Because like the Islamist Turks, they have a lot of pride and respect, regardless of my kafir ways of painting my nails and drinking alcohol, all this stuff. But they have a lot of respect for what I've done as far as being Turkish, and also being in support of Palestinian emancipation. The left Turks are on board. Okay, Turks love calling you the F slur. Yeah. Left Turks are on board too. The only type of Turks that are not on board is the ultra nationalists, who fucking hate me. They hate me the most. Then he got 35 player votes. Here, I'll just put this up here. Then he got 35 player votes, 4 more than Kawhi Leonard, 2 more than Jamal Murray. Devin Booker got 50 votes and didn't make it. Bro got 2.2 million fan votes, 100,000 less, only 100,000 less than SGA. Okay? While Wemby got 1.96 million. You want to tell me that Wemby is less popular than fucking this man right here? Do you want to tell me that Wemby is less popular, or is it Israeli bots? It's Mossad, bro. It's Eurovision all over again. Get the fuck out of here. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. Get out of here. And he's like, he's just fucking complaining still. Anyway. Whatever. Whatever, dude. Oh, wait, hold up. I didn't even blast off yet, by the way. I must do that now. I just kind of dove into this Denny Avdiha, however you fucking say his last name. I'm sorry. I'll blast off right now. EU caves Daddy Trump on Greenland ? DHS memo violates Fourth Amendment. Gaza Peace Board. Minneapolis General Strike tomorrow. Oscars woke again. That's where we're at, by the way. Woke is back. You know what I'm about to say with Sinners. Woke is back, baby. Oscars woke is back. Renee Good autopsy and get in now. When is Hannah Einbinder coming on? I talk to her all the time. It's so difficult to get her to come on because she is literally always doing stuff. She is always doing shit. Like, she's so goddamn busy. It's crazy. There are a couple like big celebrities that I've been meaning to get on, and it's so difficult to get them on because they're constantly working. Like, they work more than I do. It's wild. But they also like Caleb Heron is another one that like I've bbeen really, really excited to have on the stream or have on the podcast. And like, they do not, it's impossible to get him on because he's like constantly shooting, constantly doing stuff. You need to watch you need to watch something, fake cinephile. I didn't even see that. Yes, talk about Kansas City Tenant Union with Caleb. Yeah, exactly. He's like Caleb, not Caleb Hammer. Isn't Caleb Hammer that financial guy, the financial aid guy? No, I'm talking about I'm not talking about Caleb Hammer. I'm talking about Caleb Heron. Yeah, my goat. Please don't apologize for saying his name wrong. He mispronounces Palestine as Israel all the time. It's true. Can we get a Noel Miller collab? Yeah, of course. Always. Noel's my goat. I love Noel. And you know, I have collabed with him in the past. I will continue to do so. Is March planning to put the important conversations interview on YouTube? I desperately want to show it to my conservative relatives. March doesn't handle uploads on YouTube. It should have been up by now, but I think there's an issue with it. So if it's not up yet, I don't know. I don't know why. We need a Vic Mensa collab. That's another one that I can make happen, but haven't had the time to. It's already on fan channels. Oh, CNN is doing a Kelshi ad about the snowstorm. Ew, dude. Really?
All right, there are serious warnings about this major winter storm heading east, affecting 125 million people, maybe more, with forecasts of 1.5 feet of snow possible in major northeastern cities like New York, Philadelphia.
Oh, gross, dude.
And Washington.
I gotta
so
pee.
let's
Hold
put
on.
that in some historical perspective. With us now, CNN chief data analyst Harry Etten. Good to see you,
nice
sir.
To see you.
We can get 1.5 feet of snow in New York or Philadelphia or Washington. How rare is that?
Yeah, you know, one of the things that's been so interesting to me as a guy who went to weather camp as a kid who actually loves the snow is there really has not been a lot of snow recently in the Northeast, and especially in January. I mean, take a look of this. Years with more than 10 inches of snow in January since 2017. Just 2 in Washington, D.C., just 2 in New York City, and just 1 in Philadelphia. We have been snow-starved for the most part in the major metropolitan areas that line the I-95 from Washington, D.C. up to New York City. I'm hoping it turns around.
And to be clear, this is for an entire month. We're talking about getting more than this in a single day. What's this January been like?
Yeah, okay. So it's not just that the last few years we've been snow-starved. Take a look, snow this month. Inches of snow so far this January. In Washington, D.C., a very sad 0.1 inches of snow. In New York City in Central Park, 2.5 inches of snow. I should note in some of the suburbs it's been more than that. I was out in the suburbs.
When did Harry start doing weather? When Kalshi Predictions started sponsoring the goddamn the goddamn show. Holy Toledo! I mean, I like Harry Emden. I think he's funny. But wait, I know you don't want to give your Greek friend any more shine than he has, but isn't it crazy that Stavi was in a film nominated for Best Picture? No, it's not crazy at all. It's perfectly fucking valid. And it's because Stavros was in Begonia that it was nominated for Best Picture. Okay? Yeah. That's why. We're going to get 10 plus inches in Pittsburgh. Oh, yeah, you are. You see the Lucari stuff? No, I did not. I hope you covered the Lucari stuff. It's really deranged and needs bigger coverage. I have no idea what the fuck that is. But let me tell you something, okay? If you think I'm going to fucking cover like random Twitch streamers right now, okay? I love how you ride for your homies, Hasan. Stavros, Halkias, yes. Even though he's Greek, I do ride for him. It's messed up. It's basic drama. Okay, well, yeah, all right. In short, PDF links on stream. Oh, brother, Jesus Christ. Ugh, it's a CSAM thing and Asman is involved. Okay, that's not drama. I don't think CSAM is drama. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think CSAM is drama. I think that's a crime. That's crazy. That's not drama. That's a crime. That's a crime. That's what you're describing as a crime. It feels like that's a crime. That's not a drama. That's a different category. Okay, maybe I will look into it later. But I mean, obviously, there's a lot going on in the world. Maybe we'll get into that. Maybe we'll get into that later. Oh, gross. Gross, gross, gross. Okay. It's always your haters. I don't think Lucari is a hater of mine. I mean, maybe he is. I don't fucking know, but he is. He isn't. I don't know. Why are some people saying he is, and why are some people saying he isn't? I don't really know. I don't really care. I haven't really thought about that at all. Hello, madam. Oh, hello. Hello, pretty lady. Did you have a fun time? Someone's back. Anyway. Yeah. Gross situation here. Fucking gambling predictive market ad on CNN over how much snow is gonna fall. I mean, what is this? What the fuck is this? Chance Dallas gets more than 0.5 inches of snow / sleet this month. Prediction market odds 80%. 0 inches fallen so far. Like, what are we doing? How do people not realize this is fucked? What are we doing, man? What are we doing? What is happening? Everything is gambling. Everything is like pornography, gambling, vices. Like, I am not. And I never will be this kind of like, moral Puritan. Okay. I am as close as you can be to a social libertarian, right? Obviously not that kind of social libertarian. Obviously age of consent is very good. Okay. I know that we're talking about this so closely to what I was just previously saying about someone who may or may not have CSAM on their hard drives. Not that kind of social libertarian. That's bad. That's a crime. And it's good that that is actually a crime. Okay. Just so we're clear. But when it comes to like free speech, or when it comes to, like allowing people to entertain their vices, as long as they are heavily regulated, okay, as long as the access is severely restricted, severely limited, where you can like do it in a certain place, that kind of thing, like then it's fine. The problem that I have with gambling, especially, is that it is now so accessible. It's in every orifice of our lives. It already ruined sports. Sports betting is already ruining sports, right? And I think even major sports fans will admit to that as well. Some of which, some who are deeply addicted to gambling and sports betting, and some who aren't or were deeply addicted. But this kind of mainstreaming of these vices and the ease of access to having these sorts of to be able to like pursue these endeavors with your fucking phone is terrible. It's terrifying. I'm not Mr. This is morally degenerate. I want to repeat that over and over again, but god damn, dude, can we have some fucking regulation, please? What is the government good for if not for this? If not to if not to stop this kind of thing from happening. Just pisses me the fuck off. Anyway, moving on from gambling. Let's get to it. Trump announced his framework for Greenland deal. We're going to talk about that. Obviously, the international rule-based order is falling apart. Trump's hand is also falling apart. This time it's his left hand and not the one that's Trump's left hand, not the one that's usually disfigured, now has a large bruise and is discolored. These pictures are from today at Davos. Also, one of the things I saw was the ugly ass cufflinks that he has. Bro, this man is dying. Trump is now 3 different colors. I mean, look at how orange his face is versus how pasty and pale his hand is versus how purple his hand is. Speak into existence, please. I can't. On principle, I can't, because I feel like whichever way it goes, it's just not going to happen. Okay. Good things, nothing good will happen. Only bad can happen. Okay. The exact opposite of what fucking Donald Trump says. Only bad can happen. Nothing good can happen. I'm telling you right now, evil never dies. Evil never dies. Maybe I'm wrong, but evil never dies, at least in my experience. It is pretty funny, though, how like Russified or Turkified Americans are in this regard. Hoping that one day it will happen. Yeah, keep praying to God. Okay, keep praying to God. You only pray to God, or you only rely on powerful forces that you lean into when you have no power on your own. You're oppressed. You recognize it, and you can't do anything about it. There's no mechanism of mobilization. There's no mechanism of pushback. So you just like hope that things work out through divine intervention. Okay. White House made a statement on his hand. Okay. Going back to the hand bruise. Well, once again, let's see what the White House's statement was. White House's statement. Trump appeared to have a heavy bruising on his left hand while departing. Open presents with another 100 gifted subs. Oh, my Lord. Trump appeared to have heavy bruising on his left hand while departing Davos today. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt told CNN that's because Trump hit his hand on the signing table during the Board of Peace event. At the Board of Peace event in Davos, President Trump hit his hand on the corner of the signing table, causing it to bruise. Trump and his physicians have previously said he is susceptible to hand bruising due to his daily aspirin take, something a White House official also noted. Trump did not appear to have the extensive bruising yesterday. Bro. I'm still going to say it. Evil never dies. But like, this man is fragile, bro. He is fucking frail. He is a frail ass dude. It's crazy. I mean, he's old as hell, but like, what is happening? You just like fucking, you have like a major rupture. You have a major rupture. You got, bro, this is more internal bleeding than Jonathan Ross, okay? Than the Department of Homeland Security claiming Jonathan Ross got internal bleeding. That's more internal bleeding and bruising than Jonathan Ross ever could claim. Do you understand? You don't exercise, you don't eat well. I know, but it don't matter. Can you please be respectful? He has a boo-boo? Fuck no. Oh, man. How do we keep believing anything knowing the Peace Club fuckers got 35 countries in? True question, King. How? We don't. The tech bros did the Trump what the Democratic bosses did the FDR, replaced Trump with their pick a VP, just like the DNC replaced the great American progressive Wallace with Truman. I mean, I do believe that could happen. Because I've said it before, the only way J.D. Vance actually gets close to power is not by way of democracy, but if Donald Trump somehow passes away. Okay? I don't think there is a real way. There's a real path forward for JD Vance to win the presidency on his own. There's just not. It's just not happening. And that is because he is not a Chad. He is not even a low tier normie. He does not mog anyone. Everyone is capable of mogging him. He's fat, and he sucks. He's Rizless. He can't mog, and it's a mog eat. Can you get the door? It's a mog eat mog world out there, baby. That's how it is. Do you know what that is? Okay.
Departing Davos just hours after backing off his threats to take Greenland by force and scrapping plans to impose tariffs on European allies who are not on board. The president sitting down with NATO Secretary General, emerging with a framework of a deal. The president claiming the U.S. will take full control of Greenland, but not telling us how.
Will you have control of all of Greenland, Mr. President? How many countries? You will have control of all of Greenland?
But the Danish foreign minister has made it clear Greenland is not for sale. The White House not providing any further details about a framework or deal.
Does it still include the United States having ownership of Greenland like you said you wanted?
It's a long-term deal. It's the ultimate long-term deal. And I think it puts everybody in a really good position, especially as it pertains to...
JD Vance is live in Minnesota speaking. Do we have the link? Let's take a look. I'll dive into that. I'll fucking get into that. I'll cover it. Where's that at? JD Vance is in Murderapolis. Anyone got the link?
Able to do their jobs without being harassed, without being doxxed, and sometimes without being assaulted. That's totally unacceptable. And that's one of the things that I want to send a message to is, yes, come out and protest me, protest our immigration policy, but do it peacefully. If you assault a law enforcement officer, the Trump administration and the Department of Justice is going to prosecute you to the fullest extent of the law.
Shut up,
I wanted
bitch.
to show some support for these guys who, frankly, are operating in a very, very tough environment. I heard a lot of stories today about that I think drives home just how chaotic the environment on the ground here has already gotten. For example, did you know that within the last, I think, week or so, maybe even more recently than that, you had a couple of ICE officers who were off duty,
they got
who had been
boo-boos?
doxxed online, who were sitting and having a meal at a restaurant in Minneapolis when a bunch of agitators showed up, locked the door, made them feel like they were in danger for their lives, and then, of course, it was federal law enforcement officers who had to come up, lower the temperature on the situation, and actually get those two off-duty officers to
the
a point of safety.
Gestapo's fifis
Now
were
imagine,
hurt.
if you would,
The Gestapo's
your life
fifis were
and your
hurting.
perspective on law enforcement if you can't even go to a restaurant without some
How
agitators
dare you
walking
hurt
the
my
door and making you
feelings,
feel
my
like your life is in
feelings.
danger. That
I
is
got
the
a
environment
boo-boo.
that's
Get
been
the
created,
fuck
I
out of
think,
here, man.
of very, frankly,
That's
far
crazy.
left people,
That's crazy.
but also by some of the state and local law enforcement officials who could do a much better job in cooperating and working. And by the way, I'm not talking about the cops who these guys told me on the ground. The cops are very sympathetic to what they're dealing with.
What the fuck's going on here
State
with
and
this
local
goddamn video?
Elected law enforcement
What is happening?
officials who could do a lot better job in making their lives a little bit easier, and in the process, they would make the lives of all Minneapolis residents easier, and that's what we want. We want to be able to enforce the immigration laws on the one hand, while on the other hand, we want to make sure that people in Minneapolis are able to go about their day. And I want to say just one last point on this. So I heard from a business leader today who told me a very tough story, and I think so much of what's gone wrong in Minneapolis is people not trying to understand the perspective of somebody else. Try to understand what somebody else is experiencing, whether they're a law enforcement officer or anybody in the community here in Minneapolis. So they told me a story about this manufacturing facility.
Fake story alert.
Where an illegal
Fake story
immigrant
alert
was being
from
arrested.
sympathetic
And
business
as
owner, small business
went
owner.
into the manufacturing facility, all of a sudden, an illegal immigrant shows up. They don't know it's an illegal immigrant, and then a bunch of ICE officers descend. Now, these people just want to go to work. They want to go to work safely, and now all of a sudden, there's a major law enforcement operation happening
You wanna hang out?
right outside their place of business. Now, from one
didn't get
perspective,
enough energy
I
out
certainly
there, did
understand
you?
why a business leader
Hello.
or why an employee would say, whoa, what's going on? It's a little scary, no matter your position in life, if a bunch of cop cars show
Okay.
up and they're arresting somebody. Now, the additional context is that we know that people online have been encouraging illegal immigrants that one way they can evade arrest is by showing up at a legitimate place of business, making it impossible for these guys to actually enforce our immigration laws. So while I can understand the perspective of somebody who doesn't want to see an arrest happen at their place of work, I can also understand the perspective of our immigration enforcement officers who have to do their job and can't allow a heckler's veto over our immigration enforcement. And so much of what's gone wrong is the failure to do that. And here's the point. We can do a good job of enforcing our immigration laws without the chaos, but it actually requires the cooperation of state and local officials. If you look at blue cities and blue states, red cities and red states, you go to Austin, Texas, or Memphis, Tennessee, you go to the state of Texas, obviously a very red state, or the state of Tennessee, a very red state, but you've got blue cities within those states, you do not have this level of chaos. The reason why things have gotten so out of hand is because of failure of cooperation between the state and local authorities and what these guys are trying to do. We have a ton of resources, a ton of ICE agents in this city right now that I would rather us not have. I'd love to send those guys home. They're not even doing targeted immigration enforcement. They are trying to protect ICE officers who are doing immigration enforcement, because when a crowd surrounds them and these guys call 911, the local officials, the local cops have been told to stand down.
Then leave. You're a bitch. By the way, this is literally reverse Tim Walz, okay? This is part of the reason why I think J.D. Vance sucks and will never make it, okay? Because he's far too liberal coded, okay? The way he tries to, like, justify this through legal language and tries to fucking reach out to the hearts and minds of, like, liberals. Like, no, man, you can't do fucking fascist standpoint theory from the perspective of the Gestapo, okay? Excuse me, you're doing a bodies in spaces. Have you realized how toxic your behavior is when you got ICE agents that are trying to conduct door knocking operations in your neighborhood? Like, that's so... Stop bitching. Stop fucking bitching. Just leave. Just fuck off and leave. Okay?
The temperature and lower the chaos. That's a problem. Here's another example.
Does J.D. Vance know Jester Maxing is the new meta? He should be having fun. Instead of trying to do the stiff arm move, he should be doing Jester Maxing, just clowning and having a good time.
We have a criminal migrant who is a sex offender. And let's say that we've got to go and arrest that person who, Democrat or Republican, wants a...
Cops. That's who arrest that person, not ICE. There is already a fucking function of law enforcement, okay? If there is a sex offender, and by the way, wouldn't be talking about sex offenders if I was J.D. Vance. Let's be fucking real. Donald Trump is the president right now. But like, and he is protecting all of the elite pedophiles. But having said that, if there's a sex offender that must be arrested, cops do that, okay? Not ICE. The entire point of ICE is not to actually arrest anybody, really, is to handle paperwork violations, okay?
And try to find where this criminal sex offender is today. The local authorities have been told, do not cooperate. So these guys are trying to go out and enforce the law. They're trying to arrest sex offenders, but they're trying to do it in an environment where local officials have been told, do not help them, do not provide intelligence about where these sex offenders might be. This is disgraceful. And there are a lot of things that all of us could do better to lower the temperature, but the number one thing that I learned today is that the best way to facilitate reasonable enforcement of the law, but also to lower the chaos in Minneapolis, would be for state and local officials to cooperate. Now, I will say, on one final positive note, I actually think that there's some hope, some reason to think that there's going to be better cooperation in the weeks and months to come. I think that because I've talked to some of the local officials here, I think there are reasons to believe that these people are going to step up and actually ask the cops to protect our ICE officers when they're being assaulted, who are going to ask the local courts to cooperate with getting criminal sex offenders out of our community. That's a good thing. That's the good news, and that's something I'm going to work on when I get back to Washington. But please, if you're a local official, if you're the mayor of this town, if you have any influence over those people, just tell them to cooperate. Because we could have immigration enforcement operate as smoothly And without the chaos that we see in Austin, Texas, or Memphis, Tennessee, or even rural parts of the state of Minnesota, all we need is a little cooperation. I guarantee you, we're going to do the best to be professional, to respect people's rights, to not do anything that we don't have to do in order to enforce immigration laws, but it would make our lives a lot easier.
37-year-old lady in the face.
A lot safer, and it would make Minneapolis much less chaotic if we had a little bit of cooperation from the state and local officials. With that, I'll shut up and take some questions. Thank you, guys.
Vice President Pence, a local school district here is alleging ICE agents detaining a
Bro, they're putting fucking him on Kamala alert, by the way. He's doing janitorial duties right now. This is Trump is literally making him oversee the least popular aspects of this admin. It's awesome. It's awesome.
Well, I'm proud of the fact that we're standing behind
just as
law
Joe
enforcement.
Biden gave the borders our duty to Kamala Harris, which was like the least popular position you could be in if you're, working in a Democratic administration. The vice presidential job here is very important. If you think JD Vance is going to be the leader of this movement when you're done, because you ate too many aspirins or because you got too tired to be president and you want to retire in I don't know, Saudi Arabia or whatever. Like, if you think JD Vance is going to be continuing the movement, you shouldn't be making him do this shit. This is shit cleanup job.
Alien father, the father ran. So the story is that ICE detained a 5-year-old. Well, what are they supposed to do? Are they supposed to let a 5-year-old child freeze to death? Are they not supposed to arrest an illegal alien in the United States of America? If the argument is that you can't arrest people who have violated our laws because they have children, then every single parent is going to be completely given immunity from ever being the subject of law enforcement.
He's literally saying the 5-year-old was detained as bait to draw out the father, and that's good. What are we supposed to do? Not do that? Yeah, the answer is yes, you fucking asshole.
I've looked into personally where I say, wait a second. We don't want ICE arresting American citizens. They're supposed to be enforcing the immigration laws against illegal aliens. So then I look into it and I find out that the American citizen who was arrested took a swing at an ICE officer. You can't have that happen. And of course they have to defend themselves. And of course they have the right to detain somebody who assaults a law enforcement officer. Now, this is my point. Do we want these things to happen? Do we want these arrests to be so chaotic? No, we don't. These guys want it least of all. But if we had a little cooperation from local and from local and state officials, I think the chaos would go way down in this community.
President!
Go ahead.
After the Renee Good shooting, sir, the administration seemed to suggest...
Yeah, well, you can go next.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I thought you pointed it
No,
out.
that's fine. I'll take both.
After the Renee Good shooting, sir, the administration seemed to... After the Renee Good shooting, the administration seemed to suggest that ICE officers enjoyed near complete immunity. But today you told the Washington Examiner that when appropriate, the administration might take disciplinary actions against ICE agents. So is that a change of opinion? And if so, why the change in tone?
No, I didn't say, and I don't think any other official within the Trump administration said that officers who engaged in wrongdoing would enjoy immunity. That's absurd. What I did say is that when federal law enforcement officers violate the law, that is typically something that federal officials would look into. We don't want these guys to have kangaroo courts. We want them to actually have real due process, real investigation, because again, sometimes they're accused of wrongdoing, and it turns out when you learn the context, they didn't actually do anything wrong. But of course we're going to investigate these things. Of course we're investigating the Renee Good shooting, but we're investigating them in a way that respects people's rights and that ensures that if somebody did something wrong, yes, they're going to face disciplinary action, but we're not going to judge them in the court of public opinion. I've spoken at length on this particular case. I think that Renee Good's death is a tragedy. I also think that she rammed an ICE officer with her car. So the tragedy here is multi-layered. The tragedy is there was a misunderstanding. The tragedy is that Renee Good lost her life. The tragedy is that you have ICE officers who are going into communities where they're worried that if they call 911, no one's going to come to help them. That is what produces.
Yeah, those are varying degrees of different tragedies. It's like saying, well, the Holocaust was a tragedy. Also, I stubbed my toe the other day while I was going to kill someone. Like, those are not comparable levels, okay? One is a fucking unlawful murder of an American citizen. The other is ICE getting scared when they're engaging in unlawful actions.
I'm pro-life, and I'm very excited to speak there. I want to talk about local law enforcement, but, I am... As a child, I saw people in my family get arrested. It's terrible. It's heartbreaking. It's chaotic. It's traumatic for the kids. I can recognize that, and I can recognize that we got to support these kids, while on the other hand saying that just because you're a parent doesn't mean that you get complete immunity from law enforcement. And I think we have to hold both of those thoughts in our head at the same time. We've got to be sympathetic to the kids who are caught up in some of these enforcement actions. We've also got to say we have to enforce the law without bias, with fairness, but we've got to enforce the law.
JD Vance said,
Mr. Vice President!
JD Vance said, listen, I'm an adult, but I was once a child too. And as a former child, I think it's okay to detain children right now, to lure out their fathers and lure out whoever else you want to lure out in an effort to detain all of them and deport them.
St. Cloud.
Yeah. After the incident, the mayor said that ICE did not communicate with them that they were in the city for a major operation. The police
Sorry,
chief did not know
5-year-old
about the
baby,
operation at
you
the
broke
time.
the law.
Could you talk a little bit about proactive communication with local law enforcement?
Yeah, it's one of the takeaways. I've talked with these guys before we came on the stage, but during our roundtable and some of the other conversations we've had, communication, we absolutely want to ensure there's good communication between federal officials
The oh-so
and state
moral
and local
Hasan.
officials, and I'm sure that we can do better on that. We absolutely want to make sure that we
This is my favorite. Okay, where woke is back because now these guys have turned back to the, oh, you're just virtue signaling. Like, we've gotten back to 2016 era idiotic conversations where it's like, I recognize that you're actually signaling that you're a moral person and that my side is actually immoral in this conversation. So instead of entertaining the notion that maybe my side is doing something unimaginably wrong, I'm just going to turn around and say, you're such a bitch, dude. You're such a bitch for thinking that ICE agents shouldn't fucking detain little babies, 5-year-old babies, in an effort to lure out a bunch of family members so they can do a dragnet operation in a fucking house. I know. Imagine, close your eyes and imagine China doing that or something, okay? And then you can maybe have a consistent position on it. Fucking idiot. These are the same people that go, oh, if our state is doing it, then it's, then it's actually good. Like, think about it, dude. Conservatives literally will be like, oh, what about the Uyghur Muslims? And meanwhile, we're doing like Xinjiang shit in fucking broad daylight in America in your backyard. And you're like, nah, it's awesome.
How much is this tactic being used?
Yeah, so I saw that story, and the story is like so much that I read in the mainstream media. It's missing a whole lot of context, and when you appreciate the context, it makes sense. No one is saying, look, there are exceptions. For example, a crazy exception, if somebody is fired at from inside a house, they don't need a warrant to go inside that person's house. There are very narrow exceptions to the warrant requirement where law enforcement officers don't need a...
Yeah, a fucking serving someone paperwork is not a justification to violate the Fourth Amendment. It's not the equivalent of being shot at. Yeah, no shit.
Really has proposed in the Department of Justice is that we can get administrative warrants to enforce administrative immigration law. Now, it's possible, I guess, that the courts will say no, and of course, if the courts say no, we would follow that law, but nobody is talking about doing immigration enforcement without a warrant. We're talking about different types of warrants that exist in our system.
Yes.
Typically what happens...
An administrative warrant is nothing. It's nothing. It's like a McDonald's manager, okay? What the fuck do you mean? That doesn't mean anything. It's not a valid warrant to actually go into someone's home. And everyone knows this. You went to law school. You were a JAG lawyer. You know that it's not fucking legal. Shut the fuck up.
We're never going to enter somebody's house without some kind of a warrant, unless, of course, somebody's firing on an officer or they have to do something in order to protect themselves.
Follow up on that. Do you believe that you can forcibly enter with an administrative warrant, or would that be a violation of the Fourth Amendment?
Well, our understanding is that you can enforce the immigration laws of the country under an administrative order if you have an administrative warrant. That's what we think. That's our understanding of the law. That's our best faith attempt to understand the law.
God, he's trying.
Again, this is something
dude, this is what I mean. Just say, of course we're gonna do it. Like Trump would be like, of course we're gonna do it. What the fuck are you gonna say? Due process is too difficult to follow.
It's done through the administrative law system. We're gonna continue that practice.
It's not a legal gray area, guys.
Or any other
JD Vance knows it's not a legal gray area. He's making it seem like it's a legal gray area. It's not. It is a clear-cut violation of the constitutional protections afforded to every single person on U.S. soil, whether documented, undocumented, whether natural-born U.S. citizen or naturalized U.S. citizen or not. This is a matter of constitutional law. He knows that it is illegal. He knows. He's like, oh, well, you know, I signed a piece of paper that said I'm the best boy. So obviously you have to follow through on that piece of paper that I signed on my own. Get the fuck out of here.
The federal government to use the military for local law enforcement operations. Right now, we don't think that we need that. Now, the president could change his mind. Of course, things could get worse. But right now, we think that federal law enforcement officers can do the job of federal law enforcement. Now, what I do worry about, again, is if the chaos gets worse, if more and more ICE agents start getting assaulted, if other law enforcement officers start getting assaulted, that would be a real problem. But again, we have so much federal law enforcement resources here right now. We have so many people here that we do not want to have here. I do not want so many ICE officers in Minneapolis right now. I mean, good Lord, it's really, really freaking cold outside. But they're here not even to enforce immigration laws, but to protect the people from the rioters. That's an absurd state of affairs, and we wouldn't need it if we had a little bit more cooperation from the Minneapolis Police Department. Again, the Minneapolis Police Department, my understanding is that the actual beat cops on the ground, they would love to help out, but they're being told by somebody, I don't know if it's Mayor Frey, they're being told by somebody not to cooperate at all. What kind of a person tells their local police don't protect somebody if they're being assaulted by a rioter? It's crazy, and it's got to stop. Yes.
Earlier this week, local law enforcement accused federal agents of racial profiling. Why are there so many U.S. citizens being caught up in this operation?
Well, I think your question assumes something that's not necessarily in evidence, which is that when there are American citizens who have been caught up in some of these enforcement operations, very often it is people who have assaulted a law enforcement officer. They're not being arrested because they violated the immigration laws. They're being arrested because they punched a federal law enforcement officer. That is a totally reasonable thing. Now, to the accusation of racial profiling, look, it's something that we take very seriously. We will take accusations of racial profiling back to Washington. We'll certainly look into them as they come up.
The accusation came from cops.
That's going around and looking for
I feel like they know racial profiling when they see it. You know,
looking for people who violate.
It's like getting yelled at by like the legion of pedophiles for engaging in pedophilia. Okay, like this is the thing that they do. All right, big dog. When a fucking off-duty cop says, "Hey, I'm being racially profiled," I'm gonna take that seriously because they know from their own day-to-day experiences what racial profiling looks like because they're the kings of racial profiling. Okay.
Then the local officials say, "Oh my God, these guys are doing widespread targeted enforcement operations," when in reality, we would love to just go to one house. The local officials won't.
Also, we've seen the videos where like the most Hispanic man wearing a mask is talking to another Hispanic American being like, "Where are your fucking papers?" And the guy goes, "Why are you asking me that?" And the dude goes, "'Cause you have a fucking accent." I'm sorry.
Is that a concern?
We've seen the fucking videos. We know they're doing racial profiling. The Supreme Court actually defended that racial profiling.
Officers are being targeted, and they described it as, quote, civil rights violations in our streets.
So I saw one story about this and one local police officer who said this. And look, certainly is it a concern? Absolutely. The first thing we have to figure out is whether it happened or not. And then if it happened, whether there is a good explanation or a bad explanation. And of course, if somebody violated the law, if somebody racially profiled, if somebody violated the rights of one of our fellow citizens, that is something we will take very seriously. What I also would say is that many of the most viral stories of the past couple of weeks have turned out to be, at best, partially true. So we want to try people based on reality, based on the truth, based on context. We're not going to prejudge people just because of a viral social media story that turned out to be half false.
Mr. Vice President, a quick question about the roundtable you just had. I presume that happened. Did you invite anybody with an opposing point of view to get an idea of why people are upset here? And just as a quick follow-up, have you reached out to Governor Walz at all in an attempt to turn down the temperature?
So I haven't talked to Governor Walz on this particular trip. A number of members of our administration, I believe our chief of staff, spoke to the governor and has been in constant contact with his staff over the past week. We've been in my office in constant contact with people here on the ground in Minneapolis. There were certainly people at our roundtable with opposing views, and look, I don't even know, whether it's public, but yes, we met with people with opposing views here at the roundtable. I wanted to get a perspective from everybody, but also, of course, offer my opinion that with a little bit more cooperation, we could lower the chaos. We're going to keep on doing that. If Governor Walz wants to call me, we'll absolutely continue talking. I will say that my sense of this situation, having talked to these guys for a long time, is this is primarily a law enforcement issue. This is the Attorney General. This is the local mayor. This is all of the organs of local.
It's pretty crazy that he's saying this. Meanwhile, the Department of Justice has already launched false cases on every single local politician.
And really helping out.
Like they are doing lawfare on the one hand and doing like illegal domination,
locally, and this
like a domestic occupation with a federal agency that's completely out of control on the other hand.
Cities from here.
Well, right now we're focused on Minneapolis because that's where we have the highest concentration of people who have violated our immigration laws, and that's also, frankly, where we see the most assault of our law enforcement officers. I mean, our plan is very simple. If you assault a federal law enforcement officer, we're going to do everything that we can to put you in prison. It's very simple. And most of these protesters, as much as I may disagree with their politics, most of them have been peaceful.
This is literally the Reddit moderator, but with more hair.
If you go and insult a federal
actually,
officer, we're going to try very hard.
If you hurt our ICE agents' feelings, we will kill you.
Respect people's rights. Respect people's rights to worship. Respect people's rights to do their job without being assaulted. If you follow that basic principle, the Trump administration is doing everything that we can to protect your rights. But if you go after somebody, if you assault somebody, if you make a 9-year-old girl cry because you walked into her church and harassed her, we're going to go after you with every single tool that we have.
You just defended the cop. You just defended the ICE agents detaining a 5-year-old to kidnap a bunch of other people. What are we talking about? Oh, a 9-year-old was crying in a church. Bro, shut the fuck up. Y'all literally do ICE raids on churches. You arrest pastors. What the fuck are you saying?
America. Significant reductions in violent crime. The reason why we have less violent crime is really 2 reasons. Number one, because we're enforcing.
Bro, they're doing ICE raids on schools. They're tear gassing children. And then they turn around and go, a 9-year-old's feelings were hurt. A 9-year-old's feelings were hurt when people were protesting a fucking ICE field office guy who also happens to be a fucking pastor. Suck my dick. You're out of your dang mind, brother.
We can to lower the temperature, and we would like federal and local, state and local officials to meet us halfway. So much so.
Are you saying that they're not perceiving it correctly? Are you saying that they're not seeing that it's the tactics or the presence of the officers that are?
Look, I'm sure that people are seeing a lot of things that would make any member of our national community feel very upset. But I also think that if you understand this in context, this is the inevitable consequence of a state and local government that have decided that they're not going to cooperate with immigration enforcement at all. In fact, they're going to aggressively not cooperate. So here's a basic illustration of this. If you are an ICE officer and you have to arrest a person who's committed assault and is also an illegal alien, but the state and local officials won't help you identify that person, many of the things that people in Minneapolis are seeing that give them pause, that frustrate them, that worry them, that make them feel like things are too chaotic, many of these things are coming from the fact that there's no cooperation.
I think his style is so fucking insufferable. I can't get over it. It's always like he's trying to say Heil Hitler in the nerdiest, most like liberal coded way possible, and I can't stand it. Like, there are different types of villains in this administration. Like Stephen Miller is just straight up trying to do like Adolf Hitler speeches, but he's such a fucking wormy little nerd that he's like, we must secure a meaningful existence for our white children. That's right. And like JD Vance does something even worse than that, in my opinion. Like if Stephen Miller is like the Soy Reich, JD Vance is like, has adopted the language of the worst academic liberalism while trying to justify heinous crimes against humanity. Like, everything is Failenial speak. Everything he does is like, actually. I hate it. I hate it so much.
And the mayor's offices, but why have you not been able to speak to them directly? Have they not been willing to do so?
Well, Well, look, I have spoken to some of the people in Minnesota directly. I spoke to some of them today. I've spoke to others in the past. And again, our staff has been in very direct contact with pretty much every official with any influence or any power in Minneapolis. But no, we're not trying to send a political message. We're trying to enforce the law.
Like, guys, we have to do this. We have to kill you. We have to go door to door and demand your papers. Actually, have you heard of Law and Order? Like, that's what he's doing
across the United States of America. There's been a very unique, very Minneapolis-specific reaction to our enforcement of federal immigration laws. What I'm trying to do here today,
unfortunately, this shit works on conservative-leaning liberals. They wouldn't really care about immigration in the past, but now they're saying shit like maybe these illegals are a drain on us. No,
look, I don't need Tim Walz,
you're
Jacob
so
Frey,
wrong.
or anybody else to come out and say
that is literally not reading the room at all. No, conservative-leaning liberals are way more horrified at the prospect of the federal government doing this kind of like genuine domestic occupation. Are you kidding me? No, the polls do not show that reality at all, with the exception of the most psychopathic coalition that you have ever seen in this goddamn country, Republicans, of course. With the exception of Republicans, ICE's approval ratings are underwater with everyone. Independents are saying fuck ICE. Democrats are saying fuck ICE. The only people that are saying we love ICE is like 58% of Republicans, which is kind of low, honestly, even for Republicans in general. So, like, no, most people are looking at the situation and seeing the horror that you're all seeing.
Right, pepper balls. Beyond that, what is the federal government's role in turning down the temperature?
You're losing
Minnesota
even
Department of
conservatives right
Corrections
now because
says
like
that its own officers have been cooperating with ICE all along, handing over criminals once they serve their sentences to ICE officials. Can you concede that there is some cooperation with the state?
Yeah, look, if
you're
I was
wrong.
to list the 5 agencies,
brother. You can say I'm wrong all day, every day, but the fucking polling shows a different reality. Okay. The polls show a different fucking reality. Yeah, you got majority everywhere across the board saying that ICE's presence in communities is more harmful than helpful, okay? You got the Emerson poll that just came out where 57%, the majority think ICE's presence in communities is more harmful than beneficial. Poll released 9 hours ago. But the poll I'm referencing is another recent poll that just came out where ICE's approval ratings are underwater as an agency with everyone, with the exception of Republicans. This is what I was actually trying to show you. ICE's net approval is minus 27 for all, with Democrats is minus 91%, which is why the Democratic Party not actually taking fucking a more strict approach to ICE and punishing ICE is insane to me, but expected because they're fucking pussies. Independents at minus 41%. With black people, it's minus 71%. With Hispanic people, it's minus 41%, which, by the way, this will never not be funny. I'm sorry. Oh, my fucking God. Like, that's why I laugh whenever you see, like, another federal agent being like, I'm a Black Panther Party member, and actually, ICE is not our deal. We don't care about ICE. It's like, you're not. You're a federal law enforcement officer that is undercover, that is presenting himself as a fucking Black Panther person. You're not Black Panther Party material. Let's be fucking real, okay? You can't even abide by the anger that black people feel towards this kind of federal incursion in every community in black and brown neighborhoods. You're just trying to do fucking propaganda. Anyway, white people is at minus 15%, which is expected. But even then, look at that. White people at minus 15%. That's crazy. This is the most reactionary subgroup in the fucking country, and it's at minus 15% approval. Okay? Net disapproval overall, except for, ding, ding, ding, Republicans at plus 58%. This is what I was talking about. Okay? There is a very real fissure in this country where the overwhelming majority of this nation state is frustrated with Trump, is frustrated with their economic conditions not improving, is frustrated with what Trump is doing, all this like fuck shit overseas where they're like, why do I care about fucking taking Greenland? Suck my dick. I don't care. Fix the prices, right? And then on top of that, when they see this kind of domestic maneuvering, when they see the federal law enforcement agencies like heavily militarized federal law enforcement agents coming in and going door to door demanding to see people's papers, they go, what the fuck is happening? This sucks. This sucks so much dick. With the exception of Republicans. And the fact that only Republicans are at plus 58 approval for ICE means that even Republicans are actually now saying enough is enough about ICE. Do you understand? You spoke with one of the 58% of Republicans just yesterday, the Bobs of the world? Yes. And with like 3 fucking questions, even the most ultra MAGA guy like Bob was willing to concede on key issues like education, free education. Even though he was like resilient, even though he was resistant, he was understanding. He was open-minded to that, even with healthcare. Like, that's what I'm trying to say. And Bob is a unique figure. Bob is ultra MAGA. He's the most MAGA, right? And a lot of you have a family member like Bob, and that's the reason why. And that's the reason why you think. That's the reason why you think everyone is like Bob. Every MAGA person is like Bob. They are 20% of the country. Okay, they are 20% of the country. This is true. 20% of the country, give or take, is like Bob. That's insane. That's insane. 20% of the country is in a fucking cult. Okay, there's no other way to put it. Having said that, that's only 20% of the country. Okay, and it's not only 20% of the country, but it's also a 20% of the nation that is fairly old for the most part, or, you know, some of them are lumpen proles. Haley posted that you made some headway with her parents. I never thought when my family and I started the Necessary Conversation pod that we'd be invited to chat with Hasan, the Piker, but here we are. My team watched live from the Hive today. I actually think Hasan made some headway with my parents. I'm indebted. Now we could send some Hive merch to our favorite political commentator. See, I told you. I mean, they probably will go back to the same business as usual politics when push comes to shove. But remember, it doesn't even matter, right? It doesn't even matter because it's only fucking 20% of citizens. No, not even voters. I would say 20% of citizens in this country. I'm being as open-minded to like how large this group is. So if you're constantly surrounded by people that are representatives of that 20%, you think everyone is like this. Every right-winger is like this. Most right-wingers outside of that 20%, you can have a conversation with and get them to understand that it's completely ridiculous what the Trump administration is doing. Okay? What does that black statistic mean? I am just wondering. What do you mean? It means black people are more woke than everyone on average all the time, regardless of what the fucking media tries to present it as. That's it. There was never a moment where black people in the United States of America were going to be on board with ICE agents going door to door demanding to see fucking papers of other black Americans of Somali descent. Like, not even just black Americans of Somali descent, but like anyone for that matter. That's it. Yeah, woke was literally created by black people. Exactly. It's just so stupid that you see all this stuff where like you do see an expression of I think upper middle class black liberalism on Twitter quite a bit. And there is this like academic liberalism that comes from some black liberals in general that are doing well by and large. And that's all you hear from like root.com article writers and stuff like that will say like, you know, misogynoir is a real problem. Like it's the biggest problem like in the black community. And it's mostly being championed by black men who are violent and aggressive, like shit like that gets recycled all the time, that gives white liberals a permission structure to also shit on black men. Like people that have that kind of mentality are the ones you only fucking hear from. And that's not the case at all. Okay? That's not the case at all. That's not how this works. There's 0% chance that that black people are going to see what this government is doing currently and go, yeah, no, this is not exactly what we have fought for in the past. Like our, you know, grandparents fought for to give us a crumb of civil liberties. It's just stupid. That's why I always tell you guys, do not fucking pay attention to like people who are saying like, oh, well, I didn't vote. I voted for Kamala Harris. You know, those are the Free Palestine voters are bullshit. Like, I'm tired. Black people are tired. Like, all that stuff is ridiculous. Black people have always been at the forefront of social justice in this fucking country, okay? Always. Historically, out as a matter of survival. And that survival instinct has not gone away because the conditions have not changed. Certainly they've improved, but they haven't changed. So whenever someone tries to say like, oh, as a black person, we're staying out of this. We voted for Kamala Harris. We're staying out of this. It's like, you're not a white woman in the suburbs. Like you can try and stay out of it, or you can try to get other people to also join in on the we're staying out of this meta, but it's not going to happen. Most black people are not going to stay out of it. Okay. Because they recognize this is a matter of survival. White supremacy impacts everyone. Okay. We are in a monolith. Yes, black people, of course, are not a monolith. But if there's one thing that is almost monolithic of contemporary black existence or historical black existence in American society, it is understandably fighting against white supremacy. because it's a mechanism of survival. Anyway, Open Presents, thank you for another 100 gifted subs. Thanks, chatter. Thank you for purposely misrepresenting this take. No one is a monolith, and black people aren't a monolith either, but they are all black. And if you're black in a white supremacist country, then obviously you're going to have a very different understanding of white supremacy because you've experienced it. That's it. Anyway, you're doing the whole butt thing. No, I'm not. It's not. No, it's common fucking sense, chatter. What are you talking about? Every black person is black. And therefore, every black person will be at some point, whether inadvertently, whether they recognize it or not, and most people do recognize it, victims to white supremacist systems, white supremacist constructs. That's just how it works. Okay? I'll give you a great example of this. Candace Owens. Candace Owens is a white supremacist through and through, right? Like, she does white supremacist commentary. She is a white supremacist. That's her output. That's what she does for the most part. Now, that might have changed a little bit in the recent years, but like, that's what she did her entire career. Candace Owens also was a victim of a hate crime when she was growing up. She actually successfully sued the Connecticut Board of Education because she was victim to a hate crime that caused her to have an eating disorder. Okay? I don't see color, unlike Hasan. I have no clue if I'm black or not. Anyway. LARPers are about to jump in this, pretending that they're black and have a counterpoint. Please ignore them. Yeah, I will. I will continue to ignore them, just as I've always ignored when people were like, well, you don't understand. Black people are tired. They're done. They're done with this conversation. They're seeing themselves out of this conversation. Okay, well, you know, the conversation is not seeing them as people outside of the conversation. Something I noticed in that conversation is Republicans are fed their talking points by state-run media like Fox and Newsmax, and most of the people aren't just equipped to combat that messaging since there's no real opposition media. Yes. Well, that's the role I try to play to the best of my ability. All right. Let's get back to Donald Trump treating white countries, European countries, like they're non-white countries, and the impact that has had on the European continent.
Long-term deal. It's the ultimate long-term deal. And I think it puts everybody in a really good position, especially as it pertains to security and minerals and everything else.
This morning, NATO Secretary General telling Reuters the deal calls for allies to step up their Arctic security measures and believes it can be done early this year. The president has insisted the U.S. needs Greenland for national security, but an existing agreement already allows the president to expand American military presence on the island. On the world stage, the president repeatedly bashing America's European allies who have been critical of his goal.
Certain places in Europe are not even recognizable, frankly, anymore. They're not recognizable. And we can argue about it, but there's no argument.
His threat to hit our allies with steep tariffs sent the market tumbling, something the president himself acknowledged as he repeatedly confused Greenland with the country of Iceland.
They're not there for us on Iceland, that I can tell you. I mean, our stock market took the first dip yesterday because...
This is also another very funny moment where he just kept saying Iceland over and over again when talking about Greenland. And then Caroline Leavitt was like, actually, the president clearly meant Greenland, but because Greenland is very icy, he just said Iceland. That's a different country. I cannot believe how fucking stupid this goddamn administration is and how hard they're caping, how hard they're coping, and how hard they're caping, how hard they're sweeping for someone who is objectively in the throes of dementia. Okay? It's fine, man. He's Brandoning, okay? It's Brandonian. It's Brandanistan. We are in Brandon. We are deep in the throes of Brandon.
Because of Iceland. So Iceland's already cost us a lot of money.
The president now says he will not use military force to seize Greenland, but he knocked the critical NATO alliance that came to America's defense after the 9/11 attacks, the first and only time Article 5 was ever invoked.
They have a choice. You can say yes, and we will be.
Can't believe it. We saw the Dems do it to Biden for 4 years. I know. I hate it. There is no reward for being intellectually honest or morally consistent, for the record. And you shouldn't expect the reward regardless. You should just do it for the sake of doing the right thing. But as someone who was very aggressively in pursuit of calling into question the media's servile nature, getting mad at the media for making it seem like Brandon wasn't, clearly demented for like the last 5 years or so, it is very frustrating to see. It is very frustrating to see Donald Trump go through similar things, and then right-wing media will so aggressively defend it. Okay? Right-wing media will just be like, oh, that's not what, shut up. Iceland is next, actually. We're going to take Iceland. He was right when he said Iceland. I will say, as someone who is an anti-imperialist, these past couple of days of watching European leadership squirm, I would be lying to you if I didn't find a little bit of pleasure in that, just like a crumb, especially after these fucking animals turned a blind eye to the atrocities that they were committing in Gaza, especially because it happened literally like a week after. Not even a week after, but like a couple days after they were celebrating Donald Trump's excellent military operation in Venezuela. Okay? It's just like watching it unfold, like, seeing these guys go, wait a minute, you're treating us like a brown person. You're treating us like we're a black or brown country. Hold on, we're a white country. What is this? It was pretty funny. Will this actually turn into a wake-up call for European leadership? Will this actually be a wake-up call for European liberals to take a hardened stance and try to develop sovereignty? I don't think so, as I said already. I mean, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Look, this was really funny. Britain must declare independence from America or it will die. Tim Stanley on the 18th of January. 11th of January, Trump controls the world and Britain ought to let him have it. We gain nothing by pretending we're still a world power while our nation rots from the inside. Hasan, the Euro cucks every time.
Sticker. Punish me, Daddy. And we seem a part of an elite group who takes matters into his own hands. Oh, punish me. Oh, punish me.
Bro, these things are getting, it's like, if I were to get banned for this, I should be getting banned for watching Mark Rutte speak about Donald Trump, like without wiping the cum out of the side of his mouth. You know what I mean? Like, like this is functionally no different than listening to Mark Rutte speak while still gargling in the back of his throat Trump's semen. Okay. He's like, oh, well, yes, of course I called him daddy. Of course he is daddy. Like, is that Mark Rober? Yeah, Mark Rober is making analysis about the fucking people bootlicking law enforcement. You wouldn't talk this way to Bob? Yeah, because we're amongst ourselves, okay? They just arrested the woke farmer and White House posted it. What is this statement, man? They just arrested the woke farmer? What? I mean, I don't disbelieve you. I feel like that's a thing that could happen. I don't know who the woke farmer is, but was he farming too much woke? The woke farmer was crime maxing and he got. Okay, you joke, but we are literally a week. We are a week out from the Department of Homeland Security posting exactly that. Okay, like the woke farmer was apprehended earlier today for crime maxing is something that I can see the fucking Department of Homeland Security post or the White House posting that.
Very appreciative, or you can say no, and we will remember.
And Denmark making it clear this morning they're willing to negotiate on all political matters from the economy to security, but they say they will not negotiate when it comes to their sovereignty. This morning, the president met with his proposed board of peace to map out the future of Gaza. It is notable just how few European allies are sitting on that board, given all of these tensions happening abroad. And the president also plans to meet with President Zelensky of Ukraine this morning as well. Robin.
All right, Rachel, thank you for your reporting.
Now to another big event for President Trump at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland. This morning, he launched his so-called Board of Peace. It's designed to oversee Gaza. The president also tried to calm the concerns of NATO allies over his demand to take control of Greenland. He says they sorted out a framework of a future deal, his words. Ed O'Keefe is in Davos watching all of this for us. Ed, good morning. What is the latest?
Well, good morning. You know, after weeks of focus on Greenland, the president is spending his final hours overseas today focused on the two biggest foreign policy challenges that he faces. He's meeting with Ukraine's Volodymyr Zelensky, telling reporters he wants to get that done, the war between Ukraine and Russia. And as you said, he's launching what he calls the Board of Peace to help rebuild the Gaza Strip. But notably, there were several close American allies who didn't show up.
You're the biggest people, the most important people in the world.
Davos was the place President Trump officially launched his Board of Peace, a new body to help resolve the conflict in Gaza. On the list, more than a dozen nations, including Saudi Arabia and
Board
NATO.
of Peace? Yeah, I'm bored of peace. Let's do more war. That's what I'd be like.
Ally Turkey. But notably absent today, several close American allies like France, the United Kingdom, and Israel. The president has previously said the board could replace some duties of the United Nations.
But there's tremendous potential.
Board of Peace. Board of Peace with Hitler, Mussolini. Like pepper in some former historic fascist figures as well. You know, you got some contemporary ones in there. Benjamin Netanyahu's on it.
The United.
Here, if you want to understand how fucking stupid this concept is, Benjamin Netanyahu is a criminal, right? He's a war criminal. The ICC has already delivered a warrant out for his arrest, which is precisely the reason why he was not able to attend the Board of Peace summit that was taking place in Switzerland, because the Swiss government said if Benjamin Netanyahu were to actually come on Swiss soil, they would arrest him. So he actually couldn't even attend the Board of Peace summit. That's how fucking stupid this process is.
Nations, and I think the combination of the Board of Peace with the kind of people we have here, coupled with the United Nations, can be something very, very unique for the world.
But it was Trump's threats to take over Greenland that dominated discussions at Davos.
You coming to Murderapolis tomorrow, right? Yes. Murderapolis. I will be inside of you tomorrow. I'm coming to Somaliapolis tomorrow. I'm going to Murderapolis tomorrow. It's going to be fucking minus 50 degrees or some shit. I don't even know how I'm going to deal with that. I got we had to order a bunch of thermal gear. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be icy, dude. Yeah, I got mass security too. Armed security, as a matter of fact. Don't even try nothing. It's going to be minus 45 wind chill tomorrow. Yeah. The march is short, and I think the rally is inside. We're getting 1.5 feet snow in OKC, Lamau. Yeah, I got layers on layers on layers. I was watching a video from like Ulaanbaatar about how they layer up. I was watching a video from like the coldest point in Russia. You know how like when there's like a place in Russia where you go outside and your eyebrows freeze off, and like what kind of layering they do in order to make it to make it out there alive in the Siberian tundra. Bro, it's so fucking cold. They're warning that the trees might explode. What does that even mean? That your batteries are going to last a lot less too? Yeah, I'm actually a little worried about that. Do you have battery warmers for the IRL kit? The batteries are going to be reduced capacity in extreme cold. I just assume that the machine itself it runs hot, so like the cooling will actually help it, like it's like a data center built in Greenland. You know what I mean? The water freezes inside the tree and expands and explodes trees. Do you have attachable cleats for traction on ice? They're pretty cheap and 100% worth it. I don't. Your cam is going to last 30 minutes. Okay, I didn't think about that. I've been thinking about that, but I don't know what to do. Wait, are you going out there this weekend? Get some wool socks from Costco? I got a bunch of shit. Your phone will die so fast in sub-zero temps. You actually might die for real just from the cold. Minnesota cold is different, bro. I know. I'm more worried about the fucking cold than I am of like, you know, some psycho trying to fucking ice me. Use Vaseline on any exposed skin. Remember to do short steps on icy ground. One bad fall can fuck you up. You're going to need 10-toe warmers in your shoe. Just buy some hand warmers and you'll be good with the batteries. Ulaanbaatar is in Mongolia, though, motherfucker. I know. I was saying I looked at Ulaanbaatar in Mongolia to see how they fucking layer up. I looked at that, like, the coldest place in Siberia, because this lady, remember we watched a fucking video from a lady who lives in, like, the coldest point in Russia, and how, like, when she tries to do vlogs, when she goes outside, her camera dies immediately. It's, like, hard to fucking even have the camera running for an extended period of time. I don't know how we're going to do that. People making it sound like you're going to Antarctica. Yes, because we are going to Antarctica. It's minus 50. With wind chills, they are doing an exploding... Dude, exploding trees are possible in the Midwest and northern plains on Friday and Saturday as temperatures are forecast to fall 20 degrees below zero. Do you understand how fucking nutty that shit is, bro? Dry socks. Never walk around without having dry socks. Very important. You might not believe it. Make Kaya the camera woman. Strap it to her. Kaya's not coming with me to fucking Minneapolis. He basically is. I don't think chat knows what it's like up there. I'm in northern Iowa. I'm afraid of Minnesota weather. Yeah. Trees don't explode in the cold. Mythbusters proved it. Shut up, nerd. In Canada, you're not allowed to work for more than a couple hours in that weather. Be careful. I wonder how Kaya... I actually do wonder how Kaya would react in you know, weather like that. Like, is she acclimated? Is she a California girly like her dad? You know what I mean? Would she love it? I mean, she always wants to be outside. Like, I'll be watching anime after the stream, and she will paw at the door to try to open it to go outside. And it's not like cold outside, but it's like colder, right? It's like 60 degrees, minus 60, maybe 50 degrees. Look at this thing. Little baby. Little Baba. I bet she's dreaming about the tundra. She doesn't even know what it is. She's never seen snow, but she's dreaming about it. She's dreaming about something that she has never seen before. Hasan, Google betraying you? What? Why are Turks afraid of the cold? That's what you Googled? Turkish people do not afraid of cold any more than other nations, especially fishers. The weather is but cold enough, which is bad for fishing. Haha, this is a good, hilarious observation as a Turkish person. That's crazy that you Googled that shit. It's a lie. Google is a İngiliz uşağı, a British, a servant of the British Empire, for putting out slander such as this. How dare you?
This week, and now
We have a concept of a deal. I think it's going to be a very good deal for the United States, also for them. And we're going to work together on something having to do with the Arctic as a whole, but also Greenland, and it has to do with the security, great security, strong security, and other things.
the president said the breakthrough came after a meeting with the head of NATO, posting he will not be imposing the tariffs on Denmark, which controls the island, and 7...
Lenin did it in the Russian winter 110 years ago. You were a certified Menshevik fraud. If you can't take it, sorry, man. Oh, that's funny. Okay, that actually, you're right. You're right. And Lenin was bald. Lenin, he was bald as fuck. So he got more exposure up there too. You know what I mean?
and other European nations. He also vowed not to use the military to capture Greenland.
I don't have to use force. I don't want to use force. I won't use force.
But he attacked NATO allies as unreliable partners.
We want strong allies, not seriously weakened ones.
North Carolina Republican Senator Tom Tillis called the president's rhetoric on Greenland a false crisis.
The fact that the president says U.S. military involvement in taking Greenland is off the table, does that ease your concerns?
No, because it was never on the table. I mean, that's a false concession. If anybody thinks that the U.S. Congress would have stood for any sort of...
Yeah, no, you guys definitely would have launched a strong opposition against Donald Trump if he saw it fit. Sure, surely. Nobody thinks of the U.S. Congress at all, big dog. Okay? You're not even running. You have the freedom to say whatever the fuck you want, and you're still cucked, which leads me to believe that U.S. Congress ain't doing shit. U.S. Congress would never stand for this, I say. Yeah, okay, sure.
Troops moved to Greenland. I believe we'd have veto-proof majorities. Within
Congress has been very vocal against this, to be fair. It don't matter. They were vocal against U.S. aid as well, and the only way that they fucking clawed it back was through the Supreme Court. They have no motion. Congress is effectively neutered. The legislative body in this country is straight up neutered. The stock market is the only other branch of the government, is right. Okay? The only thing we have seen that Trump responds to is the stock market. And it allows him to do whatever the fuck he wants to. Like, he can, if the stock market doesn't actually respond negatively to, I don't know, arresting and prosecuting and maybe even killing Jerome Powell for not fucking lowering interest rates, if the stock market doesn't fucking respond negatively to it, he'll do it. He'll do whatever the fuck he wants to. And considering that we are in unprecedented times with money being more fake than it ever has been, the only option you have is to try to punish the bond market or try to punish the stock market. Yeah, the separation of powers between the bond market and the stock market, those are the only two branches outside of the federal government. He tacoed. I also don't like the taco Trump thing about Greenland. It's objectively a good thing that he's not, leaning further into military incursion into Greenland.
2 weeks.
While Democrats in the crowd, like Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear, said even though Trump's backed off his threats, they damaged relationships.
The president's speech was dangerous, disrespectful, and unhinged. We are less safe when people believe that the United States isn't committed to the NATO alliance.
It's all left Europe frustrated. The German chancellor urged unity during what he called a new era of politics.
We have entered a time of great power politics. Today, its very foundations have been shaken.
Now, on Greenland, 2 diplomatic sources tell CBS News there is no agreement for U.S. control of ownership in that framework, ownership of Greenland, despite the president saying that he's set up an infinite deal or is working towards an infinite deal. The White House and State Department have not yet provided details on what exactly is in this framework. And this morning, Denmark's prime minister welcomed the president, saying he's not going to use military force to take Greenland, but he reiterated we can negotiate on everything political, security, investments, economy, but we cannot negotiate on our sovereignty. In other words,
I'm telling you right now, first of all, this deal is not done. We don't know what it actually is going to totally look like at the end of the day. But it basically, to me, it feels like this back and forth, this chaos, treating our European vassals as the vassals like they are. All of that was mostly just the flex. Because, like, ultimately what they're giving him is a little bit more sovereignty over the military bases that he has already. And there are versions of this in play already, like with the British bases in Cyprus that are technically considered British soil, right? Like there is no, there is the deal itself is like not that different, right? The deal itself is not that different from the previous deal, which is that Denmark is a NATO country and therefore Greenland is a part of Denmark and therefore a part of America. As excited as I am to have you come up to Minneapolis tomorrow, it probably doesn't bode well for the likelihood of you moving here, lol. Yeah, that's probably not happening anytime soon. Let's be real. Asmongold pulled you up in his chat right now. Oh, no, dude. What will I do? Oh, no, dude. Oh, no. The Roach Man. He can't talk too much about this Greenland stuff, so he's got to fucking talk about how Bro, Asmongold pulled you up now. Oh, no. How about he pull up some WikiHows on how to fucking wash his ass, dude?
As far as they're concerned, Gail, the U.S. will never control Greenland.
Yeah, and before you go, let's do a little deeper dive on this, because the president arrived, he brought lots of...
When I was in poli-sci class at college, I learned that 95% of NATO was made up of U.S. military. NATO is a protection racket for the American military-industrial complex. That's what it is. They're not going to teach you that in a fucking poli-sci class, obviously, because... one of those things, rent-free in your head. Brother, you can't say rent-free in your head when you're like a fan of Asmongold who's coming in here to tell me that he is covering me right now. Like, that's not how this works. You brought him up. You came here, you brought him up, I laughed it off, and now you're like, oh, rent-free, dude. Why do you live rent-free in Hasan's head in Asmongold's chat? And then he comes in here and he goes, oh, rent-free, dude. This is... It's impossible to deal with people this stupid, okay? You just can't. You just have to laugh. There's nothing you can do. No, he goes in there. He goes in there to say, oh, Hasan is always thinking about you. He's always talking about you. Why do you live rent-free? And Hasan says, and then he comes here and he goes, oh, dude, Asmongold lives rent-free in your head. Brother, the only person whose head I'm living in rent-free is your head. And let me tell you, okay, that shit's like a fucking duplex, empty though, okay? Ain't no furniture up in this bitch. I can hear the echo of my own voice because it's empty, except for just me, apparently. I am the only occupant, the sole occupant inside of your otherwise empty mind. I think these guys are harder to deal with than Bob is. You know what I mean? Hasan loves dogs. He talks about me every day in his chat, it seems. You're falling off and crashing out, and you're crashing out because you're falling off every admin chatter. I know. Hasan, stop falling for this low effort bait. I mean, every now and then I'll entertain it because it's funny.
Threats, lots of tension, got everybody all riled up, but he's leaving, it seems, some say, without much to show in regards especially to Greenland. Was this trip a success for him? What happened?
If the ultimate long-term goal is to ensure that NATO and the United States are guarding the Arctic Circle, that region, more closely, more carefully, putting more resources there, then the White House is going to argue they are on the verge of achieving that goal, because you've already seen NATO members send more troops just in recent days, and now there's going to be this talk about coming up with some new framework that expands that partnership. But he didn't leave with an agreement to take over the island entirely. There will be no U.S. military force, and Europe is quite upset with him. So, in essence, he didn't get necessarily what he wants, and he upset a lot of American allies.
Good afternoon. This is a perfect Trump move, okay? A perfect Trump move. He fucks things up irreparably, causes instability, and at the end of that process, he gets nothing out of it that he wouldn't have gotten if he went through the normal process and did not offend every fucking European leader. Art of the deal, another Trump classic. It's like the same as the tariffs. I'm doing tariffs. Everyone's like, oh, this is going to be American Prosperity Liberation Day. He's like, I'm taking the tariffs off. He's like, oh, art of the deal. You didn't win anything in the process. You did not win anything in the process. You lost in the process. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense at all. The initial construct that European vassal states exist under is already American domination. These guys basically spent the last couple of days begging to not be embarrassed, right? Saying like, listen, Mr. President, we have to go back to our own territory. We have to go back to our own countries, and we have to deal with our own people. Like, you're making us look like fucking fools. That was the real problem here for them. We would have given you any amount of Greenland sovereignty, any amount of Greenland space that you need, because you already own Greenland. You own Denmark, you own Greenland. These are NATO allies. You can just put a military base there. You can do whatever the fuck you want. Why do you have to embarrass us in the process? No, it definitely was not what they said. No, dude, I'm saying read between the fucking lines. That's what they are actually saying. They did say that. They kept repeating over and over again. What are you talking about? Denmark is a NATO ally. What do you think that means? What are you talking about? You had military bases on Greenland. You could have more military bases on Greenland. Why are you doing this? I did. Trump was shitting himself. Is this the cope from the Europeans? Is that what the new meta is? That they're like, they were able to, did you even watch his speech? What? He was vacant, dude. Yeah, that's insult to injury. People are saying Rutte, the man who called Trump daddy, who defended him at every single public moment he possibly could, with Trump's semen gargling in the back of his fucking throat, he actually tamed Trump? That's what people are saying? The meta is that EU forced Trump to back down? Oh my God. I mean, sure. Whatever floats your boat, man. Swish chatter here. I felt a bad aura from Trump being in our country. Need him deported ASAP. KW. I see multiple libs stating that he tamed Trump. Like, do they think because Rutte gave him the best blowjob of his life, like better than Laura Loomer ever could, and then he got like kind of tired after that, you know, because he nutted? Is that what people are, is that the assessment here? or that he nutted and Rutte kept sucking. And that's how he was able to manipulate Trump's body. He was like, oh, Rutte, please stop. No more. I came already, Rutte. And Rutte was like, no, daddy. No. I will keep going. Is that what happened? Rutte, you have so much stamina. You are a free spirit. I have to stand up for 3 hours later. Rutte, please stop. Until I see some motion, more even from like the likes of Mark Carney and many others, until I see some like serious motion, serious attempts at decoupling, serious attempts at like developing sovereignty from European leadership, I am not going to believe that this was a successful punishment for Donald Trump. Okay? It's because the deal he discussed with Rutte is effectively what the U.S. already has. The mining thing is a myth, per Greenland's prime minister. That's what I mean. He didn't get like anything additional, but he could have gotten this deal without doing any of this shit. Okay? He already had this deal. That's my point. My point is he already had this deal because of NATO. This deal has been around since 1951, chatters. Okay? Plus, he hasn't even gotten anything yet. We don't know what the actual deal is going to look like. But exclusive on Bloomberg from Alex Wickham, UK political editor for Bloomberg, says changes to the 1951 treaty to guarantee U.S.-based requirements, strengthen NATO role in the Arctic high north security, will include a multinational NATO command in Greenland under U.S. command, an economic component to be negotiated, including mining rights, measures to stop Russian and Chinese economic and military presence on Greenland. The U.S. stops threatening tariffs on Europe. So before Donald Trump turned around and said, I'm going to take over Greenland with my military, you're going to give me all of it, there was virtually no difference. This is literally the same fucking deal. This is the same deal. My point, I think it's difficult for people to comprehend what I'm trying to say here. What I'm trying to say is these are already vassal states, okay? Denmark is a vassal. Every NATO country is already under the protection racket of the American military industrial complex, and therefore these kinds of deals would be achieved without Donald Trump coming out and being like, I'm gonna fuck Greenland. Greenland is mine. I'm gonna molest it. It's my country to molest now. Okay? Yeah, but now China is mentioned. Yeah, how much you want to bet the Australian companies that like engage in mineral extraction in Greenland in the brief period of time where you can even do such a thing under the fucking icy tundra are still going to continue operating with the same Australian companies that have like what 9% Chinese ownership? They're going to still probably continue to operate in extraction in Greenland. So that's not going to change. Just like Venezuelan oil, if China still wants to purchase Venezuelan oil, will still go to China. You don't get it. Trump didn't make that deal, so it was bad. So he made a new one that looks exactly the same one that is good. I know, but this is when liberals basically behave in the same exact way that like Republicans behave. Like, remember when I was talking to Bob yesterday and I detailed out the JCPOA, but this time when Trump is doing it, it was good. Bob was like, I love that deal. Oh, sanctions. We are down to remove sanctions on Iran as long as we get assurances that they will not have nuclear arms. It's literally the same fucking deal that Obama put together. And liberals should be above this. Liberals should be above posturing with like pure anti-Trump sentiment. But in some ways, they do the exact same thing on the other side, right? And because Trump is wrong 99% of the time, you will usually be on the right side of an argument. But the reality of the matter is, this deal is the same as the deal that already existed, which is a deal where America already has dominance over Greenland. That's why people are saying Rutte was successful. They were supposedly able to get Trump to basically accept the status quo by sucking him off enough that he thought it was his own idea. A lot of diplomatic approaches that Trump is just flatter him, and it seems to work to an extent. Yeah, but my problem with this is Trump's instability here should cause European leadership to recognize that the previous mechanisms of control, the liberal world order, post-World War II world order, has basically created this system where European countries are vassals, okay? And therefore, they have no control over this process. So, like, sucking off Donald Trump is only, like, it's sucking off Donald Trump hard enough that you go back to, like, the previous formation where you're a happy vassal rather than an angry slave is not actually going to change the dynamic at all. You're still fucked. You're still getting fucked. Okay. Earlier, when you had 31K live viewers, Asman had 41K. Now you're sitting at 36,000 and he's sitting at 46,000. I know. It's because he's 10,000 viewer better than me in his commentary. I know. It is a weird predicament. I am aware. It's always 10K above. I don't know what it is. I'm sure it's normal. Okay. They're noticing. Yeah. I know. They keep saying it over and over again. I wonder what it is. He's generally 10 to 15% more entertaining than you. I agree. That's what I think too. And entertainment value, like saying, yeah, based over and over again, whenever Trump says something or does something, is actually 10% more entertaining than actually trying to address what Trump is trying to do, what the next steps might look like, why this is bad for other countries, where we're headed. I agree. In any case, let's continue. Mass panic yesterday when your banger MAGA segment brought the difference down to 3K. Were the roaches crawling around? You need to move your eyebrows more when you lie. Yeah, this is the classic Trump too. He did the same exact thing with NAFTA and the USMCA. It's virtually the same, but it has a new name, so now it's patriotic and based, while before it was lib and cringe. Yeah. Trump does this shit all the time. New shine, same old bullshit. Okay? You bid on a placement relative to competitors for a search term, so you can always have XX percentage more exposure than a competitor. Anyway, let's continue before we get back to Murderapolis, which I'm going to talk about in a second. Elon Musk gave a speech. I was listening to pieces of it earlier. Elon Musk jokes about Greenland push during surprise appearance at Davos.
Good night, everyone. It's great to see everybody here. It's been an amazing week here in Davos. Hopefully everybody saw that we are having conversations here. Hopefully everybody agrees. There are some conversations that we may have disagreed. There's many conversations that we may have agreed. But through those conversations, and I think today's result with a peace agreement earlier today, the World Economic Forum is here to have those conversations, to have understandings, and also resolution. So it's an important component of who we and what we are, and I'm thrilled to have Elon Musk here.
Hasan couldn't take Musk 1v1. You know what's another thing that liberals do that Trump another thing that liberals do that's like kind of similar to the pro-Trump side of things, where like MAGA will say, oh, Trump is actually doing a great job because he's demanding 5% of like European countries' GDP to be put back into arms sales. All right. And like liberals would get mad at that because Trump is doing it. Meanwhile, Barack Obama also had a similar policy, and Joe Biden actually carried over Trump's previous policies of holding European countries to account on the NATO side of things. So, like, you either have a pro-NATO position and you like it when Trump is doing it and you like it when Obama's doing it, or you have an anti-NATO position like I do, and you don't like it when either party is doing it. This is the fucking issue. Hasan, you got to start charging TikTokers for your jokes.
Ice, you mess with the wrong guy. Step up, Ice. Step up. It's gonna get really bad. It's gonna get really bad for you. I would not want to be you right now. You're in some deep shit, buddy. You're gonna get some trouble. I'm gonna count to 5. 1, 2. Get out of here. Get out of here. 2.5, 3. Time out. Time out, Ice. I'm a pushover. I don't have a spine. Well, no one likes you.
It's true. No. Wow, blistering.
He came all the way from California to be here to see all of you. So thank you, Elon.
You're most welcome.
God, I hate him.
I mean, I heard about the formation of the Peace Summit, and I was like, is that PIEC? You know, a little piece of Greenland, a little piece of Venezuela.
we got one.
Oh my God, dude. Bro, I swear to God, I think he should go to jail just for that. I'm not kidding. Like, I think he should be in prison for just that joke. Like, not any of the other stuff. Like, I think his assets should be stripped of him. I think the government should take complete control over all of his assets, and they should put him in jail for that joke. He's jester maxing? Yeah. Elon Musk. I learned that jester maxing is now much better than doing the stiff arm approach. Yeah, I love clavicular. Damn, no wonder Grimes was fucking looking at you like prime rib. This shit's rotten. I don't think that's that's not, that's not what happened. Okay, come on, calm down. Oh God, it is rotten though. This shit is rotten.
All we want is peace.
Okay, I'm going to, as I said, I'm a pretty proud CEO of BlackRock since we went public. The compounding return of BlackRock to our shareholders was 21%. Since Elon took Tesla public, his compounded return is 43%. This is just another advertisement for everybody, especially for Europeans. This is why more citizens should be investing with growth, investing with their countries. Imagine if a lot of pension funds invested with Elon when...
This wins the internet today. These people rule our planet, okay? If you cannot comprehend that meritocracy is a lie by just looking at the existence of Elon Musk, the wealthiest person on the planet, potentially the first trillionaire on the planet, nothing is going to cause you to understand the reality, okay? You will never see the truth. That's like, this is the insult to injury, okay? The injury is the existence of billionaires, but the insult is that they get to live amongst us and also behave like this and win favor with the fucking crowd. Okay? There are people out there who have reduced themselves, who have debased themselves so thoroughly that they do not see themselves as human beings, but just mere barely sentient organisms that play a role in defending and propping up this fucking system and the billionaires that represent all of the excesses, the gross excesses of this unjust system that we exist under. It is crazy. It is crazy how much these motherfuckers cheerlead people like Elon Musk. I cannot deal with it, man. How do you have no self-respect? Oh. Now that gold is over 4K, I'm gonna have this. Sai. It's Mansa Musa of Timbuktu if we take into account inflation, lol. How many will call this out? Why is a rabbi on the World Economic Forum stage referring to white people as the old Europeans?
Especially in Germany, you are facing a rise of anti-Semitism, but we are facing this all over the world. So I would like to hear what is your perspective on this.
Oh, he's signaling. It's like my favorite thing to watch is like the white identitarians constantly talk about how like Jews are actually waging war against the whites. Okay. I love watching it because on the one hand, it's like, the fuck do you mean white identitarians? Like what, like, do you have sovereignty as a nation state or not? Like there is no like ethnic allegiance amongst all whites. Okay. There's never been a fucking period of time in history where white people have actually united. Okay. White people have been killing each other for hundreds of fucking years. Okay. I'm not even going to link that trademark Elon tweet this time. Megaphonics, you want to link it so fucking bad. Look at him. Look at him in the chat. Look at him in the chat. He wants to link it so bad. Chatter of the year, by the way. Low Kirk, there's nothing that you do that is low Kirkuency, okay? They united to enslave and exploit Africa. Yeah, even then they were fighting amongst one another, though. That's what I'm saying. Even then they were fighting. There's never been a moment where these motherfuckers haven't stopped fighting. Like the notion of like a united white front is ridiculous. And even then you have to ask like which kinds of white? Yeah, it wasn't pretty, but it brought them closer. True. Yeah, there is no common white identity. There's never been a common white identity historically. It doesn't exist. It's so fucking stupid. The only place where you can arrive at something close to that is the United States of America. And even then, like, our races don't even know how to do racism right. It's on autopilot. White supremacy is on autopilot here. There is no disciplined white supremacist movement or organizing in this country beyond like some of these different fucking formations. But most racist whites in the United States of America will just be like, yeah, I mean, it's fine. I like the racism component. I think it's all right, you know, but I like my treats a lot more than I care about fucking defending white supremacy. Don't encourage them. I'm not even encouraging them. It's just like not true. They're in ICE. Brother, most of ICE is black and brown. Okay. They are militants for a white nativist anti-immigrant agenda. But like that in and of itself is ironically the point I'm making. Like it's the most, fascism requires organizational discipline. Fascism requires ideological discipline. Fascism requires reading. Most Americans are too stupid to engage in it, okay? That's it. Not to say that fascists in Europe aren't stupid. They are. Just our version of that is never as disciplined as it could be, okay? It's on autopilot. The expressions of fascism in America is on autopilot, okay? It's just happening in the background at all, at different points throughout time. On any given day, there is an expression of fascism in the form of white supremacy that exists, that is baked into all of our institutions, right? But it's not something that is like rigorously trained. It's not something that people are constantly fucking thinking about or reinforcing. It's a very different version of racism and fascism. And even then, it's the closest that you can get to like a black-white identitarian movement, okay? And even then, it's kind of fucking dumb to be like, oh yeah, we're all a part of the united white race.
The 7th of October has created turbulence in the whole world, a tremendous rise of anti-Semitism, organized, state-sponsored in many instances, in universities, on the streets, and a rise of 500%, maybe some instances to 1,000% of anti-Semitic acts. And there has also been a reaction of Europe. I think the rise of the extreme right in many European countries is a response to the insecurity felt by the old Europeans, so-called old Europeans, regarding the new immigrants who came from the Middle East. So I think that
not
fighting
shocking.
Islamophobia and anti-Semitism is an interest of both religions and both communities. And when we do it together, it's going to be much more useful. We have created under also the Saudi umbrella more than 10 years ago, the Muslim Jewish Leadership Council, and which was successful. And we believe that we have to go this way if we want to make sure that every European can live in peace and walk in peace in the streets.
This is the president of the Conference of European Rabbis talking about the old Europeans.
What is happening? What's the fucking issue here? I don't even understand. Like, what is this Nazi chirping about? And why is Elon Musk responding to this fucking guy? Guys, I hate Israel. Everybody knows I hate Israel. It's it's the reason why I'm considered the #1 op. These guys yell more about me being anti-Semitic than actual anti-Semites with regular frequency. But I just don't even understand what the fuck these Nazis are complaining about. Like, all the goddamn time. It's like, oh, they said it's the old Europeans. They're calling the whites old. Oh, they are replacing. It's a white replacement. They are doing a white replacement. It's like, shut the fuck up, bro. Shut up. Shut up. Nothing that dude said was actually offensive beyond the fact that he basically said October 7 is the reason why there is a systemic Jew hatred that is happening everywhere. And it's not because of Israel's constantly fucking doing unlimited violence to others while also masquerading as the fucking single-handed North Star of an entire people and their religion, okay? Doing everything, doing the very same thing as the fucking Nazis did to the Jews and others as well, but masquerading it as like a religious conflict or masquerading it as like doing it at the behest of religion. Yeah, that is the reason why there's a fuck ton of backlash. Hamas Piker, revolting person. Yeah, no, that person was memeing about what Jonathan Greenblatt calls me. Anyway, it's just, I can't believe that fucking Elon Musk would like reply to, I mean, I can believe it. What am I talking about? Of course, unacceptable thing for him to say. Unacceptable. Even his like Nazi shit is kind of fake too. On the one, it's like, it reminds me of JD Vance. You know what I mean? JD Vance's wife is Indian. His kids are Indian. New one on the way, by the way. Congratulations. And he always has to be like, yeah, I hate my Indian wife who's going to go to hell because she's not Christian, right? Am I cool, guys? Am I base? It's like, bro, what are you talking about? And even with the same thing with Elon Musk, he's like, on the one hand, he's like, I love the Nazis. I love the white identitarian movement. Oh, yeah, based. Oh, it's so good. It's so cool. Oh, it's so based. I hate when Jews are saying things about white people. I hate it. But it's like at the same time, he's like the #1 dick rider of Israel. So I feel like all of this stuff is just fake, you know? They're all fucking fake demons. All of them. And as long as you're pro-Israel, it don't matter. You can say whatever the fuck you want. You can Sig Heil twice on the podium on the day of the inauguration, and, you know, no one is going to get mad at you, really, because at least you're performatively protecting the whites. Yeah.
Tesla went public.
Well, I mean, yesterday we saw with Bob that you can think Jews in Israel control the world, but also love Israel and all that it does. Yeah, that was crazy. I thought I would have got him on that one, but nope. He stood firmly. He was like, you know what I hate more than... He's like, you know what I hate more than Jews? Muslims. Like, that was truly the like, I thought I hit the wall on that one. You know what I mean? Like the logical limit. I thought we were limit breaking. I thought that was going to be a moment where he was like, you know what? I'll give that to you. Nope. You reminded him of his days in the Crusades. That was pretty fucking wild.
And how much we return with all the pension funds that invested side by side.
I don't know what's going to happen in 10 years, but the rate at which AI is progressing.
I truly don't understand how you could be the wealthiest person on the planet, clearly care about the way you look, and still fail so spectacularly. Like, you're still fat as fuck. You still have this like crazy barrel chest. I don't even know how you fix that, to be honest. And your hairline is receding once again. How is this possible? You're the wealthiest person on the fucking planet. How is this possible? Not to get all clavicular up in your ass, but I don't understand it. I genuinely don't understand it. Like, you either don't give a shit and you're, goated like Gaben, right? Gaben is free. He doesn't care, right? He's awesome. He looks cool. And you just like kind of lean into it. Or you give a shit and you, do what you need to do to Mog. Like fucking, what's his face? Like Mark Zuckerberg. You get hit with the Dominican ray like Mark Zuckerberg or Jeff Bezos. Elon Musk gives a shit, gives far too much of a shit, as a matter of fact, while simultaneously looking like shit. How is that possible?
I think we might have AI that is smarter than any human by the end of this year, and I would say no later than next year. Wow. And then probably by 2030 or 2031, call it 5 years from now, AI will be smarter than all of humanity collectively.
Oh, no, it won't. Oh my gosh, shut the fuck up. These guys, everyone that is invested in AI has to fucking constantly talk about how AI is going to save the world, but it's also so powerful that it's going to delete the world. And please give us another $1 trillion, please. That's all these motherfuckers are doing. Meanwhile, you can't have RAM, you can't have GPUs. Sucks to suck. Your electricity bill is going to fucking triple. And that's it. This man has never been correct on any prediction that he's ever made, ever. Okay? He is a known fabulist. He is a known charlatan. And it doesn't even fucking matter because the stock market is fake. It's the most fake it's ever been. And it will continue to be fake. It will get even faker. AI is not smart. It's not intelligent. It's the accumulation of human content. It has biased shit in its corruptive data. Lots of issues. Really, Elon's a dumbass. He's not an inventor. He's an investor. I know. I just don't. You should say you're all in on Doge so that he'll have to self-destruct. I guess the only reason why AI will be smarter than the average person is because the average person is getting dumber and dumber in America, partially because they're relying heavily on AI. It's a never-ending cycle of getting dumber and dumber. Thank you. I just like generative AI is the least important and most dirty component of all of these AI initiatives. And the only reason why they lean heavily into generative AI is because it's the one that is the most accessible to the fucking normies. The dumbest normies, specifically. LLMs and generative AI is straight up the dumbest version of fucking AI. There is utilization for AI. A lot of smart people are utilizing AI already. We've talked about it. We've talked about it with respect to what they're doing in the field of medicine, and running tests on all these different chemical compounds, things like that. AI, the most protein folding, shit like that. That's all great. But AI in the majority use case is just like generative AI and LLMs, and they're dog shit. They're very stupid. They're engaging. They're making people engage in cognitive offloading. It's making them dumber and more reliant on an inconsistent chatbot that could potentially tell them fake shit very confidently. I mean, I even saw Ryan Grimm fall for it. It happens. You could be smart. You could be a great journalist, and you can still kind of fall for it, especially when you have a bias to believe that there is, it's feeding you information that you think is reliable. What I'm referring to, of course, is like the grok thing that a lot of these accounts have been doing about whether or not AI or whether or not Twitter is actually lowering their, like boosting certain accounts in the algorithm on Twitter, or if Twitter is actually deboosting their account so that it's not as visible. Grok does not have access to this kind of information. Like, it can't give you lines of code that shows you how Twitter is deboosting you in the algorithm. Like, that kind of stuff is dumb. It's just like, and people still believe it, no matter how smart they are, especially if they're biased in a particular direction. Jeff Bezos advises aspiring Gen Z entrepreneurs to start at the real world jobs like McDonald's or Palantir before starting a business. Nope, not sure why Polymarket made this up. Jeff Bezos, my Dominican king, replied to Polymarket. That's my boss, guys. I'm a company man through and through. Lauren Sanchez even said your name one time. That was before your ban. Wait, what? No, that's not real. You just made that up, right? I meant in the bedroom. Oh, dude. Jesus Christ. I believed it for a second. Did you see Jeff at the holiday party? Bitch, I'm not invited to those holiday parties. And even if I was, I would not go. Come on. I am very happy with Jeff Bezos never knowing who I am. I already have a sneaking suspicion that he might know who I am, and I don't want him to know who I am. Do you understand? I have been perceived by Elon Musk already far too many times, and I don't like it. Okay? Elon Musk was tagging Jeff Bezos on Twitter to get him to ban me on Twitch, and that was not a fun time for me. Okay? If anything, I hope he never finds out who I am, or if he does, I hope he at least appreciates my existence due to our mutual distaste of Elon Musk. That's what I will lean into if push comes to shove. You know what I mean? I'd be like, Daddy Jeff Bezos, please do not laser me. Please do not chop my body up into fucking different bits and pieces with your private military contractors and then send me into space, because Elon Musk, a man that you hate, hates me just as much as he hates you. Just don't get his wife on stream. Oh, his ex-wife is more likely. Let's be real. His ex-wife is more likely to come on stream, or at least fund some initiative that I'm involved in. But I will never let that happen, because like I said, it is much better to not be perceived by these people, okay?
Aliens among us. And I'll say that I am one, but...
Or you're from the future.
They don't believe me.
Okay.
But I think if anyone would know if there are aliens among us, it would be me. We have 9,000 satellites up there, and not once have we had to maneuver around an alien spaceship. So I'm like, I don't know. Bottom line is, I think we need to assume that life and consciousness is extremely rare, and it might only be us. And if that's the case, then we need to do everything possible to ensure that the light of consciousness is not extinguished, because we're effectively, the way I view it is, the image in my mind is of a tiny candle in a vast darkness. A tiny candle.
Can you and I reverse aging in this new history, or are we going to see it?
I haven't.
Dude, he's the biggest charlatan. I swear to God, if he says it is possible to reverse aging, I'm betting on the opposite of that. He has never had a correct prediction, and he has never said the truth about the technological innovation that's coming out of any of his companies. This is a man who, I believe, 15 years ago said In the next 5 to 10 years, we're going to occupy Mars. We're going to colonize Mars. Okay? When she and Putin are talking about living to 150 years and how it's actually possible, I'll believe it. If Elon Musk says it, well, kind of makes me reverse my position on the whole thing, okay?
I haven't put much time into the aging stuff. I do think it is a very solvable problem. Like you can, I think when we figure,
yeah, the very solvable problem. It's like the number one thing that every wealthy and powerful person has tried to fucking combat since the beginning of time. Anyone with a modicum of power has tried to literally combat this. He's like, oh, it's just very solvable. Yeah.
Figure out what causes aging. I think we'll find it's incredibly obvious. It's not a subtle thing. The reason I say it's not a subtle thing is because all the cells in your body, you know, with some pretty much age at the same rate. I've never seen someone with an old left arm and a young right arm ever in my life. So why is that? That means that there must be a clock, a synchronizing clock, that is synchronizing across 35 trillion cells in your body. You know, there is some benefit to death, by the way. It's like there's a reason why we don't actually have a longer lifespan, because if people do live forever for a very long time, I think there's some risk of an ossification of society, of things just getting kind of locked in place, and you know, it just may become stultifying, just not lack vibrancy. But that said, do I think?
Yes, dude. Yes, you have no fucking. You are such a non-human that he can't even fucking say death is what makes life worth living, because it's finite that you're supposed to enjoy it. If it's infinite, then obviously humanity and what drives us changes and it alters everything. But no, he can't even fucking say that. He has to be like, oh, it's we'll ossify. There's ossifying. He's a ketamine abuser? I don't know.
I think we'll figure out ways to extend life and maybe even reverse aging. I think that's highly likely.
This is what happens when you don't ever read a book or never ponder the meaning of existence, okay? You don't ever read a book. You don't have a moment to yourself where you're just like trapped in your own mind thinking about why things happen. You know, this is what happens. Open Presents with another 100 gifted subs. I don't know what the hell's going on. Open Presents is showering me together today. Kai Cenat speaks better, bruh. Yeah, because Kai Cenat actually is reading books now, unlike Elon Musk, who has never read.
Mr. President, thank you so much for talking with us today.
Thank you.
You have talked about this framework, the beginning of a framework that you've spoken with the NATO secretary about. Can you tell us anything about that? Does this ultimately mean that the U.S. will ultimately acquire Greenland?
Well, I don't know if I can say that, but it could be. I mean, it's possible. Anything's possible. But in the meantime, we're getting everything we wanted: total security, total access to everything, have as many bases, have all the equipment that we want. And very importantly,
he read Mein Kampf at least 3 times. Stop fucking lying so much. No, not even. No. He doesn't even read shit that would like at least give him some intellectual basis on all the wrong stuff that he believes and spreads, okay? He's not reading shit. I'm gooning to you and Trump. Okay, Mark Rutte, chill. I'm gooning, yeah. Zaddy is on screen, yeah, I'm gooning. Oh, I'm gooning so hard.
You know, we're building the Golden Dome, we call it. It was called the Iron Dome. Somehow the Golden Dome sounded a little bit better.
Yes, that's what I call myself, is a Golden Dome. I'm Mark Rutte, and this is Daddy.
We have a technology that's second to none. You saw what we did with Israel, and that's our genius that did that, and it's amazing. It's just, it's foolproof, and we're going to be building it, and it works much better when we have access to Greenland. Just covers more territory, covers it more accurately. Missiles will be more accurate by having it. It's very important strategically as a piece, and we will have everything we want. We're getting everything we want at no cost.
So the Golden Dome will be on Greenland?
A piece of it, yes, and it's a very important part because it's everything comes over Greenland. If the bad guys start shooting, it comes over Greenland. So we knock it down. It's pretty infallible. It's amazing. Ronald Reagan had the idea a long time ago, but we didn't have any technology at that point. The concept was great, but there was no technology. Now we have unbelievable technology. I mean, virtually 100%.
So what are we talking about? An acquisition of Greenland? Are you going to pay for it?
We're talking about it. It's really being negotiated now, the details of it, but essentially it's total access. It's there's no end. There's no time limit. We're not doing a 99 or a 10-year or anything else, the famous 99-year deals that you hear about, because countries can't do it for that. Countries go on longer. And so I think it's going to be something that's very well. Already it's being reviewed very well. Well, I noticed the stock market went up very substantially after we announced it. But the details are being negotiated now. It'll be very good.
So because the GDP of Greenland is like $3.3 billion, but people are valuing Greenland of between $50 billion and almost $1 trillion. So what are you willing to pay for Greenland?
Well, I'm not going to have to pay anything. We're going to have total access to Greenland. We're going to have all military access that we want. We're going to be able to put what we need on Greenland because we want it. We're talking about national security and international security. So we're going to not have to pay anything other than the fact that we are building the goal.
Hasan, what books do you read, and why is it feminist literature? I don't read any feminist literature. Let's be real. That's like my biggest area of weakness. That and like, I don't know, stock market shit, maybe. Like, there's a number one gripe that people have with me. How dare you? Men, it's true.
Golden Dome, and the Golden Dome is going to be something that's going to be very amazing. It'll be Israel times probably 100. And we need it. I think we need it. And it's all going to be made in the United States. We have the best weapons in the world. We have the best companies in the world. We want them to produce faster. And, we've put a mandate out. You're going to have to produce faster, whether it's the Patriots or the Tomahawks or the F-35s or anything else. We make the best equipment, but they have to make it a lot faster.
And you've said you want a defense budget of $1.5 trillion for 2027. How do you pay for that with a $37 trillion debt load?
Yeah, the money that's coming.
So why can't you address it and grow? There's only a finite amount of time throughout the day. That's it. Why am I being derailed? Come on, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. Enough.
Astronomical. We'll be taking in over $600 billion this year alone in tariffs, and that's because we're doing it nice and easy. We're not even doing it strongly. We hope we have a good decision from the Supreme Court. If we don't, we figure something else, but it certainly makes life a lot easier if we have that decision that we're waiting for. If we don't, we'll do something else. But we have a lot of money coming in. We have a tremendous success. We have over $18 trillion. It could be when I get the final numbers, could be more than that now because, that was a month and a half ago, but we have $18 trillion coming into the country in the form of investments. We have thousands of businesses being built all over the country. And you see it, you report on it better than anybody else. I appreciate that. But, when you think of 18 trillion plus, no country's done anywhere near that. Like, that's probably 4 times, 5 times more than any other country's ever done.
And I always say money goes where it's treated best.
Well,
so you've got the right policies, obviously.
But they want to be treated good. They want to know that, we have a country that's hot. We had a dead country 1 year ago. This was a dead under Biden. You know that better than anybody, but we were a dead country. The king of Saudi Arabia said it to me. I use it all the time. He said, 1 year ago you were a dead country. Now you have the hottest country in the world. We're the hottest country in the world.
Mr. President, are our relations with Europe deteriorating or worsening? I mean, French President Macron called the Greenland situation colonialism. European leaders have these emergency.
I'll be honest. I think they're still cucked. I don't think it's changing. I think these guys just want to go back to business as usual desperately. Their entire existence revolves around this. Or if there is a transition going from liberalism to fascism, they want to be the ones who make that transition happen. And they want to land as gently as possible in that direction. If you step foot in Tallahassee, you will be reduced to atoms. Hold, I'm almost done. Hold still and maintain eye contact. Would you say you're a hood vegan or a light-skinned cheerleader? If you step foot in Tallahassee, you will be reduced to atoms. Yeah, I think I'm going to be all right on that one. That's a Los Pollos meme. Bro, don't you ever think about stepping foot in Little Rock, Arkansas. Los Pollos reference, my bad. Okay.
Talks to try to...
that guy hates me, dude. Los Pollos fucking hates me.
Retaliate or stop your plans.
I got ops that I don't even know about. You know what I mean? I got ops that I thought all he did was just Drake and drive and talk about how Drake is so awesome. I didn't even realize he had like political opinions. You know what I mean? It's so funny. Montana has your number, bro. Oh, hell no. Yeah. All the D1 Drake riders hate you, to be honest. Yeah, because they all are suspiciously on kick. He fell for Twitter clips. I mean, the Europeans have come up with an ingenious compromise. If they give Trump the Sudetenland, surely he won't go for the rest of Czechoslovakia. Yep. Member states discuss a compromise in which Denmark would give the United States sovereignty over small pockets of Greenlandic land. Degenerate vassals serving a degenerate empire is true. Okay? The principle here is that Trump rules over you. Okay? He rules over you. He rules over the continent. He rules over all. And the reality of the matter is, today, it's pieces of Greenland. Tomorrow, it could be Norway. You fucked that pronunciation up. Sudetenland. Did I fuck it up again? I don't fucking know how to say it. Sudetenland. Sudetenland. Sudden death in land. Anyway. They think, I think the liberals think that, you know, they can just be happy vassals rather than angry slaves. They can continue being happy vassals. They want to continue being happy vassals, and they're fine with what comes next. That's what I think. Maybe I'm wrong, but we'll see.
You're threatening France with 200% tariffs on wine and champagne. There's been a real reaction from the European group. So,
well, they put a service charge on us, you know, which is something that they're going to have to remove. I think we get along good, but, you know, I've always debated, we are always going to be there for them, but will they be there for us? I've always said that, you know, if we ever needed them, because NATO has very much been a one-way street. We actually paid, until I came along, we were paying for, I think we paid 100% the cost of NATO. They weren't paying and we were paying. We have hundreds of thousands of soldiers in Germany. We have 50,000 soldiers in other countries. We have a lot of soldiers, not only Europe and other places. And, we want that to be reciprocal. We want to be liked and respected. So I've always said, and we get along very well with NATO, I think, but I've always said, will they be there if we ever needed them? And that's really the ultimate test. And
bro, I was talking to Felix about this. I saw an old clip of Trump from like 2015, 2016, where he's talking about like women wearing the hijab and shit. And he is so devoid of the sauce. Okay. He had the juice. He had the sauce. He has fucking lost it. I don't know if you guys have ever seen that clip. It was a new one for me. But he's like, it's like when he's going, why the hell do I care about this? Where it's a classic, but I had not seen it. Okay. I had not seen him. Let's pull it up. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. I'm going to see if I can, because I sent it to Felix. And let me see if I can fucking pull it up on my phone real quick, or at least like. Maybe someone can actually show me. Back in the day, everyone used to always say, whenever I said Felix, people would say, oh, Felix Langiel, XQC. Nowadays, no one says it, except there are still some people saying it in the chat. That's crazy. That's funny. That's sad, but good job, guys. Oh, here, this is it. This is it.
Would we be better off, as an example, in Iraq? What are we doing? What are we doing? The migration was caused by Iraq, by Libya, by this. We want to give people freedom? We're not going to have our own freedom pretty soon if we keep doing this. We're not going to have our own freedom. They don't want freedom. It's like I saw somebody, I won't even say because it's embarrassing. We want it where the women over there don't have to wear the you-know-what. And then I said, oh, well, that makes sense. That's nice. Then I saw women interviewed. They said, we want to wear them. We've worn them for 1,000 years. Why would anybody tell us not to? They want to. What the hell are we getting involved for? In fact, it's easier. You don't have to put up makeup. Look how beautiful everyone looks. Wouldn't it be easier? Wah. Right? Wah. Wouldn't that be easy? I'll tell you, if I was a woman, I don't want to. Wah. I'm ready, darling. Let's go. It's true.
Bro, that's literally 9 years ago, man. That's July 20. That's 10 years ago almost. Like, look at that. He basically takes a position, a non-interventionist position, by still hitting on a very right-wing thing, and then justifies it. Brother, he has not changed one bit. Are you you just watched this? Now listen to him now.
I'm not sure of that.
Look at his face and look at his statements.
I know that we would have been there, or we would be there. But will they be there? And let's hope that that never happens. We've never needed them. We have never really asked anything of them. They'll say they.
Israeli media reports Trump preparing a strike on Iran. Yeah, I told you guys that once the fucking cruisers were lined up in and around Israel so they can defend, the only important nation on the planet, Israel, Am Israel Chai, of course. I hope everyone said their 10 Am Israel Chais. Only after that will they actually even entertain striking Iran.
Send some troops to Afghanistan or this or that. And they did. They stayed a little off the front lines. But we've been very good to Europe and to many other countries. And, now under my administration, that began because we had a very successful first term. That began then, but it has to be a two-way street. And it's been a two-way street, much more so. And now it's really been a two-way street.
So what should we expect from the European countries? I mean, they've got this EU...
Yeah, 2016, 2 was. 2026, 0 was. No wah. Wah.
Anti-coercion instrument that would be, services, impacting our services, as you said. And then the Danish pension fund said that they're going to exit U.S. treasuries, $100 million treasuries at the end of December. European countries hold trillions of stocks and bonds from the U.S. Do you worry that they would start selling those in retaliation?
If they do, they do. But, if that would happen, there would be a big retaliation on our part. And we have all the cards.
Mm-hmm. And how much of all of this, you've been so tough on so much. I mean, Venezuela, Iran, et cetera, a long list. How much of this is messages to China and Russia as well?
I think they see what happens. Look, we attacked Iran. We wiped out their nuclear capacity one night. This was supposed to have been done for the last 25 years, and it wasn't by American presidents. And we did it, and it was a tremendous success. We wiped out, as you know, al-Baghdadi, that's ISIS, the founder of ISIS, and he was rebuilding ISIS. I knocked him out first term. Soleimani, that was a big one. He's the father of the roadside bomb. All the young people that you see without arms and legs, and their face was blown to pieces. And that was 95% sure it was al-Baghdadi. He was the father of the roadside bomb. He's gone. Now he's white.
He has such a beautiful way with words, man. Al-Baghdadi died like a dog, father of the roadside bomb.
Out. And recently Venezuela. But a big one was, you take a look at what we did. We would not have peace in the Middle East if we didn't take out the nuclear capacity from Iran. We wiped it out. Operation Midnight Hammer, it's called. And that was an incredible feat. Every single bomb went right down those chutes and exploded. 100,000-pound bombs, massive.
I think he thinks his first name was Al. Yeah. Al. Like Allen Iverson. Al-Baghdadi. Lots of Al's. Everyone always says Muhammad is the most popular name in the region, but I think it's Al. Al this, Al that, and then followed by Bean. Al and Bean. Everyone's got a name where they say, oh, this guy is Al. Weird Al Yankovic.
Bombs, they went right through. In the dark of night, no moon, no anything. Every single bomb hit its target perfectly. And then recently Venezuela, that was, some people think that was sort of the most amazing because this was in a major military fort, one of the biggest military forts, went in, did the job, came out. Nobody can believe it happened. Nobody killed, no equipment lost. Pretty amazing.
It could be that what you did in Venezuela galvanized the people of Iran, and I want to get your take on next steps because you told the people of Iran you're with them. Help is on the way. We understand from reports at least 20,000 people are dead. How do you know they're no longer killing citizens, and will you finish the job?
Well, I hear two different reports. I mean, I hear different numbers, much different than those numbers. But I will say that they were going to hang 837 people that you know about, and that was sort of a done deal. And I said, if you do that, you're going to pay a big price. You're going to get hit harder than anybody's ever been hit before. And they decided not to do that. So they didn't hang those people on Thursday. Last Thursday, they were going to hang. Can you believe it? We're talking about this?
No.
That's from 1,000 years ago, right? But that's what we're dealing with. And yet smart, cunning people. But it's an ancient way of life. They were going to hang 837 people. And I said, in the very strongest of language, don't do it. And they didn't do it, so that was a big thing. And from there, we'll see what happens. I mean, that's the last we had to do with them for a little while. But if we didn't take out their nuclear threat, there would not be peace in the Middle East. Nobody could have done it. They were all afraid. They were afraid. They used to say the bully of the Middle East, that Iran was the bully of the Middle East. Now, they're not such an effective bully anymore.
Well, if they keep killing people, will you go back?
Well, I don't want to talk about that because I don't want to put myself in a position. I can't say that. I don't want to say it because I think it would be stupid for me to say that.
And I get that. I want to turn to the economy, Mr. President, because when I first interviewed you, when you first came back, it was about a month after the inauguration for your second term. I asked you, Mr. President, what do you want the economy to look like in 4 years? And you were very clear. You said, I want the private sector to rule the day. And since then, in the last year, you've taken a 10% stake in Intel. You've taken a stake in MP, Mountain Pass. You told the defense companies 2 weeks ago, don't pay any dividends, don't do buybacks until you produce the weapons that we need. So please explain to our audience, how is that free market capitalism?
Well, it's very free market. We have defense companies that were making a fortune. They were buying back stock with all their money, and then they come to us for money if they want to, we want to buy something or we want to have plants built, and they'd say, could you loan us the money? And they'd be doing tens of billions of dollars of stock buybacks. So I'm not letting them do it. I want them to put money into, we have the best equipment in the world, the Patriots, the Tomahawks, the F-35s, all of our equipment's the best. Other countries want it, and we want it. We need more. It takes too long to get it. I said, we're not going to do that anymore. So also, they were making tremendous amounts of money. I mean, 25, 50, $37 million a year. That's a lot of money. That's almost as much as you make. You work harder.
Not.
You work harder than them. No, but, they were making, I asked one of the gentlemen, what are you making? Sir, I make $24 million a year. How come it takes me 5 years to get your particular thing that they make, right? So I put a cap on that for a period of time. I said, you have to build more plants. When we need Tomahawks, I want them within 24 hours. When we need any kind of a Patriot or whatever I want to have it quickly. I don't want to be waiting 3 years for it. What kind of a thing is that? And you make all this money. And I'm prohibiting them from doing stock buyback. And they haven't even complained about it.
Well, so free market capitalism, unless it's a national security issue?
Look, it's free market. It's stupid market letting that take. Why would I let them do stock buybacks and we give them, the businesses from us? So I want to buy, and interestingly, their stocks went up because we raised the budgets. Our budgets are high. We're going to buy more military equipment. We have to. In this world, we have to. We have the strongest military. I rebuilt the military in my first term. We have the strongest military we've ever had. And we're going to keep it that way. And you get a little glimpse of that with Iran nuclear, but you got a really very current glimpse from 2 weeks ago with Venezuela.
Yeah.
We have the smartest, we have the strongest, we have the best equipment. They had a lot of anti-aircraft stuff that didn't exactly work too well.
Well, thank God for our military and for our commander-in-chief on that.
We have the greatest, strongest military in the world, and we make the best equipment. We have to make it faster.
Mr. President, let me talk about affordability, because just in the last 100 days, you announced a list of things that you want to be putting in place, bringing down the cost on a number of things, the 10% cap on credit cards, $200 billion in purchases of mortgage-backed securities, banning institutions from owning single-family homes. How soon would you expect those policies to actually move the needle on cost?
Well, I think they're going to kick in pretty quickly, but
someone said he must have been told he only has X months to live, and I think that's right. Dude, I feel like he'd be crazier than this if he only had a couple months to live. I feel like he'd be doing way crazier shit. And I mean like way crazier shit. I think that's just cope in general. The idea that like a tyrant, a brutal tyrant will not be deposed by the people, but instead will go away with divine intervention. I think that's just like maximalist cope. Hate to break it to you guys, that's just not how that works. Okay. Having said that, however, it would be far crazier than what we were seeing so far, I think.
We're doing great on affordability. That's a word that the Democrats made up. They're the ones that caused the problem. When I inherited this,
Yeah, same with Erdogan. Yeah, Democrats made up the word affordability is awesome. Brother, you won on affordability. You promised affordability. That was your signature promise.
I came into office, I had eggs that were 5 times higher than they ever were, and the people were screaming at me. Remember the famous, 2 days after I come into, what about eggs?
We're all becoming Turks, Lamau. Yes, the fate of all mankind is to inevitably become Turkified. It's happening with Europe. That's what I was thinking of the other day, where it's like Europe is basically Turkey now. They're also in NATO. They're becoming Turkified. They get like little side deals here and there, and it makes them feel powerful. It makes them feel strong in this allegiance that they have with the United States of America. And then America still rolls over them whenever they see fit. Exactly like Turkey. Except I think Erdogan knows that he is supposed to be a lapdog to America. And he has figured out a way to wheel and deal like little things. And by that, by little things, I mean usually always, killing Kurds. That's the little thing that he can extract out of both the European leadership and also the Western leadership. Or outside of that, that's foreign policy. The little things that he can extract is Europeans and the Western world turning a blind eye when he jails his entire opposition and shit, He's like, oh, yeah, you did Syria. Fine. You get a lot of enmity. You get a lot of heat from Israel now. And we'll give you a couple drone strikes on Kurdish territories. And we'll, turn a blind eye to you jailing every fucking opposition figure in the country.
About eggs.
Yeah. I just got to office.
I said, do we have a problem with eggs? I just got here, right? and we have that down now lower. But food prices are coming down. Look at gasoline, $1.99 in a lot of places. We're down to $1.99 in a lot of places. We're $2.30 overall, but we're down to $1. It was $4.50, $500. I mean, think of it. It was you were spending in a lot of places over $5. We have it at $1.99. That's better than any tax cut. In addition, the great big beautiful bill just kicked in. And now you have no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security for our seniors, no tax on overtime.
So good.
That bill is going to have a huge, and you have, of course, the 1 year deduction from, build a plant and you can deduct it.
I was just going to say the depreciation seems like it's really having an impact on small
We have
business.
thousands of businesses being built all over the country. There's never been a time like this in our country.
Where? What are you saying? Where? Where is there growth? The only growth is in the stock market. And even then, it's just for like 4 companies. And it's not like they're hiring new people either. Where's the fucking growth? They're just building AI data centers. That's it. That's it. Growth is in everything's casino. Everything is computer. Everybody transgender. That's it. It's one big AI circle jerk. Where is the fucking growth? Yeah, also healthcare. True. To a certain degree, healthcare is growing because boomers are getting even older. Older than you've never seen before. But healthcare always grows. And even healthcare's growth rate has been stunted. It's fucking dog shit. People can't find jobs. They're like, if you're under the age of 40, you've just given up. If you're under the age of 40 and you don't currently have a job, you're fucked. And on top of that, he's cutting so many things that are supposed to make things more affordable, like subsidies, right? Like the current system that we have for healthcare is already busted, and they're making it worse. And he's over here being like, everything's great. Everyone's growing.
Country. And, a lot of that's the $18 trillion that's pouring in. I spoke with Eli Lilly the other day. He's a great guy, a great leader. And I said, what are you doing? He's building 5 plants. They're spending billions and billions of dollars bringing back the drug industry into this country. Many of them, I think all of them, they all want to come. And it's because of tariffs, because they don't want to pay the tariffs. Very simple.
And I
think they were very happy with November 5th, the election.
On the cap of credit.
Eli Lilly's a company name, not a person. That's what you think. I know Eli. He's a very good guy. Very good guy. Loves me.
Card rates, and of course they were up to 28, 30% in some cases. But
Mr. Eli and Mr. Tim Apple.
How can you do that? Look, I'm all for free enterprise and everything else, but you have a guy goes out and he's a little bit late on his payment, and he ends up filing for bankruptcy, right? 28%. Whatever happened to usury? Whatever happened? They used to have laws that you can't charge too much. But 28%, 30%.
Yeah, Eli Lilly died in 1898, but he loves him. He would have loved me if he was alive. Trust me.
32%. I don't think anyone knows that. I think they get a bill and they end up just going bankrupt.
Well, one analyst said it's going to cut earnings for the banks for between 5% and 16%.
It's a 1 year deal. We got to let people get back on their feet.
Jamie Dimon says that it's an economic disaster.
They were destroyed. These people were destroyed during the Biden years. They were destroyed. We had the highest inflation in history. Look at inflation for the last 3 months. It's 1.2%. Last 3 months, it takes a little time to get there. And I'll tell you, the oil price is coming down so much. Gasoline, when you get gasoline down to, less than $2, and we've largely done that. It's coming down, and it's coming down. We're drilling more than we've ever drilled. We have more coming in. And
all right, we found it. We found a guy. We found a guy. I work for a company that's having growth from the tariffs. It's a cabinet company that's fighting bigger corporate business or other business importing cabinets from China. All right, hell yeah. We found a guy. Okay. Fair. Trump only hates usury because he bankrupted a casino. Let's be real. I don't think Trump hates usury, man. Usury is a sin. It's haram. That's what they tell me. All right. I go to the Gulf states. They tell me, Mr. President, you are the best. You are so halal, Mr. President. You hate usury. It's a sin, they say.
50 million barrels of oil from Venezuela. And they gave it to us. They had to get.
That chatter is a part of the 0.05% GDP increase in 2025, by the way. That's how fucking cooked we are. Do you understand? Because outside of AI, data centers, recycling the same fucking money around, there's like a 0.05% growth in the GDP. And that chatter is one of that. That chatter is seemingly working at one of the companies.
Get rid of it. They gave it to us. It's, could be close to $5 billion. No, we're doing really well. Our country is, you report on it better than anyone else. Our country is doing as well as I think it's done better than it's ever done.
Are you going to release a budget next month? And do you want to see another reconciliation package?
Well, I think we have a problem because I think we're going to probably end up in another Democrat shutdown because that's the only way. When we came out with the numbers over 5, everyone was shocked. But remember, we would have been up 1.5 points more. We would have been at 6.5, maybe more than that, except for the shutdown. The shutdown cost us a lot. And I think they'll probably do it again. That's my feeling. We'll see what happens.
So will you release a budget?
No
trees. We're going to have a budget.
What's in the budget?
Well, it's too early. We have a long way. That's an eternity. When you talk about a couple of weeks in this world, that's an eternity. But we're negotiating the budget right now. We're negotiating health care. I don't want the insurance companies to get the money. I want the money to be paid directly back to the people. And when it comes back to the people, by the way, everyone is in love with it. Mm. You know what happened? I'm looking on your show, but I'm looking and I'm reading the papers and I'm seeing that these insurance companies are up 1,000%. They're up 1,700%, 1,400%. And I say, what the hell? This is money being given by the government. And it has to do with largely, a lot of it, Obamacare. The money's going, that was designed.
Oh, I can't stand when Republicans do this thing where they will literally point to a problem, an inefficiency in the system, and then use that as a reason for why they must exhaust the inefficiency further. Yes, Obamacare basically works like a subsidy for private insurance. But the problem there is the existence of private insurance. The solution to that is not to make private insurance less regulated or to rob it of any subsidies whatsoever, so then those companies refuse to actually cover anybody. The solution to that is to abolish it in its entirety and bring it under the banner of the state. They do this for everything. They'll be like, gun control. Excuse me. Gun control is a problem. The problem there is mass availability of guns, okay? There's an arsenal that you can purchase by walking into a goddamn Walmart. That's the issue. But what do Republicans do? They go, gun violence is a big issue. Well, how do we solve it? More guns. Fuck! Why didn't I think of that? That's how you fix it, obviously. Their solution is literally to look at the problem and go, let's make it worse. Let's lean into the problem. Anyway, Nikema Levy Armstrong arrested after disrupting Minnesota church service.
An activist who led an anti-immigration enforcement protest that disrupted a Minnesota church service has been arrested. Attorney General Pam Bondi announced the arrest of Nikema Levy Armstrong in a post on X on Thursday. Protesters entered the city's church in St. Paul on Sunday. You are a fake pastor. A local official with U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement
Yeah, they did a fucking AI image too, by the way. It appears that the White House edited this image using AI. Homeland Security investigators and FBI agents arrest Nikema Levi Armstrong, who played a key role in orchestrating the church riots in St. Paul, Minnesota. She's being charged with a federal crime. Looks like the White House and certain DOJ officials are busy teeing up a motion on prejudicial, extrajudicial statements this morning. And they literally fucking AI slopped her face to make her look like she was crying. I mean, it's not the most significant aspect of this. It's not the most significant problem here, but it's just like crazy that they just keep doing this over and over again. It's so fucking annoying. Kash Patel tweeted out all 3 of the arrests. Every last individual who allegedly targets our brave federal law enforcement, targets places of worship, or in any way pays for or facilitates such illegal activity will be pursued and will be caught. Yeah, unless you're Jeffrey Epstein, in which case we will hide all of the Jeffrey Epstein co-conspirators. What is this? This is what Zach does to you all the time. It's so odd. Yeah, I think if you have the brain of a 4-year-old, this is the type of shit that you enjoy, like the AI, like AI face swap or whatever. I guess like maybe it's just a way to have power over someone, right? In your mind. I don't know why people do it. I find it very strange. I don't really care when it's done to me. Who gives a fuck? You know what I mean? It is strange, though. Also, they wanted to go after. They also wanted to go after Don Lemon, but the judge did not allow that to happen. A federal magistrate judge rejected a complaint against Don Lemon in connection with the Minneapolis church protest, finding it lacked probable cause. Attorney General Pam Bondi was enraged by the decision. A person familiar with the matter said, "Like, good luck prosecuting Don Lemon. I mean, he's doing his job as a fucking journalist in that situation. He's protected under the First Amendment." For the record, they'll still keep pursuing Don Lemon, make no mistake, but it goes to show it's just for fun, right? All of this stuff that's happening, all of this stuff that's going on is just cruelty for the sake of cruelty. It's just, bread and circuses, especially when there's no bread, all you got is circuses, right? And that's what they're doing. That's what they're doing. It's a performance.
For those white supremacist morons who don't even have a clue how business works, your company, such like Walmart, Target, they place order in China's factory. Then the factory will produce the products what they ordered, what kind of material they want, how much the price they're gonna pay. Then the Chinese factory will produce for them. Then they will buy it to sell in Target or Walmart. So the quality you are talking about is exactly what they ordered. Okay, you want high quality, you need to pay more money. But your importers, they buy cheapest shit from China and sell you with high price.
Trump just revealed that there's a massive armada heading in the direction of Iran. And then, of course, it's fucking Newswire, so they hit the Polymarket ad. Oh, my Lord. What a fucked up world we live in. Oh, my God. Everything sucks so bad, dude. So, I was right. The only reason why he didn't strike Iran was because of Israel. He did not strike Iran because all of the flotillas, all of the Navy assets were too busy surrounding Venezuela. There weren't enough naval assets in the region to protect Big Daddy Israel.
Serves as a pastor there, and Nikema Levy Armstrong has called for him to resign.
How can you be a pastor of a church, but overseeing ICE agents in the field?
There have been almost nonstop demonstrations in response to the January 7th death of 37-year-old Renee Good by an ICE officer in Minneapolis, along with the Trump administration's immigration crackdown nationwide.
I am here to stand in solidarity with the people.
Nikema Levy Armstrong is no stranger to activism in the Twin Cities area. She's a civil rights attorney who's helped lead local protests after high-profile police-involved killings of Black Americans, including George Floyd. He died in 2020 after being pinned to the ground by Minneapolis police officers, which sparked massive protests. She's also the former president of the NAACP's Minneapolis branch. Vice President J.D. Vance addressed the arrest at an event in Ohio.
They're scaring little kids who are there to worship God on a Sunday morning. Those people are going to be sent to prison so long as we have the power to do so.
It's not immediately clear what charge or charges Levy Armstrong faces.
So how dare somebody claim to be a pastor while overseeing evil?
Now, this is breaking news from the WCCO Live Desk on CBS News Minute.
Cal, you're going to be doing over-unders on American casualties in Iran. Soldiers will be sliming out their commanding officers to secure their beds. Oh, dystopian future is here. It is here and it is now. Oh, my Lord. Yeah, as far as this church protest goes, I can't even begin to give a single shred of a fuck. This is very clearly like Republicans looking for a place of victimhood once again. I don't even think many Americans care about this either. Like, I think this is just something that Republicans are talking about, but even most Republicans don't even care about it. Like, it's not, I don't know. I don't think this is like a real, like, I think this is what the Republicans are trying to turn into like a big deal that everyone should be mad about or offended. But I think if you have two functioning brain cells, you look at the situation and you're like, okay, the fucking pastor is a ICE pastor. Yeah, I think that's way worse, especially at a time when ICE is already doing targeted raids outside of fucking churches, outside of schools, and gassing American citizens that are protesting. Yeah, I'm gonna keep it $1.50. Don't give a fuck about this. Free this lady. Free all these people. You're out of your fucking mind. My dad has messaged me about it a few times. I think it's taking up the airwaves a decent amount. If you're actually a Christian, then you understand. So what does it mean? They are moving ships in that direction now. Is a strike impending? Yes, they might strike Iran. The reason why they're moving the ships there is so that they can defend Israel, though. Martin Luther protested at a church. They are literally Protestant, Lamau. I mean, Jesus also fucking protested outside of a synagogue, no? Didn't Jesus also protest in a place of worship? Inside a place of worship? He beat people. He stormed it and fucked it up. Flipping tables and stuff? No?
Minnesota.
I'm Maria Lizignoli, and we start with breaking news just into our newsroom this morning. A local activist and a...
Jesus went in, flipped tables, and whipped moneylenders. Oh, man. Attorney General Pam Bondi would fucking brutalize Jesus in an El Salvador prison, dude. I swear.
St. Paul school board member who founded Black Lives Matter Twin Cities have been...
I'm moving on from this. Let's talk about the real shit that ICE is doing, okay? And not this fake shit that these dumbass Republican dipshits are trying to lean into to carve out a space of victimhood for themselves. It's always the same meta, okay? ICE goes in, brutalizes the local population, terrifies people into submission. Okay, people can't even leave their fucking homes. People can't send their children to school. People can't send patients to hospitals because they're fucking terrified that ICE might just kidnap them, okay, in broad daylight. Then they kill someone that's protesting. Then people get even more mad. And when the protest continues and there's an ICE pastor out there that is being protested as well inside of a fucking church, all of a sudden they're like, whoa, that's so much worse than anything we've done. No, dude, if you have fucking eyes, if you have a conscience, if you have a heart, if you have ears to hear, if you have eyes to see, you recognize what the true evil is here, okay? The true evil is the federal government doing the things that I just described, not people protesting against the federal government doing the things that I just described. Unlimited cruelty for the sake of cruelty, okay? Hasan is on the right. Asman is on the left. Yes, Asman Gold is the #1 socialist in the country. Yeah, here is the bovine bovino. Do you have any moral or ethical? Dude, what I don't understand about people that say dumb fuck shit like that, aside from like, you know, trying to rage bait me into getting mad at them and recognize their existence in an otherwise banal life that is just trucking along every single day and every existence is basically pain. The thing that I don't understand is like, okay, so you're placing a fucking higher emphasis, a higher moral emphasis on being a leftist then. Like you're admitting that it's you know, genuinely good. Anyway, that person probably was just memeing anyway. Let's continue.
5-year-old Liam Ramos. He should be in preschool, playing with his friends. But Liam was seized by ICE officers in Minneapolis on Tuesday and is now believed to be more than 1,000 miles away in detention in Texas with his father.
He's a bright young student and he's so kind. All I want is for him to be safe and back here.
The school district superintendent said officers had used a 5-year-old as bait after making Liam knock on the family door to see who else was home. She said he was one of...
Straight up Nazi shit, bro. Straight up. This is literally Nazi shit. This is exactly what the Nazis did. Oh my fucking Lord. Animals, all of them. Animals. This is like Israel does this. That's why we called them a Nazi country. America does this. It's a Nazi country all the same. Okay? The very fact that it's not the very fact that this is still a point of contention, whether or not this agency should exist, is insane to me. I hate the Republicans, obviously, for standing by and defending this kind of stuff. But I also despise the Democrats, too, for not doing anything about it. Mind-boggling levels of cruelty. Cruelty for the sake of cruelty.
4 children taken in their area alone.
ICE agents have been roaming our neighborhoods, circling our schools, following...
Yeah, 7 House Dems voted to continue to fund this. And not only that, but also Hakeem Jeffries also engaged in like this hollow engineering to make sure that this bill was passable regardless, so that they could do a protest vote without actually having to really stop the funding mechanism being threatened. It's awesome. It's fucking great. Love that.
our buses, coming into our parking lots and taking our children, and our hearts are shattered.
Another adult begged agents not to take Liam, but by the time his older brother returned from middle school, he and his dad were gone. This is Greg Bavino on the same streets, the architect of the policy that has seen...
The parallels are pretty indisputable. Oh, yeah. On the left, American imperialist politicians celebrating a future invasion of Greenland by making a cake with its territory 2026. On the right, Nazis presenting a cake to Hitler to celebrate the future invasion of the Caucasus, Baku, and its oil refineries, 1942.
Let's go. 3, 2, 1, start cutting. 51st state.
Azerbaijan will stop you, Adolf. But yeah, I mean, it's the same. It's 1-to-1. Like, what do you say? What do you do? I mean, Bovine Bovino is a straight up fucking little neo-Nazi man. Look at him. Look at this little guy.
ICE agents pour into cities like Minneapolis.
I'm in the gas. Get back. Gas is coming. Gas on film.
Captured here lobbing a smoke canister at protesters.
That's a terrible throw, by the way. Like, not the main point, but it is kind of, it is another testament to how fucking weak and frail these guys are.
You just gassed me. We have it.
Yeah, he threw that like a pussy and fucking gassed himself.
Today he insisted this is all about criminals, claiming they are only taking people they would describe as the worst of the worst. He was unapologetic about 5-year-old Liam.
Oftentimes you will see violent illegal aliens that perhaps do have families, and those violent criminal illegal aliens are going to be arrested. I've got no qualms about making America a safer place.
You leave, you Dayton.
But Liam's story will only serve to motivate ICE protesters as Minneapolis becomes the front line of a national resistance. Former presidential candidate Hillary Clinton today accused officers of terrorizing a population, using children as pawns, saying, "My heart aches for Liam Ramos and his family." ICE called her claims an abject lie, claiming Liam's father was a criminal illegal alien from Ecuador who fled officers, leaving them to ensure Liam was safe. This morning, the vice president made clear.
Yeah, trying to ensure the safety of the 5-year-old by using him to lure out the family members.
Federal officers had his backing.
Well, you know, one of the things that we want to do is send a message to our local law enforcement, to our federal law enforcement, that we stand with them. And we're not going to abandon them, and we're not going to do what the last administration did, which is throw them under the bus to appease a bunch of left-wing radicals.
J.D. Vance then headed to Minneapolis in Minnesota, a democratically run state, with hundreds of thousands.
Bro. There has to be punishments. There has to be punishments. I don't think a lot of Democrats realize how fucking angry the base is, how angry regular people are at this stuff. They are not meeting the moment, which is unsurprising. But someone who comes out and says, I'm for Medicare for all, I'm for fucking, a government jobs program, I am for cutting ties to Israel, and I am for punishing every single person in the former administration and every single person in ICE that played a role in these Nazi activities on U.S. soil, will win by fucking insane margins. They'll have a reverse Reagan sweep. They'll do FDR numbers. We're gonna do a domestic Nuremberg. Tony DeCappa literally justifies his colleague's murder here by uncritically parroting Israel's basic claim that Abishad, a photographer who worked for CBS News, was operating a drone affiliated with Hamas when the IDF killed him by airstrike at New Low every day. Unfucking bearable. I mean, I'm going to get to that in a second. The three journalists that were killed.
Fewer undocumented
that were fucking CBS workers too.
Migrants than Republican-controlled Texas, where Liam and his father are being held right now. Further fueling speculation that this isn't really about law enforcement, it's about politics.
Columbia Heights school officials say their sense of security is shaken and their hearts shattered after 4 students from the district have been taken by ICE.
The Columbia Heights school superintendent says 2 17-year-olds, one taken from his car on the way to school, the other taken after ICE agents busted in his apartment. The school district says just yesterday, 5-year-old Liam Ramos and his father were taken in the driveway of their home after leaving his classroom. They claim Liam was used as bait to knock on the door and ask to be let in to see if anyone was at home. Another elementary school student and their mother was also taken while walking to school, officials say. Both are in the detention center in Texas, and they want the public to get involved.
We're asking to please reach out to your congressional representatives to ask for an immediate and peaceful resolution to this occupation. Please help us and other schools to, again, be a safe place where all belong and all succeed.
So the school district does have an immigration lawyer to help figure out how to get the students back to Minnesota. We have asked ICE for a comment on the arrest of these children, but have not yet gotten a response.
New clashes in Minneapolis. Federal officers firing pepper spray and tear gas at protesters confronting Border Patrol Commander Greg Bellino.
This is the other side of the ICE story. Aside from using a 5-year-old as bait and then defending it, which is obviously completely fucking insane. You also have this other side of the story. There was a Department of Homeland Security memo that was released or was passed around that allows ICE agents to enter homes without a judicial warrant, according to a whistleblower. Something that we saw the other day in Minneapolis, where ICE basically bust through the doors of a home in Minneapolis and went in and apprehended the father. This is why they're doing it.
Preventing agents from entering convenience stores during their ongoing immigration crackdown. Bovino himself seen tossing a smoke canister into a crowd. This as a new whistleblower complaint comes to light. It reveals a memo released internally by Immigration and Customs Enforcement suggesting that federal agents can rely on administrative warrants to make arrests instead of judicial warrants, meaning a judge does not have to sign off for agents to enter a suspect's home. The Department of Homeland Security insists there is legal precedent, but immigration advocates claim it's a violation of the Fourth Amendment.
ICE is saying we're going to
It is a violation. It is a violation of the Fourth Amendment. It is. There's no excuse for it. If you do not have a signed judicial warrant that will tell you exactly what you can even search, because like even a signed judicial warrant is not going to allow you search and entry into every part of the fucking home. Like you have to get all of that signed off by a judge. Okay? Warrants are very specific. There needs to be a signed judicial warrant signed by a judge that hasn't expired that will allow you entry into someone's home. The Constitution is very clear about this. Okay? Wait, what is this? DHS lied? This guy was not on the loose in Minnesota when they raided a U.S. citizen's home without a warrant. He was in prison. DHS would know this information. Man, ICE sought and humiliating arrest of U.S. citizen has been in prison since 2024. Oh, this is the other guy. This was the other guy that they arrested, apprehended. DHS said this guy matched the description of the U.S. citizen on the right that they detained. You recognize that the international world order is fake, but not that the Constitution is fake? No. There's a difference. The reason why there's a difference is because you should be able to uphold the Constitution. It's like much more personal. And there are instances where it's not. And there is a court system that still exists internally that will hold it up until it doesn't. But until that falls apart in its entirety, until the Supreme Court is like straight up going, yeah, no. And they have done this already, right? For other things like abortion and whatnot. But using every tool at your disposal is an absolute must. Okay? Using every tool at your disposal is an absolute necessity. This is a matter of survival. So I'm not just going to go, oh yeah, the fucking Constitution is fake, it's phony, whatever. No, there are still plenty of people who believe in the Constitution, whether that's silly or not doesn't matter. And there is still a shred of like a modicum of defense in the courts as well. I 100% agree, but you need to recognize that it's not enough and people need to organize. When have I said that it's not? This kind of shit makes me so furious, brother. You're just repeating my talking points back to me in a contentious manner, okay? That's why I said it's not the end all be all. Yeah, did I say stand back and just tell the government I have a copy of the Constitution. I have a pocket Constitution, sir. That's not what I said. God damn, dude. Fuck, this shit is so goddamn annoying. Everybody stand back. The Constitution will protect you. That's what I was implying, obviously. Why? Why is it the least charitable interpretation every single time? How is that possible?
Ignore case law from the U.S. Supreme Court that says an independent party must make a decision at the judiciary to issue a warrant, and we're just going to rely on our own warrants signed off by our own people to bust down a door and go into a home. The executive branch trying to act like the legislative branch and making up laws and policies as they go along.
In response, Homeland Security saying every illegal alien who DHS serves administrative warrants had full due process and a final order of removal from an immigration judge. The officers...
They don't. It's bullshit, okay? They can have a final order of removal. That does not mean you have a judicial warrant to enter someone's home. In order to get a judicial warrant to enter someone's home, to process a final order of removal, you have to go to a judge. Okay? You can't just go, I have a fucking pink slip that my mommy signed for me. You know? You can't just like walk around and be like, well, my dad signed this slip that says I can go into your house, so I can go into your house. Because it's as worthless. The administrative warrant is just as worthless as saying my daddy Trump signed this piece of paper that allows me to go into your house. Okay? What good is the Constitution if the federal government is not going to follow it? The whole purpose of the Constitution is to limit the powers of the government over the people, okay? That's what it is. The Constitution is not just like, put together rules that restrict people. It's actually supposed to restrict the government from encroaching on the people's liberties. Oh. We need to stop pretending that the Constitution means anything in the face of capitalism. I think it's childish personally. No, dude, it still fucking matters. It matters up until the point it doesn't, okay? And as long as the courts still exist, as long as there is any sort of limitation, it matters. That's the reason why Donald Trump, outside of like all the pushback that he received in Chicago or Los Angeles, had to pull out of those places because courts told him you can't do that. It's at least one weapon in the arsenal that you can use to resist. That's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to exhaust all options. I don't trust the Democrats at all. I don't believe the Democrats will ever do the fucking right thing, but I still demand them to at least hold up some kind of legislative hurdle in front of this goddamn administration, as it's obviously engaging in tyrannical abuse of power. Why do I say that? Because it's another weapon, right? It's another weapon that you can wield against the tyrannical administration, because the final stage of this process is people arming themselves, directly arming themselves and organizing local fucking militias to take matters in their own hands. And that is decentralized violence as a mechanism of defense. But that's a last resort. And the reason why you don't want to let it get to that last resort is because then it's fucking hot conflict. It's hot war. It's no longer a system that we can exist under, a stable country that we can live under. A lot of you don't understand how devastating that would look like what that result, what that chaos would look like, what that would mean for you. Okay, no more Twitch, no more going on Twitch and watching HasanAbi while eating hot Cheetos, no more work from home. Do you understand? That's civil war. I don't want it to get there, but there's only so much you can do until the population realizes no one's coming to save them and they take matters of self-defense in their own hands. Okay? What good is it to live in a civilized society if the safeguards are not going to work and the government is going to behave in an uncivil manner? I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, I'll still find a way to fucking keep live streaming through the process of civil war, okay? But some of you might not have time to watch. You feel me?
Issuing these administrative warrants also have found probable cause. But at least one U.S. senator is now calling for an investigation. Meanwhile, the immigration crackdown now spreading to the state of Maine. Agents saying they're searching for
Do you move all off so hard if there's a civil war roach man would dominate discourse? I would literally fucking hire a brigade. I would have my own private military contractors defending me every step of the fucking way. Well-armed PMCs, fleet of Tacoma trucks with fucking machine guns on top of it, and I would roam the goddamn lands like a fucking warlord, live streaming the process. Yes, Blackwater. Okay, I would hire the most rugged war criminals, just not IDF, because then they'd kill me probably. Okay, and the only way I could fund that mechanism is through you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you. No ads, no nothing. No fucking frills, all thrills, baby. Your subscriptions in the form of a Twitch Prime, which is free by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, or a $6 a month subscription is what allows me to hire private military contractors to defend myself in the upcoming civil war as I continue to fucking live stream throughout the entire process. I will get Graham Plattner on with a fucking M60 strapped up to a Tacoma. Yes, you are. People were like, "Why aren't you funding the Revolutionary Vanguard?" Well, it turns out that might happen somehow. As long as you don't go to a tattoo parlor with Graham Plattner, you're fine. You might get in trouble for this. Wait, what? Trouble for what? I said that in a potential civil war style scenario, I will hire my own private military contractors to continue being able to report live on the ground. M60 is outdated. You want an M249 or M240B? Okay, whatever. Closed presents. Thank you for the hundo.
$1,400 targets accused of multiple crimes.
Your hypothetical made me scared, and now I want you banned. Sorry, not sorry.
As for the use of tear gas against protesters, an appeals court is allowing officers to use the tactic for crowd control. Vice President J.D. Vance visits Minneapolis today to speak with local leaders.
Open presents, thank you.
Sprayed a protester in the face with a
Yeah, this was one of the most insane. Another fucking chaotic sight from the dystopian now that we exist in, the dystopian present that we exist in here in Israel. Okay. Another Hamas militant getting put down and sprayed in the fucking face. Like, what the fuck are you doing, man? What is this?
Pinned to the ground.
It didn't take that long for Israel to be here, you know?
Oh, what the hell?
The image was captured by a Minnesota Star Tribune photographer who said witnesses told him federal agents had taken away at least 2 teens, sparking tension at the protest. According to the photographer, the scene grew even more heated when a Border Patrol agent shoved a woman with a bicycle to the ground. Video of the incident shows agents atop a person on the ground, but when agents stood him up, the man attempted to break free. Agents pinned him down again, and another agent walked over and sprayed him in the face while he was restrained. It is not clear why the protester was initially detained. The Star Tribune photographer said he did not see the man on the ground put his hands on the agents. Agents then deployed tear gas and other chemical irritants to disperse the crowd, he said. The Department of Homeland Security.
Yeah, thank God the courts allowed this to happen, by the way. That's great. I think people that say I voted for this need lobotomies. Like, they see images like this and say, I voted for this. This is what I voted for. Like, you deserve a fucking lobotomy, brother. Straight up. That's crazy. Yeah, JD Vance be like, but you don't understand the context. Actually. Or, actually, we need to allow law enforcement to engage in these kinds of endeavors. Have you even considered their feelings? No, you didn't. I need one of these, the fucking, The shit that the ice agents are wearing now, like the chains under your shoes. God, I fucking hate JD Vance so much. I think the level of personal vitriol and anger that law enforcement agents have against their subjects need to be outlawed. I don't know if that's even possible, but there are way too many cases of brutality where the agents are clearly personally pissed off, like Jonathan Ross. Completely unacceptable. Yeah, I mean, there's a reason for it. Because you have to have animals do this job because no human being would do this. Every human being, if they were forced into this position, would go, I don't want to fucking do this. What are you, out of your mind? This is ridiculous. This is the prerequisite. You have to be a fucking animal, a feral animal to behave like this. So they hire only feral animals to do this.
Security says agents were harassed and blocked by crowds.
No, the chain is not a kink. It's for snow and ice. Like the ice on the ground.
While trying to take bathroom breaks, saying in a statement, at each gas station where the agents stopped to use the restroom, groups of agitators appeared, yelled at them, stalked them.
I don't think these guys realize, like, this is far, far less than what they actually deserve, okay? Oh no, my feelings are hurt for behaving like a fucking feral animal in the wild. Like, shut the fuck up. Tough titties, bitch. Get the fuck out. Get the fuck out of the neighborhoods. Get the fuck out of Minneapolis. I read that their $50K bonus isn't payable until 2031, so hopefully they'll be in jail by then. Oh my God. Oh, that would be so sweet. Oh my God. Oh, put a fucking lien on that. Put a lien on that taxpayer-funded $50K signing bonus and just make them pay restitution for all the families that they fucking impacted with their behavior. Oh, please, please. I know the Democrats are not going to do this, but please, like, let me get something out of this. Please, please, please. Something, anything. I'm begging.
Tried to prevent law enforcement vehicles from leaving, creating unsafe conditions.
Help me! Get me out of here!
After the tear gas was deployed, you can see the man who was sprayed in the face running from the scene, not in custody. It's unclear if he was arrested. CNN has reached out to DHS.
They're such fucking incompetent morons, too. Like, oh, if you organize, you would not need to beg. Brother, what are you saying? What are you saying? What more can I do? Okay? What do you mean? Do you want me to take the platform that I currently have and throw it directly in the fucking dumpster? By saying, hey, everyone, rise up in arms. It's time. Is that what you want? So I can fucking, I don't know, lean into your power fantasy? I already do organize, and I already do try to aid in organizing to the best of my fucking ability. There's also an important part of the awareness initiatives here, okay? Jesus fucking Christ. I'm going to fucking Minneapolis tomorrow for the general strike. What do you want? What are you talking about? It's so crazy. Chatter, FYI, it's a literal crime to conspire to violently disrupt ICE operations. Yeah, exactly. Like, this administration is already up my fucking asshole. I've already been detained before. You had Trisha McLaughlin talk about me. You had the fucking vice president talk about me and Kaya. And you're over here being like, why don't you openly violate the law? Why don't you, at a time when there's unprecedented surveillance on everyone, but especially a high-profile anti-imperialist, anti-Zionist, anti-American tyranny content creator, at a time when the government is looking to make a fucking example out of everyone, why don't you do a crime? So that I can feel good. I can feel like you're a real one. It's so fucking stupid.
You know, you're throwing race into it, right? Let's throw race out of this. That's the whole thing. It's divided. We have yet to say anything about race. Neither.
Then why are ICE apprehending people, brown people?
He's trying to debate lord it, dude. What the fuck? That's so funny. Like, what is this? What is this thing that people do where it's like, I'm a piece of shit, but I want to feel better, and I'm going to try and fucking feel better by by trying to rationalize my behavior in the marketplace of ideas. Yeah, why don't you commit crimes? Very uncool of you. I know. That shit is so fucking annoying to me. Like, doors open. Yeah, everyone's a liberal. No, I know. The ICE agent is a liberal too. He's like, I want to defeat my interlocutors in the marketplace of ideas. It'll make me feel better. He's debating in a fucking ski mask about the non-racial component of the white supremacist Gestapo forces. Awesome.
Have yet to say anything about race. Neither.
Then why are ICE apprehending people, brown people, asking them to show papers if they encounter them out in the public? That is straight out of Nazi Germany.
Look, listen, if there's a lady from if there's somebody or gentleman or whoever's from UK and they look like her, they will get arrested as well, and they'll get deported.
On the sidewalk being peaceful.
It's simple. It is just it's straight simple. They can look like me, you, her, him. If you're legal or illegal, you'll get deported.
A European country right now. Then why aren't you doing it to Canadians? Yeah, literally. Like, you're not. They are not going up to white people asking for papers.
How do you know?
Because I've been watching the news. Everyone that's being approached is a person of color.
Before the VP visit, ICE and Border Patrol leaders again emphasized their surge isn't slowing down. Frankie McLister was
there. He's so stupid. He's like, oh, it's not racial. Okay. Would that make it better if you just started asking white people for their papers too? Like at what point do you realize that like your entire presence is idiotic? Okay. Your presence here is idiotic. It's useless. It's actually not for anything good. It's only causing harm and disruption to the regular order of business. That was your ICE chatter? Yeah. That was the ICE chatter in my chat. That was also like, hey man, I'm a fan of yours, but like, I served the Fourth Reich. And let me tell you, it's a job. I just want to work for the FBI, but I got to get that signing bonus so I can fucking send Guatemalan parents to El Salvador and rip them away from their fucking families. A job's a job.
there.
Just a day after Border Patrol Commander-at-Large Greg Bavino was seen in the streets. Bavino, joined by ICE Executive Assistant Director of Enforcement and Removal Operations Marcos Charles, speaking out.
Where was Mayor Fry? Where was, Governor Waltz? I didn't see him around anywhere.
The people we've arrested are here are not people you want living next door to your families, your children, your parents, or your best friends.
The two speaking at a podium inside the Bishop Henry Whipple Federal Building alongside MSP Airport, which holds the region's federal immigration court. Showing those on a screen they've detained who they say are, quote, the worst of the worst, and asking for Governor Walz, Mayor Fry, and everyone in between to help them.
We're all on the same team, and our cooperation will save lives.
The U.S. Department of Homeland Security says as of Thursday, they've now arrested over 3,300 since Operation Metro Surge began, numbers we haven't been able to verify.
Frankie, but WCCO here in CBS, do you have any updated numbers of how many agents are here? It's been a few since we've received that.
Sure, I won't give you an exact number. Those numbers are going to remain law enforcement sensitive, but several thousand.
Charles adds that protesters across the state are trying to defend those who've committed crimes. Bavino also criticized Minneapolis police for not helping during Wednesday's protest.
Good.
When asked if they called for help, he only mentioned they did at some point.
Minneapolis Police Department's been called on several situations that they have not responded.
When asked about the end in sight,
this mission's ongoing until there are no more of those.
Dog, your fucking goons arrested black and brown off-duty cops. What are you saying? The police chief had to come out and be like, yeah, they're doing racial profiling.
Criminal illegal aliens
roaming the streets of Minneapolis.
Frankie McLister, WCCO News.
We've reached out to MPD to see if they have a response to Bovino's criticism. Today, ICE said in a release that their officers and agents rank among the world's most skilled and experienced. There's no question the federal immigration crackdown has turned chaotic. So to keep the peace, the vice president claims cooperation is the key.
The reason why things have gotten so out of hand is because of failure of cooperation between the state and local authorities and what these guys are trying to do.
Caroline Cummings was at that briefing. She joins us now. Hi there, Caroline. You had a lot to say.
Yeah, so he spoke for about 30 minutes, took reporter questions during that time, and it followed a closed-door meeting with business leaders and ICE officers. Vance said it was to learn more about what's happening on the ground to, quote, tone down the temperature and reduce the chaos. Now, we have seen these operations turn chaotic, just like this one yesterday with Border Patrol deploying crowd control chemicals in South Minneapolis. Vance said if local authorities worked more closely with federal authorities, that the situation could de-escalate. He said many of the federal agents who are here aren't even doing immigration enforcement. They're just protecting other ICE officers, alleging that local cops are being told to stand down if those agents call 911.
We have people here who aren't even doing immigration enforcement, they're doing force protection. So that if a rioter tries to ruin the life or assault an ICE officer, they're actually protected. Now, why doesn't it make more sense for the local cops to get involved in that situation? Why not just...
Great question. Let's think. You got fucking cops going against ICE. I wonder how we got here. And for the record, they're exaggerating. I'll see for myself, but, I don't think the cops are actually impeding or disrupting whatever the goals of ICE is and, like, defending the fucking protesters. Let's be real. They're most likely lying or greatly exaggerating.
Have the mayor or the local officials tell the police officers, you know what, if an ICE officer is being assaulted by a far left agitator, you are invited, you should actually help them. That's what would work out in any normal situation, and that's what happens in nearly every jurisdiction, red or blue, in the United States of America.
Now, we reached out to the police departments in Minneapolis and St. Paul about those claims, but we have not heard back yet. The Department of Homeland Security has also repeatedly...
Okay, low key, that makes me feel like they are not cooperating with ICE. Okay, never mind. That's kind of awesome. Wait, if that's the case, that's pretty dope. Because normally they definitely would immediately be like, what are you talking about? Of course, we hold the rule of the law to the utmost importance. Of course, we're going to celebrate our law enforcement, no matter which level they're at. That's kind of dope. I hope that's the case. Oh my God. Well, we'll see.
Asked Governor Tim Walz and Mayor Jacob Frey to honor ICE detainers or those requests to local law enforcement that they are notified. ICE is notified if a person here illegally is released from custody. The Minnesota Department of Corrections says it does cooperate with ICE, calling claims that illegal immigrants with criminal records are being released back into the streets as fundamentally false, guys.
Okay. Yeah.
Caroline, thank you.
And the Governor Walz, just sent this response to the vice president's visit, saying in part, quote, I am glad the vice president agrees the temperature needs to be turned down, but actions speak louder than words. We don't need 3,000 ICE agents in our streets. Take the show of force off the street.
We have important new information this morning on the immigration crackdown in Minnesota. A memo obtained by CBS News shows that ICE agents have been told that they can force their way into suspects' homes without a judge's search warrant. Meanwhile,
veteran, by the way. Was the vice president last election cycle, by the way. Was the VP candidate. I have never seen a bigger fall off cycle than Tim Walz in my whole life. Like when he was first chosen, I was like, oh my God, are they doing it? Are they actually leaning into woke? Are they leaning into progress? And he came out hot with the whole, like, they're weird. Republicans are weird meta. And they backpocketed his ass, dude. They backpocketed the shit out of him. And then he became Tim, I will do a nuclear first strike on Iran waltz. He got bitched out of office by a slop tuber. Not even a regular slop tuber, like somehow a dumber than average slop tuber. I cannot believe it. Tim Walz and Jacob Fry should be on camera every day. They should be doing press conferences in broad daylight, areas where ICE is actually trying to do operations at, every single day. Okay? I have yet to see him on camera other than the first day when Renega got shot and killed. The only motion that we've seen from Tim Walz is being like, Mr. President, this is not you. This is not you. This is not us. Why are you doing this? Over and over again. Bitch, it is him. It's him. And it is definitely us. Time to do something about it. The fuck do you mean?
There's a new dispute between ICE and local officials in Minnesota that has officials calling ICE flat wrong. Nicole Skenga is in St. Paul covering this for us. Nicole, good morning. What's going on here?
Good morning, Nate. ICE says it has taken hundreds of dangerous migrants off the streets here in this region. It also accuses state and local law enforcement officials of interfering with immigration enforcement, even letting some suspects go free. Now, CBS News has reviewed state records that suggest some of those alleged criminals were already in prison or
Oh, wow. Wow. No, that's it. That's literally it. They pad the numbers by going to the fucking prisons. That's why the corrections facility, the Minnesota Corrections Department for the state came out with a fucking release and said, hey, we're cooperating with ICE. I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. That's it. Whenever these guys say, oh, we apprehended rapists and we took them off the streets, they're lying. They took them out of prison. In the United States of America, if you're an undocumented immigrant and you do a crime, like you do a heinous crime, you do a rape or something, or you kill someone in a fucking DUI, you get arrested by local law enforcement, not by fucking ICE. That's not the job of ICE. A lot of people don't realize this. They don't understand it. The job of the police is to go and arrest this person. And the job of the prosecutor is to charge this person. The job of the courts is to find this person guilty, okay? Or whatever... is to make sure that justice is served, okay? And then when justice is served, they go to prison. This is how it's always worked. This is just how it works. And these guys basically decided, oh, we can arrest whoever the fuck we want. And when people demand the numbers of the people that have actual crimes, have actual criminal records, we can give them a number by going to the fucking prisons. It is not ICE's job or ICE's jurisdiction It is not ICE's job, or is it within its purview, or is ICE's jurisdiction to apprehend criminals. ICE's job is to deal with paperwork-related civil offenses. Okay? That's what ICE is supposed to do. That's what it was designed for. That's what it used to be. That's what it's supposed to be. Okay? They are supposed to go to people that have bad paperwork and say, your paperwork is bad. Go to the court to fix it.
Under state law enforcement supervision, and Minnesota's top corrections official, his name is Paul Schnell, we spoke with him yesterday, seemed genuinely astonished by the Trump administration's claim that the state is releasing criminals.
What is this? Crying R.I.P. Carla? R.I.P. to his abusive dog, Sag. Yeah, my dog Carla was being abusive, so I'm eating her.
Does it feel like the Department of Homeland Security is lying when it says that state authorities are not cooperating?
It is fundamentally false. We cooperate with ICE and ICE detainers. We have, as a matter of policy, done that for a long, long time.
As ICE raids have unfolded across the Twin Cities, the Trump administration has accused state leaders of protecting the worst of the worst.
The best solution is to turn them over to us in a safe, controlled setting like a jail or prison.
But Minnesota Corrections Commissioner Paul Schnell says that's already common practice.
As they approach their release date several weeks before, our staff coordinates directly with the local ICE office. Staff do this on a routine basis. They make arrangements for the transfer of custody of that individual.
For months, the Department of Homeland Security has released lists of mugshots. Alleged criminals, it says, were seemingly tracked down and arrested by ICE. But Schnell told us that's not completely true.
These are people that they're in our system or have been in our system. But
They're literally going after people who are in prison to pad the stats, and even then, 70% of the apprehensions have no prior criminal convictions whatsoever. Isn't that fucking nuts? They'll be like, oh, we apprehended 3,000 people. Okay. And it's like, it's even higher than that. I'm saying like no record whatsoever for 70%, and it's like no convictions for, I think, like 90%. 10% actually has criminal charges or criminal convictions. That 10% comes from the prisons. So they go to the prisons and they bring, they demand that the Department of Corrections like release to ICE custody like a bunch of fucking rapists and shit like that are already in jail, just so they can turn around and go see how fucking violent all these like rapist immigrants are. It's insane. It is like, it's transparent propaganda. It is so belligerent. I cannot believe that people fall for it too. Co on your docu on Sundance? What? Yes, I am in a documentary. Oh, congrats on your documentary on Sundance. Yes, I'm in a documentary that is being shown at Sundance tomorrow. I was invited to go to Sundance to go and watch it, but I am going to be in Minneapolis, in Murderapolis, at minus fucking 50 degrees instead. I have a brief part in it. It's not that big. You hate being cold, huh? Yeah, I do, but you know, we gotta suck it up. Anything to skip going to Utah? Man, I mean, I think I'm spending my time in a place that's a little bit more important right now, you know? But yeah. That's also why I laugh when motherfuckers are like, one, you fell off, and two, oh, you're just a Twitch streamer. You're the same as Asmongold. Okay, buddy. The documentary is about Feroz Sidwa, who I've had on the stream. And a part of the documentary that features me is when he came on the stream, when he came back from Gaza. The doctor that came back from Gaza that I interviewed.
They were released.
These
to ICE.
worst of the worst criminals weren't swept up by ICE on city streets.
No, they were released to ICE.
In one example, Schnell said his department turned these 2 state prisoners over to immigration officials on January 12th. The next day, both appeared in a DHS press release highlighting people who'd been arrested in ICE operations. That same release also claimed state leaders, quote, will not let us into their jails.
Coordinated that transfer of custody, and the next day they showed up on a DHS list of among these
worst
people,
of the worst list.
among the worst of the worst. And yet, exactly what should have happened, happened.
You say you need it to stop.
We need them to stop telling stories that are simply untrue. That we will and do coordinate.
Remember when I told you all this shit was going down? This is what I mean. New Trump audio dropped less than a minute ago. On what? We have a lot of ships on their way to Iran. We have an aircraft carrier heading there too. We'll see what happens. We have a big force on its way over there. I don't want anything to happen, but we'll have to see what happens. Okay, this is the same shit.
On the transfer of custody of people.
What do you want Tim Walz to do that one? Won't be talking to MAGA's break wall admin. 2, won't cause a potential violent escalation. Brother, violent escalation? You mean everyday existence for fucking Minnesotans right now? Get out there, buddy. Your constituents are being murdered. They're being gassed. They're being brutalized by a lawless tyrant. Get the fuck out there. Everywhere you go, bring the National Guard with you. You were a part of the National Guard. Bring him around with you. Fuck it. Wear a Zelensky-style, army fatigue and go out there and say, Mr. President, stop invading Minneapolis. I don't know, anything. Like, literally anything. Do something, man. It's crazy to me that you're the fucking governor. You're literally a veteran. You were in Congress. This kind of shit's happening. One of your constituents was slaughtered by a fucking rogue ICE agent. Not even a rogue ICE agent. An ICE agent following the orders of the rest of, following the orders of a tyrant president. And you got nothing going on, really? You're not on TV every day? You're not doing rallies every day? So disappointing.
Who are subject to ICE detainers, and will continue to do that, period.
We should add that Minnesota Corrections said they didn't even have criminal records for some of the alleged felons that ICE says they've arrested. Now, we did reach out to the Department of Homeland Security for clarity here. They did not address the discrepancy in the numbers, but in a statement urged all Minnesota elected leaders to cooperate with ICE. Nate?
Oh, so they're fucking lying as well. Oh, so that either they're getting like criminals that have already been apprehended and are in prison in Minnesota out of prison so they can make it seem like they're actually, apprehending criminals when they're not, their job is not to do that. But then when there's not enough criminals to apprehend that you've released from prison, you just lie and you just make shit up. Great. Fucking clown show. All paid for with our tax dollars, by the way.
While here at home, Vice President J.D. Vance heading to Minneapolis to meet with local leaders as anti-ICE protesters continue in the Twin Cities.
Garrett Tenney joins us from the Twin Cities as it awaits the Vice President's arrival. Garrett.
Hey, good morning, y'all. The White House says the vice president will be hosting a roundtable with local leaders, and the focus of that roundtable will be on restoring law and order in Minnesota. That's what the administration says it's been trying to do with more than 3,000 federal agents here who are facing stiff opposition and harassment from the community almost everywhere they go. The vice president's visit also comes as the Department of Justice is investigating that anti-ICE protest at a church in the Twin Cities Sunday. The administration has promised to hold those involved accountable. Here's Attorney General Pam Bondi.
Religious liberty is under siege in our country right now, and we are not going anywhere.
Oh. They're such babies, bro. They have to literally always find a way to make themselves seem like they're the victims, permanently a victim. This crybaby shit is so uncouth.
Until those people who did those acts are held accountable. Minnesota is important because it is sending a message to the entire country that Donald Trump is going to protect every city in this country. We're going to protect every house of worship.
You know what? This is Israel, by the way. Like 1-to-1. I mean, it's a 1-to-1 whenever there's like another fucking settler fair that they throw together at a synagogue and people go outside of that synagogue and understandably protest and they go, oh my God, this is anti-Semitism. Federal government's doing Israel shit. Okay? We are the real victims. Because you hate us because of what we've done to you. Amer Israel. Amer Israel.
One of the organizers of that protest, though, says she's not hiding and completely stands by the protest that shut down that worship service.
Personally, I will not be gaslit by the Trump administration. They are trying to turn a peaceful, nonviolent demonstration into a crime.
The vice president's visit also comes a day before activists are calling for a statewide shutdown to protest ICE with a rally outdoors when temperatures will be as low as the -40s. Back to y'all.
All right. Thanks,
Wow.
Garrett.
So, it's going to be interesting to see, by the way, if protesters turn out to be outside of Vice President Vance's visit. But
That person wasn't saying that to me. Don't be a tattletale.
Important for context to understand the reason why ICE is in Minneapolis is because
Yeah, bro, y'all thought I was joking when I said -45 with the wind chill? No, I wasn't. I looked it up. We had to fucking buy gear, specific gear. I don't have clothes for -40 degrees. I'm busting out the Russian parka. I don't even know what it's gonna do if trees start exploding.
is a sanctuary jurisdiction that prohibits local law enforcement and authorities from cooperating with ICE. And so the murderers, rapists, drug traffickers, the violent illegal alien criminals that have been protected, running free.
Every part of this conversation is a lie. Every part of this conversation is a lie. I hate it. Not only does the Department of Corrections actually cooperate with ICE, but ICE has no function in... ICE has no law enforcement function, no legal function in detaining people that are doing regular crimes. That's not what ICE's job is. That's not what ICE does. They're not even fucking trained for that. Okay? Everything that they're saying is a lie. ICE's job in its jurisdiction is to serve paperwork. That's it. Their job is to track down people who are in violation of paperwork-related offenses. The idea that these people are, following rapists and doing investigative work and like tracking down rapists and like catching them and, right after they did the crime or whatever, like that's all bullshit. Complete and utter bullshit.
On the streets of cities like Minneapolis, ICE is going in to try and get them and deport them. That was President Trump's promise to the nation to close the border, which he's done. 8 straight months of zero releases and to remove these individuals.
I just love these idiot lawmakers, from the mayor to the governor, who say, I'm really proud of how peaceful and how much love is out there. Does this look like love to you? Is this love to you when you get in front of a law enforcement official and don't let them go to a convenience store, or you work in that convenience store and you don't serve them? Is that the love that Minneapolis is giving out? Does that look like a lovely thing to do, jumping on a law enforcement officer and then...
Yes. It does. Because it's solidarity. And solidarity is the closest expression to love that I've ever felt with my fellow man. Random people all around the world. So yeah, it is an expression of love. It's an expression for love of justice. It's an expression of the love that you feel for your fellow citizens, that you care for, that you want to defend them, that you want to fucking put your goddamn body on the line for them. I know this is a concept that is completely alien to a multi-millionaire Fox News contributor who makes his money by dividing the American public, by filling their heads with lies. But yeah, that is love. This is a nation of immigrants, man. What the fuck are we doing? This is a nation comprised entirely of immigrants. Some multiple generations removed, some recent, some in the process of getting their paperwork done, some that recently completed it. Protecting those people, regardless of their immigrant status, because they are your neighbors and you love them, is the most American thing you can do. That's it.
Blaming some other, you're under duress, or that you have a disability. This is absolutely an embarrassment. If people in Minneapolis could see the way they're being, could see themselves and see this video and are proud, they're living in a different country.
I am proud of those people, and those people should feel proud. If there's anyone who should never feel a sense of pride, it's Brian fucking Kill Myself, Mr. I want to light homeless people on fire. I want to murder every homeless person I see. You're a disgusting little creature, Brian.
About a week ago, you interviewed Mayor Fry, and this is a portion of that interview. It was on January 14th. Listen to Griff talking to the mayor.
We have a separation ordinance in the city, and you know what that ordinance says? It says that I want our limited numbers of police officers focusing on keeping people safe, arresting perpetrators of violent crimes, stopping car thefts from taking place. That's what I want them focusing on. You know what I don't want them focusing on? Hunting down a dad that just dropped his kids off at daycare, is about to go work a 12-hour shift, who happens to be from Ecuador. That guy makes our city a better place.
There's two sides to this story. You mentioned an Ecuadorian migrant. Are you familiar with Victoria Eileen Harwell? An Ecuadorian illegal immigrant in August of 2024, driving drunk, crashed head-on into Victoria Harwell, killing her. You call it a separation ordinance. Why not just cooperate and make it safer for everyone involved? The community, the officers, and even the migrants.
My position here is pretty straightforward, and that's this. If you commit a crime, if you commit fraud, if you commit a carjacking or a murder, you should be investigated, charged, prosecuted, held accountable, and yes, arrested and put in jail. What I am saying is that a lot of the people that ICE is picking up right now in our city are not a problem for Minneapolis.
That was a great point, Griff, because why not just cooperate? If you don't want the dad who's here illegally but doing everything right, if you don't want him to get arrested, then why not work with ICE and say, give me the list of everyone that you want?
Brother, what the fuck are you talking about? Okay, here's another side of the otherwise complex immigration process that exists in this country that most people are completely oblivious to. ICE knows where most undocumented immigrants are. This might come as a surprise to you, but ICE, I'm going to repeat it one more time. ICE knows exactly where most of the undocumented immigrants are on U.S. soil. And not because of surveillance, mind you. They know the precise location of every single undocumented immigrant, virtually every single undocumented immigrant on U.S. soil. And it's not because they have mass surveillance. They know because these people pay taxes. They know where they work. They know because these people go to courts. ICE has under Democratic leadership, a handshake agreement, and under Republican leadership too, even to this day. They have a handshake agreement with all of these undocumented migrants. We keep them undocumented on purpose. Okay? We keep them undocumented on purpose. We don't let them get the proper documentation and the proper clearance. We put them in this legal limbo. Okay? The reality of the matter is, ICE knows where most people are. They know where most people work. They know that these people don't have any criminal records. Because these people, for the most part, by and large, on U.S. soil, cooperate with the court system. Okay? This is a new one? No, this is not a new one. This is not new at all. I've talked about this a million different times. I've talked about this because ICE does apprehensions at courts. What the fuck do you think is happening? Those are asylum applicants that are following their goddamn paperwork properly to get gainful employment in the country. I've talked about it so much. Why would those guys go to their court dates? You usually just say asylum seeker. Yeah, that's what an undocumented immigrant is. Thought they didn't get benefits? Wait, what? No, they don't. They pay taxes. They don't receive benefits from said taxes. Yes, undocumented migrants pay into taxes. Their information is stored with the IRS. They do not get benefits from said taxes. Perhaps the reason why you're confused right now is because it doesn't make any sense to actually illegally apprehend these people and kick them out of the country, right? When you find all the facts, when you find out that it's just every single thing that the administration has been saying about undocumented migrants and migrants in general is just built around a lie, okay? Not what you are governor said, my boy. Chatter, you don't have to lash out at me because you're oblivious to how things work, okay? I don't know why your first response in this moment is not to go, wait a minute, I didn't know the full details of the situation, but instead to double down and try to attack the fucking messenger. This is what a stupid person does. I want to believe that you're more intelligent than this, all right? I want to believe that you are not this dumb. I want to hope and dream that you are actually intelligent enough to go, you know what? I had not heard of this piece of information. I'm going to go research it on my own. I'm going to try to see if this is verified. I'm going to try to find out if this is true or not. And then if it is true, I'm going to change my mind. That's what you're supposed to do. Okay? When you encounter new information backed by evidence, what you're supposed to do is go, I wonder what steps led me to believe otherwise I should really reconsider this position. Okay? That's what you're supposed to do. Instead, you just lashed out at me angrily, try to catch me in an own or something. It's funny how they assume you like Newsom. Yeah, I don't even know if he knows which governor he's talking about. I don't know why he stopped talking. I feel like he's short-circuited. I wish you would have laid this truth to Bob yesterday and see what he said about that. Yeah, because you fucking, flick your bean or crank your hog to contest. That's all you care about. If all you care about is fucking blood sport and getting dunks, then yeah, that's your takeaway from that conversation. I think that conversation was very productive. Why are you always so mad at people who go against your views? I'm not. I'm mad at people that are wrong, but confidently wrong. Who on the planet would be not mad at someone who is objectively incorrect and also on top of that, confidently incorrect and acting as though they are the actual authority on the subject matter when I'm explaining something to them that they didn't know about beforehand? That's understandably a frustrating situation, don't you think? But you go against their character. Chatter, what's your job? Are you gainfully employed? Do you have a job? Let's test this out. Like, what do you do every day? I'm sure there's a hobby that you have that you know down to the fucking wire, right? You know every single thing about this hobby. If I just came up to you and I just started explaining something to you confidently that you knew more about than I did, you would probably also get fucking mad at me, right? Like, that's normal. It's a human thing. And for the record, I asked you what your job is. I didn't ask like, there was a purpose for that. Like whatever your specialty is, right? Sorry, game developer. Great. Brilliant. Beautiful. Imagine if I just started fucking telling you that you were, like, confidently telling you that you were wrong about your actual fucking job. Okay? I was just yelling at you like, you're fucking stupid, dude. You don't understand. That's not how video games are developed, you fucking dumbass. Huh. That's not what the Blizzard developers said. Just like bring up random shit. Yeah, you would fucking get pissed off, right? As a matter of fact, I'm sure you do receive that on a daily fucking basis. Half the time from, Asmongold's fans. I mean, that does happen, but going against someone's character is uncalled for. Oh. Just tell him any Pyro software take? Yeah. If I catch you having a take on Pyro software that goes against his character, I'm gonna ruthlessly ban you, just so you know. Because once again, you're more mad at the form than the function. Why is it that so many people get mad at the form rather than the function? The function here is someone coming in without additional knowledge on an issue that I'm talking about and confidently being incorrect and derailing. Okay? Stop focusing on the form. Start focusing on the function. Okay? This is a unfortunate byproduct of liberalism, I think. A lot of people will go, hey, you can be a dog shit person. You're like J.D. Vance. Okay? J.D. Vance is a horrible monster. And yet, J.D. Vance, I want your Kong in my mouth. I love you, Asmon. You are sexy as fuck. At least we were able to come to a reasonable conclusion here about form versus function. And I'm glad that we were able to reach a point of agreement before I saw those logs. There's got to be a mix-up. I'm sure you were memeing. I hope. My brother was on the account. My dog was typing that, actually.
Want to come after in Minneapolis, and we'll go through it.
Why the fuck are we giving away our position/military strategy to the enemy of Iran? What do you mean, dude? You think you can fucking move assets into the fucking region and Iran is not going to know about it? That's funny. Yeah. America should be moving aircraft carriers secretly to the Gulf. Submerge them. Yeah. Put them under the water. The ocean is so big. Why can't they just move? Why can't they move this this city? this floating city quietly. Real G's move in silence like lasagna. Surely they won't notice.
And if they're a pedophile, if they're a rapist, if they're abusing their spouse, we're going to go and get those guys. Let's cooperate. And then if there is dad on the list that's here illegally, maybe there's an argument for put him at the bottom of the list if we have time, or let's investigate him. Let's see if he's committed a crime. But they won't cooperate. Instead, they're causing this anarchy. People are angry. They're standing up to the police officers.
Bro, I swear, it's like everything is Israel. Amer Israel. Amer Israel. It's Amer Israel time. It's always like the action that the government is doing, no matter how violent, no matter how illegal, no matter how ruthless it is nothing in comparison to the feelings of the law enforcement officers getting hurt. Okay? Israel can do a live streamed Holocaust of, majority children and women every single day for 2 days straight. And the only conversation that must take place on U.S. soil is how that makes Israel dick riders feel. I don't know how vapid one can be to not realize, that's not the problem. Like, your fucking personal feelings are not the issue here, okay? Your personal feelings are not even in the top 10 considerations in this moment. As a matter of fact, I would like it if your feelings were hurt even further. I hope that you feel the pain, even a fraction of the pain that you are defending, that you've brought about others. It's so crazy. It's always so strange. These guys are like, look at how these ICE agents, their hands hurt after punching the fuck out of another wine mom in a Minnesota suburb. Like, I don't care. I don't care about your fucking feelings. I don't care about your physical safety. Just don't do it then. The fuck do you mean?
Then they're mad when police officers have to use the pepper spray or whatever spray they're using. But the reason is they're outnumbered. They have these groups that are massive, hundreds of people that come up to a few of these ICE agents.
What is this? Hey, Hasan, yesterday I asked about how people can be so evil. You mentioned that Gaza was a testing ground and how we saw people suffer and no one cared. I don't think Gazans should die, but I also know Americans only care about America, so shouldn't they do something since it's happening on their homeland? P.S. Not trying to rage bait, genuinely asking. Got into politics last year. Welcome to politics, chatter. They are doing something. This is something. This is the thing that they're doing. And it will only continue. Some's got to give. Either the government continues its escalations and it turns into, I guess, complete chaos and civil war, or they back away.
You obviously believe ICE should be abolished, but there are many in your party who are not going that far. Is that a problem for you?
I think any step in the direction of reining in and cutting the funding of an agency that is attacking U.S.
Have you been following everything that's going on? You've been shopping? Ladies and gentlemen, Austin Show's in the building. He has to do something.
I have to do something, but I'll say hello real quick.
Yeah.
What's been going on? What's happening? Is she running for president?
No.
Shit.
Or maybe, but
Okay.
no. What's happening is fucking.
Have we invaded Greenland?
No.
No, Jesus.
We're
Well, let me
still-
guess. What else? Hold on. What else could
Okay.
happen?
What could be going on?
Is Trump sick?
He is sick.
Okay, well, we knew that. I mean, mentally.
But he also got like a big boo boo on his hand, on his other hand this time.
Okay, wait, is that what this is? It's something else, right?
No.
Hold on,
We're not invading. We're invading somewhere, but
Wait.
it's in the domestic home front.
Portland, Oregon?
No, it's still Minneapolis.
They're invading Minneapolis?
We're still invading Minneapolis.
We're invading ourselves?
We've been invading ourselves.
Well, I know, but what?
How much, bro? How much have you not been paying
Well,
attention?
no, I'm paying attention, but you have to understand.
Look at your gay ass fit.
Do you like it?
Aloed out the wazoo.
I got this for Christian for Christmas, and then I decided that I would just
look at this
take it.
guy. You look like a fancy trophy wife.
Yeah. Do I?
Yeah.
Look, it's very. It's my comfortable plane fit.
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah, it's my very comfortable Christian. I got this for him for Christmas. And I was like, you know what? I'd look fucking good in that. And so I was just like, you know what? I've been wearing it more than him. You know what I mean? That's the cool part about being gay. You know what I mean?
Oh, I have 3 armed security people with me tomorrow. It's the first time I've actually
3 armed. Holy shit!
Yeah, I got
to the
they
wazoo.
Got guns. They got fucking. We're coming in like.
Oh
big
my
trucks.
god! Hell yeah!
Yeah, we're gonna be walking around. I'm gonna wear
That's my shit.
Yeah,
that is my shit.
Yeah,
that's my shit.
They all
love
have
that.
3 arms.
3 arms, all of them.
Yeah.
3 armed security guards. That's
Yeah.
crazy. That's wild.
Yeah, they got pews.
That's amazing.
Austin, this is why people call you a selfish top.
No, oh my God. Oh yeah, poor Christian, really suffering without his aloe set.
It's true. You said it.
So wait, what's going on? Tell me. I'm tapped in. Believe me, I'm tapped in.
Okay.
I'm tapped in.
Have you been following what's going on with Davos and Greenland?
Well, I've been following what's going on with Green. Well, I haven't had a chance to watch. I've been working on a lot of stuff. No, I'm serious. I'm not even kidding. Well, one of those things is a stream that you and I are doing together that I haven't.
Yeah.
I'm still pulling together. He regrets accepting this, but basically, I'm going to do Hasan and Will have agreed to do a stream with me because I believe that I have the best gaydar, but we're going to put that to the test and we're going to do a live stream where we invite 20 or so people and cast, and we're gonna basically live test.
I truly don't know what this man does in his spare time, and I know that most of his time is spare time. So whenever he's like, "Oh, I haven't been paying attention to the news because I've been working too hard," and it's like he just has one show that he's setting up.
Yeah. No,
bro's out here.
I'm also going to Florida to collaborate with Your Age.
Bro's out here acting like he's Kai Cenat.
Yeah, I'm gonna collaborate with Your Age. I'm gonna fly a 747 with him. I'm gonna do a drag to brunch. He's gonna take me to the hood. We're gonna be doing several. I may do an in the tub with him. I'm doing a lot of things. Anyways, I've been busy. I've been working a lot. I'm doing.
Someone said it's Austin Show, not Austin Shows. True, not multiple, just one show.
But yeah. Oh shit! Am I not supposed to say that? Did I say something? That's what he told me. What he was gonna do. Is that inappropriate? Did I say
This
something
is
bad?
so tone deaf, Lamau. What? No, don't listen to them. They're white.
I know, but chat. This is literally what he told me he was gonna do with me. Okay, I didn't coin that term. He told me. He's like, I'm going to take you to the hood. That's what he told me. I don't know. What am I supposed to say? Okay, what am I supposed to say? I don't know what I'm supposed to say. What? Oh my God! I don't know what I'm sorry. Did I step on a woke mind or something?
Yeah, it's fucked up.
Jesus Christ! I'm sorry. I didn't mean that.
Yeah, he used the H slur.
Okay.
Yeah, he's already on his knees, man.
Okay, I'm trying. I'm not trying to be insensitive. This is what he told me. So, anyway, but yeah, I'm working on a few things.
This is what he said.
What's going on? Tell me what's going on.
This is what he said with the hand bruise. This was what it looks like.
This is what's going on.
Yeah, it's
so
the other.
I nailed it.
It's the other hand. It's the other hand.
Oh.
I clipped it on the table.
He said, "I'm very good. I clipped it on the table."
What do they call it? Cream on it. But I clipped it. I would say, take aspirin if you like your heart, but don't take aspirin if you don't want to have a little bruising. You know, if you take I take the big aspirin. And when you take the big aspirin, they tell you you're bruised. The doctor said, you don't have to take that, sir. You're very healthy. I said, I'm not taking any chances.
Okay, so I'm a hypochondriac here.
The
so
big aspirin. Dr. Show, explain what he means when he
I'm
says
a hypochondriac.
There's a chair right there. You can pull it.
I know, but I don't have much time. But I am there. There's doctors, and then there's hypochondriacs, which is second to a doctor.
I think Trump is
right ahead of
famously.
nurses.
Trump is famously a hypochondriac as well. I think.
Right, but typically when you
he's a lot like you, also a petty tyrant, and also gay.
Yeah, I mean, I would handle this country completely different than him. I would never invade Greenland. And I would ensure that everybody had health care and the stock market would be rolling on top of everything.
Well, the stock market is doing well.
Okay, I know. But I don't know why they're doing well. They're very... I don't know what's going on with that, and I don't care either. It's not the biggest importance. Most Americans don't give a shit about
just a couple boy slaves, though. Just a couple boy slaves.
So my thing is aspirin is an NSAID, a non-steroidal anti-inflammatory. Also, you could get Advil is a similar thing. They're blood thinners, more or less. They thin your blood, which make you more susceptible to bruising. He is correct. But to get a bruise like that, you'd have to hit your hand really fucking hard. But he's so fucking, excuse me, he's a little larger. And you know,
why did you say excuse me to me?
Well, no, I didn't mean
what
it.
were you trying to say?
No. You're fine. No, but like I said, excuse me, like you're the woker on behalf of woke.
I'm representing fat people. Is that what you're saying?
No. You don't represent. You're not. No. There's nothing wrong
with being fat.
With being fat, absolutely
in the way
not.
that I am,
unless you're a fascist, and then it's wrong, and then I can make fun of it.
There's nothing wrong with how fat I am.
You're not fat.
Okay,
you're not
it doesn't
fat.
feel like that's what
you're
you were
not fat
saying.
at all. Anyway, regardless, he's a little overweight. Trump, not you. I'm not pointing at you. I'm grabbing your shoulder as if we're communicating with one another. But anyway, it's hard to find veins on him, and so the most accessible veins are in the hand. So I imagine he's getting an IV of something in the hand, which is causing bruising. I've bruised from an IV too. It happens. I bruised on my arm. It happens. But
you don't got enough iron in your blood.
Enough iron in the blood? I've never Googled that before.
I thought you were a doctor.
I'm a hypochondriac, and
What the
I've never been
fuck?
concerned about iron, so I've never Googled it before.
Now you should probably start being concerned about iron.
Right. But I mean, he could be anemic. I don't know. I haven't Googled that yet, but I will go Google it and report back to you.
They're calling you a fake hypochondriac.
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I thought earlier. I think I said something inappropriate, and I didn't.
No,
even mean
you
to
didn't.
say
You just say you're going to the hood, and they got the hypersensitive about it. You know?
I didn't. People are assuming that I coined that. He
1 in
told me
4
that's what
Americans
he's
have
taking
iron
it.
deficiency, so Austin has that stat.
Yeah. So okay.
Hasan is lying. Don't worry, I'm not lying.
Yeah. So okay. Well, I will get out of your hair since nobody wants to listen to me talk.
That's not true. We're enjoying it. We're enjoying the show.
Yeah, everybody.
The Austin show.
Yeah. So, but I have to save all this content for the podcast because you know how Trump believes that
the human life is a battery.
Yeah, it's a
believes
battery.
as in he knows the truth.
Yeah, right. He believes that the human life is a battery. I believe that I can only be funny for so long before I run out of content. And so right now I have to save myself for the Fear Am podcast.
So on most days you're burning through it before you get on the pod. Then is that what you're saying?
Wait, hold on. What do you mean? I see what you did there. That was good.
Yeah,
that was good. Hey, I have to. I mean, I can make an announcement here, can I?
What?
I'm hosting. Well, fuck. Can I? I mean, I don't know. I'm just telling you what I'm doing because nobody thinks I'm doing anything, and I haven't had a chance
what are you
to
doing?
stream. Well, I'm interviewing people at the Grammys with GLAAD, which is the charity that Will and I hosted on the.
Wait, what's GLAAD stand for?
Gay, lesbians, anti-defamation, against defamation. I have dyslexia, so it's really difficult for me to remember. But gays and lesbians against defamation. The GLAAD is there to elevate LGBTQ people in media. That's what we're supposed to do, and fight against discrimination against LGBTQ people in media.
They got your phony
ass. I'm not fake. I literally nailed it. Go Google it.
You got it wrong again,
I
and I
didn't.
ask you every time.
I did it, but anyway,
He said gay DL, bro.
No, I did not. No. Google it. I guarantee you I'm right. My point is,
Gay League Against Anti-Defamation.
But I bought a full, you're going to be proud of me, a full Versace suit.
Damn, how much are they paying you?
Well, they're not paying me. No, they're not paying me. They provide. I'm going out of pocket a little bit extra for the clothes, but a full Versace suit with the shoes and everything because I had to look good on the red carpet, and I don't have one of those suits. Is this an out of touch conversation to be having?
I mean, I don't know. It's fine. It's clothes.
Should I return it?
What? Everyone's saying yes. And
should I return it?
You should never bring up the fact that you own things in this chat. The other day I said $100,000 is a working class salary, and chatters sincerely were trying to be like, you're wrong. If you make $100,000 a year, you're actually one of the wealthiest people on the planet. You are literally a part of the ownership class.
The ownership class at $100,000 a year?
Yeah, no, they were saying those who rule over us are
$100,000 is an Uber ride from West Hollywood to LAX.
Okay, now you are out of touch.
Okay, well I'm just saying it's a little
no
fucking
jokes. You can't be making jokes about that.
It's expensive. It really is.
Technically, you are very wealthy globally, to be fair.
And I recognize the privilege that I have. I do.
I don't know. Kind of feels like you're not checking it right now.
I'll be honest. I thought it was a little out of touch that Zoran wanted a bidet.
That's what you got mad at?
Yeah, I was so upset. You know, I was like, we don't have health care, but how dare he have a clean butthole?
I texted him about that. I was like, listen, King, we're gonna make the white man wash their butts.
You know, the funniest thing is that's such an American line of attack because Americans don't like have such dirty holes, like as a society, because we think that blowing water up our ass is gay. That's why we don't have bidets. Literally, we don't have bidets because we think it's gay. All right? It's true.
No, I don't think that's true.
No, it's true. That's exactly why it's true.
No, I don't think
they had to invent a butt wipe called dude wipes because they thought that wiping your butt with a regular butt wipe was gay. So they had to invent a wipe for dudes.
I think the reason why they don't have it is because they thought it was like barbaric.
Wait, what? Really?
Yeah, because in Eastern culture, this is a fear and combo, by the way.
Oh, okay, we have to save it.
Oh my God, we should be saving
we
this.
should be saving it. See, this is a problem. Sorry, y'all. You have to tune into Fear and tomorrow. Actually, Monday.
Monday.
Yeah. But anyway, bidets are like $14. I mean, they suck at 14.
No, they don't suck.
They're cold as hell. You have no heat in your bidets here, by the way.
What? So what? Yeah, I have normal ass. Okay.
My asshole is frozen over.
Your butt pussy.
Your
butt pussy is that fucking high class that you're mad that you're. I don't have a fucking
my butt pussy. Just call it a bussy.
Yeah,
butt pussy. You gotta add like some heterophobic like connotation to a butt pussy.
What do you think a bussy is?
Yeah, but
I just extracted.
We don't call it you don't call a woman's vagina a pussy. You call it
a butt pussy.
You don't
is
call
a
it a vagina pussy.
That's what a bussy is. A bussy is a butt pussy.
You don't call it a vagina pussy.
I think it's
you?
No, you just call it a pussy. You just call it a pussy.
You're being insensitive.
Some call it a Venus.
Yeah, a Venus, a bussy.
A Venus.
All right. Anyway.
A woman's penis is a Venus.
But you need to put some heat on your bidets because I'd be blasting my asshole and it's frozen by the end of it. I can't even feel my asshole.
Bro.
I blast my asshole numb here. I can't feel it. I can't even tell.
Yeah, I call that booty boot camp.
Yeah.
I cannot believe that you are such a fucking bougie bitch that you're like, why is your bidets not like, why don't you have higher class bidets in your house?
I mean, I'm gonna say I do think that you could. I mean, look, Chad, am I wrong to add a little heat to the bidet? That's all I'm saying.
I'm not fucking putting heating in the butt pussy in the bidets.
A heated ass blast.
It's fine. It wakes you up when you get hit.
It's true. Sometimes I mess it up and I hit the fucking. I blast.
Oh my God! David texted me and said Austin didn't have bidets in his house. You don't even have a fucking bidet in your house?
I haven't gotten around to it.
You don't even have a bidet in your house?
I haven't gotten around to it, Hasan.
That's crazy.
I haven't gotten around to it.
What the fuck are you complaining about?
Can I be honest? So I've got...
So your asshole is seeing modernity the only time you're inside of my fucking house and you're still complaining?
Well, right now...
You uncivilized barbarian.
Well, I've been trying to get to... But the problem is is every toilet seat in my house is cracked. I don't know what the fuck it is. I've got defective toilet seats, and Christian cracked my toilet seat entirely in half, and it's not his fault because it has nothing to do with like him at all, but he on accident sat on it and cracked it, like it just like completely off, like it's completely.
I feel like this is a deflection. Fucking just getting a bidet is not going to change that.
Yeah, yeah.
You're just deflecting.
I don't know. I have to get new toilet seats, and I'm going to call the manufacturer. I'm going to call the manufacturer. I'm going to say, look, manufacturer, this is ridiculous. Are you going to stand by your product or what? You know what I
cannot believe that you don't even have any fucking bidets and you're complaining of the bidets that are in my house because your butthole is too cold.
Can I tell you something? Can I glaze Zoran real quick?
Yeah, sure.
One of the things that I really got excited about what he was doing in New York City.
What?
Zoran banned the
straight people,
the hidden fees of hotels. Hotel hidden fees. Often people travel, they try to prepare, they budget for a vacation, they show up to New York City, it's already expensive, it's really tight, and you show up to the hotel. Oh shit, there's a $35 destination fee. Oh shit, you didn't include the taxes in the price of the hotel room. Oh shit, there's actually a $15 whatever fee, right? It's really important, and this is the white hat Karenism that I've been fighting for this for a long time.
You did this, actually.
Yeah, I did.
It wasn't Lena Khan. It wasn't Lena Khan who basically did this when she was in the Biden administration and now doing it in New York as well.
Mm-hmm.
It was you.
It was me. That's right. I've been fighting.
Next time I see Lena, I'll tell her.
I think they've been
next time
fighting.
I can't even talk. Next time I see her, I'm going to be like, I have a friend. He's Lebanese.
Well,
I have to bring that. He's gay.
A lot of people know that.
I'm gay.
Yeah, a lot of people know
I'm Lebanese.
A lot of people know that. I look Lebanese. Look at me.
Yeah.
Look how Lebanese
Yeah, if I showed a photo of you, she would know. She'd be like, that's a Lebanese man.
Be honest, most Lebanese people say I'm Lebanese.
That's a homosexual Lebanese
Every
man.
time I talk to Lebanese people, even if they don't clock it right away, they get to a point where they're like, oh, I see it now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I don't know if they're being, it's the hairline. You better watch your fucking mouth. My hairline looks good right now. Okay? You'd be lucky to have hair on your head at 32. I wouldn't count your lucky stars. You're sitting there. Oh yeah, I'm talking to you. You're sitting there. You're 23. It's coming. It's coming. That hairline's going to start slowly every single year. You look in the mirror. Tick, tick, tick, tick, tick, tick, tick. There it goes.
You know who else is Lebanese?
What?
Erica Kirk.
You know what?
Okay, you know who else is Lebanese?
I see it. Okay, who else?
Judge Janine Perot.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
They're everywhere, bro. They're
That is
fucking
crazy.
everywhere. Lebanese occupied government.
Very
Blog.
successful conservatives.
Yes. No. Yeah. Actually,
they're gonna fucking identify that thing, that niche, and they're going after it.
oh yeah, Christian.
Very successful conservatives.
It's the Christians. That's what it is. Is the Christian Lebanese?
I
Wait,
never heard it. Huh?
You're Christian Lebanese.
Yeah, my family's Christian Lebanese.
Dude, he is a part of it. He's a part of the in group.
Yeah, we're Christian Lebanese.
That's why you're so fucking white.
Now we're atheist Lebanese. Actually, I'm agnostic Lebanese. I believe in Jesus Christ because he's the hometown God. You know what I mean? You got to believe in the hometown. Got to root for the home team. You know, right? And
Valkyrie says, Austin, can you check phone, please?
Oh, of course, I can do that. I got it. I got you. Anyway, somebody in the chat who's never met me before said this guy's crazy. Anyway, regard. I'm obviously joking. That was a joke, chat. But just in case he's, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Do you ever think he gets insecure?
Who?
Jesus.
What? Jesus?
You know what I mean? Do you think he gets insecure about the fact that he can't live up to the expectations of these fucking like conservatives?
What do you mean? He's
you know what I mean?
Jesus.
Like they put him on
Isn't
Earth.
he God?
Do you think he's got body dysmorphia? Because they fucking, they make him look all shredded.
He
and
is shredded.
And then they show up like
No,
he's like,
he
man,
is
I don't
shredded.
look like that.
Bro, Jesus ain't coming back because he's worried they beat his ass with hammers. That's why he's like, they would throw my ass in El Salvador in prison.
They have him fucking yoked.
They'd be like, bro, you're a yoked Middle Easterner whose name is Jesus. Get the fuck in the line. ICE would kidnap his ass.
That's
dude.
my point. He's not the same as what they portray him to be.
America would re-crucify Jesus straight up.
Mm-hmm. Man, I haven't been on your stream in a long time. There's a lot of people that have no fucking idea who I am.
Yeah, that's
and they're
true.
like, is this guy on drugs?
I only asked them what time pod is tonight because Hasan is untrustworthy.
It's true. That's what she said.
That's crazy.
Yep.
I am trustworthy.
I guess it's been leaked that Valkyrie is on the Fear and podcast.
Valky leak.
Valkyrie is on the Fear and podcast.
Christian.
Oh, was it a secret? No.
Christian in the Discord says, I've cracked low-key 3 of the toilets in our house.
Yeah. Yeah, he has. How the hell? Christian, get off your damn phone. How the hell you know I was here? Get off your damn phone. All right. I got work to do.
All right, go do your thing.
Is there any bathrooms available that I can use?
Yeah, all of the bathrooms, Austin.
Okay. All right.
Just don't crack my toilet.
Okay.
You don't got Christian's ass, so you can't do that anyway. That boy got an ass on him. This man needs to try decaf. Oh my God, he went upstairs. Austin, why are you going upstairs to shit? You keep your fucking ass down here. Those are guest bath. That's crazy. No, it's fine. Your coworker literally sells heated water bidets and you claim you can't get one? Shaking my head. That's my coworker. That's why. That's my coworker. If he was my friend, when he was my friend, he installed one and flooded my bathroom. Now that he's my coworker, he's not going to give it to me for free. He's probably going to make me pay extra. Why is Raj so much funnier than you, but he never streams? His name is not Raj. Who's Raj? Anyway, let's watch this Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
But you obviously believe ICE should be abolished, but there are many in your party who are not going that far. Is that a problem for you?
I think
Arkansas chatter here. All of us are going to freeze to death this weekend. Pray for us. Arkansas chatter. I'm literally going to Murderapolis tomorrow. I'm going to be freezing to death alongside you.
any step in the direction of reining in and cutting the funding of an agency that is attacking U.S. citizens, that are kidnapping 5-year-olds, that are using them as bait to open doors, and that are privately circulating that they can violate everyday Americans' constitutional rights by busting into their doors, they deserve to be defunded. I'll take any step in that direction.
Ted Cruz on vacay again. Texas is cooked. Oh, I saw that, bro. He's like, he's like a rare animal. You know what I mean? Like when you see like those fishes that normally never come near the shoreline, like they are always like deep underwater. What's the fish called? There's like a very rare, like an oarfish. When you see an oarfish, it's like some life-changing event is about to happen. When Ted Cruz leaves the state of Texas, just know that you are going to have an incident. There is going to be a natural disaster. That motherfucker knows it's about to happen, so he just runs away from the state. Straight up. He booked it, so you know it's going to be fucked.
Can you just tell me a little bit about who you are, what brings you out here in 8 degrees right now? What's your name?
My name is Lindsay.
Lindsay, what do you do?
I actually work in real estate.
In real estate. How about you? What's your name? What do you do?
My name is Jessica. I work at a packaging firm in...
Wow. Look at these radical left-wing Antifa terrorists, chat. Y'all see this? Y'all seeing this shit? The real Antifa. I'm seeing it. The white women vanguard. White women, save me. Save me, white women.
And so, how often are you doing this, coming out onto the streets to protest what you're seeing happening in Minneapolis?
As often as we can. We obviously need to take breaks for ourselves and our humanity and our brains, but we are out here as much as we can be.
What does it feel like to have these armed mass federal troops, to know now that there are subpoenas issued to the mayor of this city, to the governor of this state by the federal government, Donald Trump? They have long said they consider invoking the Insurrection Act. We know that there are literal troops, army troops that are on standby to come here. How's it feel to be citizens of Minnesota right now today?
It's absolutely terrifying. I am obviously not the target that they're going after, but anytime I drive by an ICE agent, my whole body just freezes up. It's just terrifying to know what they're doing and, having to explain this to your children, who are worried about their friends.
I think that's important to emphasize, is that it's not unusual to see these agents out on the streets here. Have you seen them out and about?
Oh, yeah. I drove past one the other day. They haven't come to my specific neighborhood or my work yet, but I'm terrified that they would.
And yet you're out here anyway, even though they're not coming to your neighborhood.
Absolutely. And I would hope that anybody else would be as well. If you're silent, you're not going to make a difference.
It's really important that everyone.
Hey, by the way, Ken Leakenstein is at it again. Leak Doc, Homeland Security's domestic terror obsession. Department of Homeland Security is worried about people with class-based or economic grievances per its annual threat assessment. Remember when I told you that they are trying to actively make it illegal and make you out to be a fucking terrorist if you are on the left? Well, it turns out if you have any sort of economic anxiety, whether you're a Trump supporter or not, the government might be coming after you. I wonder why. I wonder why they have this hyperfixation on class-based struggle. What is this?
I don't want war. All I want is peace. Peace. Peace. A little piece of Poland, a little piece of France, a little piece of Portugal and Austria perchance. A little slice of Turkey and all that entails. And then a piece of England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales. A little nip of Norway, a little spot of Greece, a little hunk of Hungary. Oh, what a lovely feast. A little bite of Belgium, and now for some dessert. Romania, Albania, and Russia wouldn't hurt. Hey! A little piece of Poland, a little piece of France.
Theater kid ass video, Mel Brooks, bro. Really? Producers? Like, that's crazy. What do you mean theater kid ass video?
Piece of India and Pakistan perchance.
This is a fucking certified classic. Chat is literally too young for this, bro. This is like fucking making fun of Beethoven, dude. Like, bro, Beethoven don't even slap, brother. Like, this is art, you fucking Philistine. Oh my God, read a book. Holy shit. That's crazy. I can't believe it.
I don't.
That's what Elon was trying to joke about. I doubt that he's cultured enough to have been making a reference. I think he accidentally arrived at the same conclusion of a fictionalized version of Hitler in a theater play, in a failed theater play. Beethoven had hoes. Okay. Facts. Facts. Let's keep going.
Stand up together on this Friday and make sure that we are sending a strong, clear message that President Trump, Vice President Vance, Minnesota.
Bro's coming in here to lock me into my own fucking studio in my own damn house, bro. You see this shit? Austin literally came in here and was like, I'm shutting this door. I don't want to hear your voice in your own house. It's fucking crazy. It's nuts.
Are working together to get ICE out of our state.
Law Palestine advocate calling people Philistine is kind of ironic and yet fitting. Law, man, shut the fuck up, you stupid ass motherfucker. Okay? Shut the fuck up. Okay, I call people barbaric too. What is this fucking hyper woke tone policing of fucking language?
It is not making us safer. It is not making our neighborhoods any better by the actions that are happening in our communities, and it must end. People are dying. People, they are causing car accidents. They are hurting people. It is happening constantly. It is not who we are. And I hope that this can end. And Friday will show that Minnesotans are together on this work.
No, this is not bad. This is not more begging from the libs. This is the Minnesota Democrat Farmer Labor Party actually fucking doing something. Okay. Like this is mass action taking place. I think that Minneapolis is doing a very interesting thing. And I think it takes a lot of courage. It takes a lot of organizing to put something like this together on such short notice. And not only that, but also this will be an important testing ground, okay? Because a lot of people go, oh, one-day protest law. Bitch, you do 0-day protests. You just chirp on fucking Twitter. You are worthless, okay? Please stop. It's the same principle behind like the No Kings protest. Like now you got actual labor unions trying to pull off a single-day general strike. Do you know how fucking hard that shit is to coordinate? How hard that shit is to organize? No, you don't know anything. Okay? You don't know anything. Remember Hasan with the France and they said one-day protest is the issue? Oh my God. Brother, we are in the United States of America. You have a 10% union, labor union density in the current, in the current fucking labor pool. Okay? Unions are completely dead in the fucking water. They do zero political activism as opposed to how they used to operate. They used to be militant, okay? You start small. That's the point that I'm trying to make. It's good. This is a good thing. And if this is successful, then now it's easier to do it again. Now you have proof that it works. Now you at least know how to do it, how to pull it off, and you can do it again and again and again everywhere else. This is how it builds a movement. Okay? The general strikes took place in Italy, which has a much stronger tradition of labor militancy than we do, and a higher percentage of union participation in the labor force than we do. Didn't happen overnight either. Anyone who fucking tries to you need to chirp at labor action such as this one is a delusional fucking loser. Okay? Sorry. Wake the fuck up. These people are actually trying to save themselves. They're trying to protect their neighbors. You're not doing shit when you fucking talk on the internet, okay? Seriously. That shit makes me so mad.
Fuck up, Trump. We ain't fucking with you. Get out of Minnesota.
Important doesn't feel like a strong enough word for what this means this coming Friday. It's exciting to consider the power that people's pocketbook, as they say, has.
We're trying to rally some people together to walk the streets to kind of like shut down.
Incredibly idiotic to say about Minneapolis, where neighborhoods have literally 13% density and all adults organized in rapid response networks. The day-to-day organizing in Minneapolis is exploding right now. Exactly. And the people that are saying that from the outside looking in, and they're not doing shit. That's the other thing. I see so many fucking ultras on the internet that LARP, that just all they do is fucking LARP. They're like, why won't people do acts of terrorism right now? It's like, brother, you're not doing anything. Like, these guys were able to facilitate a fucking single-day general strike that's statewide. Well, my method of resistance is much more preferable, which is posting deep fried fucking memes on the internet.
Businesses shut down everything pretty much because we want to get ICE out of here.
It's a protest that allows us to remember how big our community can be, as strong as it can be when we come together. You have to stand up. This is not normal. We should not normalize this type of behavior.
The people have power in this country. That's what it's going to take, is all of us coming together, having each other's backs. Hopefully the rest of the country can see that this walkout, this strike has an impact, whether big or small.
We built this shit. You know what I'm saying? We made this from the ground up, we can take this shit down and take it back. We're human beings, bro.
You gotta have heart here, bro. You feel me? You gotta have a heart, bro. You can't just put all of us in one circle and try to make us paint us as criminals, bro. It's real hard working Somalis, Mexicans, white people, all that, bro. Get ICE out of Minnesota.
These businesses are in the heart of the Hispanic community in Minneapolis. All the festivities like Cinco de Mayo, they all happen on this street.
It's so funny because like people will be like, no, the real thing is like doing a general strike countrywide, right? And then they try to organize it on fucking subreddits. Like, get the fuck out of here. You don't know the first thing about labor organizing. You don't understand. Like, you need strike funds. You need to get every fucking labor union on board. That shit doesn't happen overnight. It's like a muscle. You have to build up. You have to start small.
I spoke to one of the only business owners that is open right now. It's this business right here. And he says that normally there's this diverse clientele, this hustle and bustle in this community. But now he describes it as dead. About 10 businesses are closed, including this one right here.
People are saying, what's next steps? If they keep it up, you keep building the fucking strike. You keep building into the general strike. Okay? It's like a muscle, and it also basically builds confidence. This is how you create momentum around labor organizing. This is how you create momentum around solidarity. It's a show of force. And I would say this is a far more powerful show of force than even the No Kings protests. Like, people talk about 5501. I am agnostic about their existence. I don't think it's like, I don't think it's a solution, but I also don't think it's bad, right? But this is beyond that. You actually now have labor unions directly involved in it. They're doing work stoppages. Like, it's a huge fucking deal. And when people say, oh my God, No Kings was toothless, it's like, again, you're not doing anything. It's time for more agitators. Yes. Sure. Sure, dude. It's time for direct action now. Direct action now, comrade. I have some tenorite at this location. Please go and take it. You can blow up the train tracks.
The business owners
Ridiculous.
Are his friends. And he says that they've either been taken by ICE or that their employees are too afraid to go to work.
A lot of people every day wake up and say, I don't know where is the last day when I return my family.
He says ICE has been in his parking lot, this area back here behind the restaurant. Now he has an employee locking the door behind every customer coming in and going out. He wants to stay open, but he says that his willingness to do so has a limit.
What if the president invokes the Insurrection Act and sends troops here?
Pues ya sería la gota que derramó el vaso porque pues ya todos en ese caso ya no saldríamos nadie.
He says that would be the straw that would break the camel's back. He says that he's seen how even American citizens, protesters that are speaking out, have been treated badly by immigration officials or by police.
His message to everyone watching, if you can use your vote and your voice right now.
Came to Minneapolis to report on what's going on. One of the main questions I showed up with is just what is the scale of resistance? After all, we're all used to the news calling Portland a war zone or whatever when it's just some protests in one part of town. I got in late last night. First thing this morning, I saw cars following an ICE vehicle down the street honking at it. Later, we didn't drive more than 3 blocks before we found people defending a child care facility. The idea that people have to defend a child facility, let that sink in. Half the street corners around here have people from every walk of life, including Republicans, standing guard to watch for suspicious vehicles, which are reported to a robust and entirely decentralized network that tracks ICE vehicles and mobilizes responders. I've been actively involved in protest movements for 24 years. I've never seen anything approaching this scale. Minneapolis is not accepting what's happening here. ICE fucking murdered a woman for participating in this, and all that did is bring out more people from more walks of life. This is what I meant. This is what I was talking about with respect to Iran as well, for the record. Okay? When you behave like this, when you behave in a violent way to try to suppress people's lawful right to protest, people's lawful rights to defend their neighbors, when you come in and try to do a domestic occupation, people are only going to get more mad. You're only going to bring more people to the fucking streets, okay? Well, maybe not the people in this chat that are fucking chirping from the outside, but you're radicalizing normies. Okay? You're radicalizing normies into taking action. Before I came, I asked a local friend if the cold is going to be minus 20 or so in the coming days would stop people from coming out. No, we'll be there. It's ice who can't handle it. Today, I talked with a 76-year-old who's been standing in the cold for hours guarding our neighbors. I was getting kind of chilly. Even a new winter gear I bought for this trip, and I live in the goddamn mountains myself. She didn't even have that hat on. Another person put it, we're Minnesotans. We're excited to get our real winter gear out of the box for the year. He was an audio engineer whose kid went to school in the area. No way in hell was he going to let anyone come for kids on his watch. Another friend put it to me like this. ISIS made the classic Nazi mistake. They invaded winter people in the winter. I don't want to paint a rosy picture because it's a city under siege. People are being abducted all the time. One person told me about watching 1 to 2 abductions a day just in her own work following ICE. But when I asked an organizer what they wanted to see out of press coverage, they told me they wanted people to see the beautiful things they are building here and not just the worst stories and the worst ISIS crimes. What people are doing here is beautiful. It's a tragic beauty, but a real one. Never seen you open a Blue Sky link? I mean, this was worthy. This was worthwhile.
Now do so, because today it's the immigrant community in Minnesota that is being targeted. Tomorrow, it could be another community in another state.
We're following breaking news this morning.
For the record, this is also part of the reason why you have to take action and mobilize like this, because it's a real economic threat. Okay? Zach Rahr told me you can squash all kinds of dissent. What do you say to that? He kinda got you there. Okay, chatter. You don't have to LARP like you're a fucking Asmongold watcher in here, please. Please, I get enough of the fucking real roaches in here saying that dumb shit all on their own. You don't have to like assume the role of a dumb roach. Promise you don't need to do that. All right. So, yeah, we're going to talk about Mahmoud Khalil, set to be deported to Algeria.
Mahmoud Khalil, a former Columbia University graduate student arrested by ICE agents after taking part in pro-Palestinian protests, is set to be deported to Algeria. We've been following this story since the beginning. This is all according to a top official with the Department of Homeland Security. The move comes after a federal appeals court reversed the lower court's decision that freed the Syrian-born activist from immigration jail. The Trump administration maintains Khalil lied on documents as he applied for permanent U.S. residency and has argued he supports Hamas. Khalil denies he does and says he does not support violence.
I mean, even if he did, that's not a deportable offense. What the fuck? What even is this argument? Like, that's not a deport. I need people to understand something, okay? Saying you support Hamas as a documented legal permanent resident with a green card is not a deportable offense. I know that we've like completely lost touch with the reality here, but he hasn't even said that. But even if he did, that's not a deportable offense. Okay? Supporting terrorist groups is not a deportable offense? No, it's not. It's not. Learn the fucking law of the land. Please, I beg of you. No, it's not. You can say, I support Hamas all day, every day in the United States of America. It's called free speech, you fucking moron. What are you talking about? I'm not American, I'm asking. I'm sorry for yelling at you. I get a lot of Americans who don't know the law, and it really pisses me off. I apologize. I thought you were also American. Anyway. They believe cheerleading is the same as material support? No, they don't. Okay? And it doesn't matter what they believe. What matters is what the law is. Okay? And as of now, claiming that even statements in support of a terrorist group are not what constitute for material support. If that were to change, there would be no more free speech. As a matter of fact, this is the fundamental problem with the argumentation that the Department of Justice is trying to put forward, okay? This is the issue. This is the main issue, okay? You can either have free speech or you can claim that speech is material support. If you claim that speech is material support, you no longer have free speech. What the government is doing is unlawful, okay? This deportation proceeding is unlawful. It is not correct.
I want to get to Mahmoud Khalil, who is the Syrian national who was detained and was scheduled for deportation after organizing and allegedly being part of a Columbia University apartheid.
Also, he never said he defends Hamas. I know, but it doesn't matter. Even if he said he loves Hamas, you cannot deport someone over that. That is fucking ridiculous. You can refuse to give him a citizenship, okay, as a green card holder, but you can't you literally cannot deport a green card holder or anyone really for that matter for saying they support Hamas. It's so fucking stupid.
Vest group that is overtly pro-terrorism, praises terrorists like Yahya Sinwar, who killed dozens of Americans on October 7th. He was then released by a judge. Again,
didn't do any of that. And even if he did, it still would not be deportable. Okay?
You guys just got a ruling that says that judge had no jurisdiction to allow him to be released. Are there plans?
They said they're deporting him for lying in his application. That's what they said. He did not lie in his application. They're now adding that as okay. The reason why they want to make an example out of him is because they don't want freedom of protest, okay? They don't want you to fucking have freedom of assembly. They do not want you to have free speech. That's the real reason. Why are you so upset about a fanatic? Because I'm a fucking fanatic for the First Amendment, British bastard. Why don't you go get ass fucked by Keir Starmer, okay? Why don't you stick to your own side of the fucking goddamn pond, okay? How about you worry about fucking holding up a placard that says, I support Palestine action before they lock your stupid ass in fucking prison? How about you worry about your own problems, okay? Don't make me come over there and fucking annex your dumb fuck island, okay? You're talking to an American, bitch. Keep sucking terrorist cock, you clown. Keep talking. Keep fucking talking before Keir Starmer gives away the fucking UK to America. Yeah, it's gonna be the 52nd state, lad. You're a vassal. Know your fucking place. You're talking to an American citizen here about American issues, okay? I don't understand it. Like, I feel so bad for the British chatters in here. They have to fucking deal with this dumbass. And it's not enough that these sorts of dumbasses are too busy being like, we gotta save England. We gotta save England, lad. Fucking idiot. Literally led by a Mossad agent, by the way, an agent of both Israel and the UAE. Okay? And they're like, yeah, we gotta save England. We must be more servile to Israel, my lord. And then he turns around and it's not enough that he fucked up his own fucking country. He has to come in here and be like, yes, America, you should eat eel, jellied eels. Talking to a terrorist bull sucker. You're not American, you hate it. Yeah, the difference between you and I is I'm actually an American citizen, okay? You're just LARPing as one on the internet. That's the difference between you and I. British bastard. Fucking idiot. This is it. I have no respect. I already fucking despise right-wing reactionaries in my own country, but there is nothing more servile to me than being a reactionary in another country and demanding American domination over your own country. You have no investment in territorial sovereignty, okay? You are nothing. You are nothing to me. You are nothing to your loved ones. You don't have any loved ones. You're just a cuck. You're a cuck looking from the outside. You're not even, you're a professional cuck. You're a LARPer, mate. You LARP as an American, but your loyalty's with Hamas. That's why you're crying about this terrorist, yeah? Yeah, I'm an American. Suck my fucking dick, mate. Maybe you don't know what it's like, but we have freedom of fucking speech here, and it's something that I'm willing to fight for. Okay? You're loyal to Hamas. Please tread on me, Mr. Trump. Please, Daddy. Daddy, I'm a bellend. I'm a bellend. Daddy, please tread on me. Please. Why won't you tread on me, sire? I would like you to come in and take over England. These woke busters have run it into the fucking ground, yeah? It's better to have no sovereignty. It's better to have no dignity, no sovereignty at all. You're turning into Kyle Kalinske now? Where's the fart huffing segment? Why? Kyle Kalinske huffs his farts? Or huffs farts? I'm watching this with no context. I don't even know what this is. You're a LARPer. You're the LARPer, mate. You LARPers are American, but your loyalty lies with Hamas. That's why you're crying about this terrorist. Brother, here, I'll give you a taste of what you already have in your country, which is, no free speech if you say something that the government doesn't like, okay? There you go. It's just like Keir Starmer, okay? It's just like Keir Starmer, mate. Go suck Israel's dick a little bit harder, okay? Go suck America's dick a little bit harder. Slave. You are cattle, straight up. You have no dignity. You have no investment in sovereignty. You are just fucking cattle. Right-wing Europeans disgust me, okay? American right-wingers already disgust me, but I have a special hatred for right-wing Euro MAGA because it's like you at least are over there. You're supposed to have a little bit of dignity. You have so much history. Like, you have the power. You're like a fucking major part of the global economy. United, you have some power to push back. And there are right-wing cucks in here going, no, I want Trump to tread on me. You are cattle. Worthless. Fucking worthless. UK chatter here. I bet this idiot yapped a lot about sovereignty a lot during the Brexit referendum. Oh, of course. All those Brexiteers are now like, yes, my lordship, please come over and annex our territory. Annex our territory, my lord. Keir Stalin is killing us. The right-wing UK fascists literally level many of their countries and they still lick the boot. It's pathetic. I know.
Now to rearrest him and continue with deportation proceedings.
There are. And it looks like he'll go to Algeria. That's what the thought is right now. It's a reminder for those who are in this country on a visa or on a green card. You're a guest in this country.
Yeah, you're a guest in this country. You better not fucking speak about Israel. Like, you can say whatever you want about America, by the way, in the United States of America as a guest in this country. Just don't say anything about Israel because we will literally fucking kill you. We are cattle. We will kill you. We will hunt you down. We will deport you. If you fucking hurt Israel's feelings, you're dead. You're dead to rights. We got you. America first, by the way. I'm America first. I love America. America first.
Like it is a privilege, not a right.
Yeah, legal permanent resident is by definition not a guest, by the way. You know, his wife is American. His child is American. What do you mean by we are cattle? What do you think? What do you think I mean? If you are living outside of the United States of America, you're not American, and you are demanding that America come and fucking destroy you. If you're demanding that America actually fucking lord over you, you are cattle, okay? You are not a human being. You are brainless. You are sheep.
to be in this country to live or to study. And if you are pushing propaganda that relishes the killings of Americans or promotes terrorists, doors that way.
Morning. And welcome to Woodhall Hospital.
Mahmoud Khalil has a deportation order to Algeria. I'm wondering, are you doing any back channeling with the president on his case to get that changed?
Mahmoud Khalil is a New Yorker. He should remain in New York City. We have seen this attack on him as part of a larger attack on the freedom of speech that is especially pronounced when it comes to the use of that speech to stand up for Palestinian human rights. And I will make that clear to everyone, and I have said it time and again, that he deserves to stay in this city. He deserves to be in the city just like any other New Yorker.
So that is actually really problematic because in some cultures, cows are seen as very important. Okay, well, not in mine. Okay, I'm from the burger culture, and we eat the cows here. So sorry.
Whoa. Yeah, I just learned about the whole
The Twitch streamer
Lakari thing.
situation is disgusting. Bro came out of the gates with a whoa. I'm sorry for the off-topic question, but what was the name of the book on Mao you're reading? I'd love to read it. Also, it's the book on Mao is from Philip Short, Mao, the Man Who Made China, by Philip Short. Philip Short. Okay. God damn. Why do you have so much smoke for Keir Starmer, Hasan? Aren't they Democrats, but UK version? UK communist seems a lot better than the Republicans. Dude, I love libtarded people. I swear to God. This is my favorite. This guy is Neek Skit, by the way. Just remember. Okay. Neek Skit's back. Okay. I love that. He came in and he's defending. He's like defending Democratic Party ineptitude in a whole other country. This is basically like the liberal cuckening of what I was referencing earlier with that other guy who was like, yeah, fucking come over it. I'm cattle. Come over and lord over me, Mr. Trump. Let's go. Like, this is the liberal version of that, okay? Defending liberal ineptitude overseas. I love that. Thank you. Yeah, no, it's for a different country as well. Yes. Neek Skit Neat Skit. I don't know what his fucking name was, but he's an American, I believe, from Utah. And I think he's now over the age of 18. He didn't used to be when we banned him. Mr. ROTC. Mr. ROTC growing up to be a NATO Atlanticist. He's an adult now.
Jinkies. So for like about a year or so, I was very offline. I set out.
Charlie didn't add this part. I wonder why. After Asmongold's friend allegedly exposed for having CSAM, Asmongold told him he should have kept that stuff on a separate PC to hide it. Now Asmongold claims he didn't know about the CSAM accusations. So Asmongold is either a clueless moron or something much worse. Wait, can I see this even? I don't know what this is. This is just Lakari leaking the DM.
Bro, you need a separate PC for that stuff. Oh my god. Asmund messaged me and said, bro, you need a separate PC for that stuff. Oh my god.
Yeah, but that would require you to like actually put an effort to set up a second PC.
That's not right, but too early again. Oh, yeah, when I said, uh-oh. Texas senators have unanimously passed a bill that if signed into law could make several games, anime, and manga series illegal to own in the state. The bill bans obscene depiction of a minor or someone who looks like one. It's time to fucking repost this banger. Asmongold did not expect Lakari to reveal this DM, and now he has to play defense saying he had no idea. Didn't he also publicly say, recently, where he was like, I don't really understand Lolly, but I see no harm in it, or something like that? Context. What is this?
Bro.
Well, oh, so this was what was shown? Is that what it is? This is what it was? Let me see. You can't really... Girls and... Oh. Oh. Oh. Oh. Oh. No. No, no, no. Oh, my God. There's a lot of lolicon on there. And animals.
Yeah.
Asmongold explains why he told Lakari to look at his alleged illegal materials off stream. I think thinks all craft is canceled. Known Lakari for 8 years. This shit really stresses me out. I thought it was some random porn. Then I woke up this morning. Whoa, fuck. Always didn't do research.
You gotta farm it like a crop? Well, I'm not gonna really farm this one a lot. I mean, I've known Lakari 8 years, right? And it's just like, I'm gonna be real, like the shit just really stresses me out, man. It sucks. It does. It really sucks.
Heads up, I know you will laugh, but this is a warning. He said yesterday he's gonna sue people over this. Who? Sue people over what? Who's gonna sue? What? I can't fucking say it's gross. That dude has like the crazy fucking files on his computer. First of all, it's not defamation to suggest that this statement right here is most likely not true. Like, it's not. You know what I mean? Like, he can put it out there, but it's my opinion. It's my opinion. Okay, that this is just him running defense after he initially was outed as coming to Lakari's defense. Okay, that's not like a defamatory statement at all. I think a lot of people don't understand how this shit works. Nah, fam, there's just that legal mindset dude defending Asmongold. Brother. Not only does Asmongold say defamatory shit about me all the time, and going to court over something so stupid like that would be irrelevant. It would be just a waste of money, waste of funds, and a waste of everybody's time. But also on top of that, just because someone wants to sue you for defamation doesn't mean that they can actually successfully sue you for defamation. Okay? Defamation only works if you know for a fact. If you say you know for a fact that like this is a real claim and you're still refusing to recognize it or something, okay? Like you are maliciously defaming this person in order to cause them like some kind of financial or emotional harm, okay? Yeah, Hasan said all chatters are dumb, but I'm smart and I know I can't sue him for defaming me. No, you can sue whoever the fuck you want. It's all a matter of how much money you have. Most of the stuff is going to actually just, be paperwork and a court case that goes on and on and on. It's just not worth it. It's not worthwhile at all. Okay? Especially in a country like the United States of America, where, free speech is pretty expansive. Okay? And on top of that, you got anti-slap as well. But ultimately, especially considering that Asmongold has recently talked about how he doesn't think Lolly is good or finds it weird, but on top of that has said like he doesn't have a problem with it, okay? That to me implies that, maybe he doesn't have as big as an issue, self-admittedly, with things such as that. Okay? It's at the very least concerning. This tweet is insane. He said he saw censored file names, but the file names were not censored on Lakari's computer. If Lakari ever showed him, Asmon would have actually seen the file names. In any case, In the public sphere, threatening to sue for defamation is part of the metaphor denying embarrassing charges, even if you have no intention of following through. It's literally what Trump does all the time. I mean, except Trump does actually sue people for defamation. He saw a huge Reddit thread alleging something suspicious and privately messaged him about how he needs a second PC for that. Why would normal porn be something suspicious? Yeah. In any case, I don't know whether or not Asmongold is a lolly enjoyer. Okay? Having said that, however, it is odd. It is odd that he has, I saw it somewhere. Where the fuck was it? I'm pretty sure I saw him like defend people looking at lolly a while back. Like, I don't know where it was on Twitter. Oh, Asmongold's recent take on lolly characters.
A lot of weirdos that get involved with like this stuff because they like lollies. Absolutely, that's a huge factor. Now, I don't think that it's necessarily like, if like a girl has a lolly avatar, I don't think it's really always a big problem or a huge issue.
I mean, he also personally follows a lolly avatar guy. I forget his name, but he just like obsessively talks about me. But I don't understand this shit at all. I find it very strange. I find it gross. It's very weird to me. And I don't like it unconditionally across the board. Okay?
But I do whenever the character is being sexualized. So, and also keep in mind that even if the character isn't being sexualized inside of the context, you're going to see a lot of the fan art and everything that is sexualized. Of course, that's true. Is that bad? I mean, I think it's weird. Like, I don't think lollies should be illegal, but I think that it's weird. And I think that's a very, very fair analysis and like a fair like position to have, that if you want to get involved and you want to get attached and like attracted to like fucking, you know, some like weird 2D lolly character, like I don't necessarily think you should go to jail, but like I don't want you babysitting my kids either. Let's be honest. Like if you knew somebody was in and attracted to characters.
So I think the reason why he's saying that, I think the reason why he's saying this is because under normal circumstances, the based common sense, conservative tradcath position obviously would be, this is gross, get the fuck out of here. I don't care what people do with this, you know. This is an indication that you're into like, you know, most likely criminal behavior, right? This statement also doesn't really correspond to what he's saying. Like the defense that he has presented here after his initial statements against Lakari, because if like the initial statements against Lakari was like, oh, check, you know, put it on your second PC, it's not criminal, right? Like it's not criminal. So you should just say, oh, that's weird. I just said, you know, it's not criminal at all. Why isn't he defending? Yeah, why wouldn't he just defend Lakari and say, I just think it's weird. I didn't know he was into weird shit. You know, it's not a crime, so who cares?
Fuck. You know, like I don't know what else to say.
He thought it was regular porn initially. No. You don't understand. You don't understand. Now that he knows it's not regular porn, now that he knows it's like lolly, which for those of you who don't know what lolicon and stuff like that is, it's like child, like drawn, fictionalized drawn children doing sexual acts. It's basically drawn CSAM, right? In any case, it was both. Wait, what? It's both? I feel like calling this lolly doesn't really describe the depth of depravity. There are apparently file names there that imply there's photographs as well. Oh, God. I mean, regardless, it's across the board. But the point is, it was teenagers, real people, not drawn. He was looking for real nudism families, like actual naked children. What the fuck? Oh, brother. Oh, that's I mean, Lolly already, I think, is supposed to be illegal in the state of Texas, but that's beyond that. That is that's just straight up hyper illegal. They banned him on Kick, bro. That's how you know those links are fucked. This is the alleged list. Don't open that screen. I don't even want to click on that shit. I'm going to be honest. I just saw the animal thing and I was like, that's crazy. I'm done. I'm good with that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure lolly porn is now a federal offense in the state of Texas, which is what my initial joke was about Asmongold, like where I was making a fucking joke because he posted about how he's in trouble or something, which ironically enough, I think extends beyond lolly anyway. All right, let's just watch the Moist Critical video.
To leave these four walls of the old loony bin more often, to go breathe in the fresh air and really appreciate the Lord's land out there in the real world. So I was missing a lot of like the happenings in the internet space and all the drama for the most part. But over the last month or so, I've fallen off the wagon. I put the needle back in my arm to a certain degree because I wanted to see all the craziness going on in the world to stay up to date with everything that was happening. And as such, I've been much more online now and seeing a lot more of these kind of things. And today was a doozy with everything that just happened with a streamer named Lakari. Lakari is a streamer I've been loosely familiar with for a while, and I know he had built up a reputation for being like a turbo maximum overdrive gooner, like a self-proclaimed hentai connoisseur, basically setting the goon dial to freaky mode. And today on stream, he accidentally leaked his notepad that was filled with despicable and disgusting shit.
K feeds. Let me at least add way to the list of champions that I like.
Wait, oh, it's not showing. It's censored.
Fuck.
The links are censored there, but apparently a lot of people have taken the plunge into looking up a lot of what was revealed here through the Lakari leaks, and what they have found is beyond heinous. Like, this is some evil shit we're talking about here. Things like family nudism, apparently. Like, that's some real pedophile shit right there. Also, like, teens and animals. In that notepad there, you might have saw one of the tabs that said JBT. It was like 500 JBT. Apparently that stands for jailbait teens. Like, it's bad. Like, really, really bad. And after this happened, his stream was calling him out on it. And most people expected him to, in the stream, to like hide the evidence, nuke it, basically banish it to the Shadow Realm and hope that people didn't have enough time to dig into it. Lakari, on the other hand, cooked up a different kind of scheme.
Oh no.
He streamed for multiple hours after this happened and just fucking face-tanked everybody that was digging into it and all the people that were rightfully calling him out for how deplorable the shit they found in there was. So he kept streaming through this, and people were obviously researching what the fuck had just been revealed through this notepad and everything on there. And then he was trying to defend himself by saying like, oh, this was sent to me, or oh, it was actually a virus, or this and that. And then the stream, they weren't really buying that load of barnacles, so then they asked him to do something like show his notepad recents, to show what else had been on his notepad recently. And apparently he took quite a long time not doing that when requested by his chat. According to members that were asking this of him, he was looking at like his other monitor, potentially doing something there, and then eventually he showed his notepad. And the keen observers might notice a little something in front of their peepers that's a bit fishy.
Fap for Fun? Fap for Fun is a hentai site.
What's the...
You also visit Fap for Fun? Yeah. I download a lot of that shit. Couples? Okay. That's literally, is that not that's the file with the sus shit in it? Like, it says one thing, but it has a bunch of sus shit in it. So I don't understand. Like,
when he showed the recents on Notepad, there are 3 new text documents. And it doesn't take a super sleuth. You don't need Inspector Gadget to come in with some high-level tools in order to crack this case. The most likely reason is because when he looked at his recents in Notepad, there were probably some really awful things there that he knew people would pick up on. So then he opened some new text documents in Notepad to push those down out of the recents so people couldn't see them. That's the theory. That's just the game theory, but I imagine that's probably pretty accurate. Anyway though, his big claim from what I can tell with all the surviving clips here is that this is the result of a virus that uploaded this to his computer, and he had already removed it, but unfortunately that damn Windows 11, that dastardly bastard that is Windows 11, for some reason kept it around, which is really weird and odd.
how does it end up there? Okay, let me explain what happened. All right? I was surfing a site. Okay? The shit got downloaded. Like,
what is age isn't the issue, it just is.
I didn't trigger a fucking download. It just got downloaded. I opened up the fucking text document. I saw what was in it. I deleted the text document. I deleted it. But the problem with Windows 11 is that even if you delete the text document, it apparently still stays there. So it was still there.
What is this thing flying around on the screen? Age isn't the issue. It's just... What is that? What is happening here? I'm so confused. He and his community literally always make pedo jokes. It's a command to show that. That's an emote? This is actually an emote. His mods are fucking with him most unmodded after, though. Or is this something added by the Clipper? What? Old Lakari clips resurfaces? What is it? Old clips of Soda Pop and resurface showing his chat, calling it early after Lakari's comments about Dawn and Vaporeon from Pokemon. I mean, that's probably a joke, right? I mean, I guess it's probably not a joke now that we know what he's like actually into. But the Vaporeon thing is a meme, isn't it?
After I deleted it. I've told you guys 1,000 times that's what happened. Like, dude, I'm sorry. Like, I have like a fucking 3 terabytes of fucking hentai on my fucking hard drive, bro. Like a lot. Sometimes.
What's funny is that Windows 11 is the only OS that saves the notepad after clicking X. So if he was streaming on Windows 10, we would have never found out. Yeah, that's the... God damn it, Windows 11.
You go to a site, some shit downloads on your shit. You don't fucking want it. You fucking delete it. And that's just what happened, man. Okay? Like, that's what happened. I'm sorry, all right?
3 terabytes
I don't
of
know
drawn
how
child
many
porn
times
is...
I have to explain this, but that's what happened. Dude, let's just move the fuck on, please.
A very interesting, innovative defense.
Bro, I swear to God, dudes that have shit like this, they don't just do it like I don't know what it is, but it's kind of like the guy who made Rurouni Kenshin, right? Like, I've never heard of a guy who has CSAM in their computer and it's like 1 or 2 files. They just go all the way in. Not that it's like, you know, not that that would make it redeemable, but it's never like, oh yeah, I have 1 gig worth of CSAM. It's always like 3 terabytes. What the fuck? How did you, like, it's like getting... Imagine if every single person that was caught with cocaine would be caught with like piles every single time. You know what I mean? There is no like moderate amount of CSAM that these guys consume. They just go all the fucking way. How is that even possible? We do like the amount of time necessary to aggregate that kind of illegal content is crazy. Okay? What the fuck? I mean, there are some people, they're called drug smugglers. No, that's what I'm trying to fucking say. That, like, my point is, you can bust someone for like a little bit of cocaine, okay? You hear about it all the time. You can bust someone for, you know, a little bit of weed. Happens to black people all the time. Or definitely we used to have it to black people with way higher frequency back in the day. With CSAM, it's never like, oh, I just had like 1 or 2 illegal photos. It's always like, I have a terabyte. How is that possible? How is that? Like, it's every time. I feel like there's never been a pedophile that has been arrested for CSAM, for having CSAM on their hard drive, and they didn't get hit with the fucking intent to distribute charge on top of it. Like, you can't even browse through that many things. How is that fucking possible? Bill Gates shot him with the ray gun. The Rurouni Kenshin guys, what's more insane than that? He had lost a CSAM that was legal, then it got made illegal, and the guy went to the police to get it destroyed after the illegal window of disposing it expired. It was so much though. Like, that's the one I'm thinking of is like, that was, I remember that was like so much. It was so much of it. It wasn't like a little bit. It was a lot. Okay. I'm not defending it though. My expectation is not that anyone that's talking about this stuff is actually defending it. Okay. I feel like, given how many people who hate me also happen to be on that side of the equation, I would assume that most chatters in here are against that sort of thing, like myself. Anyway, let's continue.
Strategy that could make a lawyer throw.
What, CSAM used to be illegal? Japan. We're talking about Japan.
Himself down a set of stairs. So he's saying that he's got 3 terabytes of hentai, which, just take a moment and process that, really let that marinate. That is an absurd amount of anything to have. This guy is basically compiling the fucking Library of Alexandria for hentai on his devices. That's fucking crazy.
I shouldn't laugh, but come on, dude. I mean, Jesus Christ.
But he's saying that, you know, like Thanos, it was inevitable that this kind of content would somehow end up on his computer when downloading all this hentai. It happens, you know? Just, it is what it is. And then when he deleted it, Windows 11 went rogue. The ghost in the machine. It wouldn't let the notepad die. Like a necromancer, it revived it.
Regarding 3 terabytes, I believe these pedos acquired, they traded for more CSAM, like trading it on the dark web is a major source, or so I've heard. I guess I would assume that that's like the maximum amount though, right? Like, how much more CSAM or even like lolly drawn bestiality porn is out there beyond 3 fucking terabytes? What are you, the FBI? Like, that's like, I feel like that's got to be the upper limit of all available CSAM, right? Like, I can't believe that there is more than 3 terabytes worth. That's an unimaginable amount of, like, that's an insane amount of material. The dark web and Telegram CSAM distribution networks are truly horrifying. Why is it all on a notepad to begin with? So I was a little bit confused by that as well. I think those are like hyperlinks or something to a mega upload, to a mega upload file that you can download. And you have to have, I think you have to have an account to be able to even download it. It's like a secret, it's like a secret folder. A 120 terabytes? 1 terabyte of data is roughly 120 hours of HD video, said the Solano County Sheriff's Office on Facebook. 120 terabytes of CSAM? There is 120 terabytes of it on the planet. Nah, we got to reset, dude. Nuclear holocaust. I invite it. We just got to do a fucking real reset. Okay. We just got to wipe everything out, start all over again, invent the fire, invent fire one more time. We just got to go back to, hunter-gatherer society. You accidentally discover fire, you invent the wheel, do it all over again. Just reset it. No. Reset it. Reset that shit. That's crazy. Oh my fucking Lord.
And once again, brought it back to life on Lakari's device. Even though he himself deleted it, he tried to take it down. Windows 11 said no. That's the claim, that when he was downloading all the hentai, he noticed that this got downloaded too, so he deleted it. But Windows 11 has a feature that kept it around even after he deleted it, and he didn't plan on having this stuff in the first place.
Don't stand behind me, lady.
I'm going to tell you, it doesn't really pass the smell test. It is very hard to believe.
I don't think Lakari's saying 3 terabytes of CSAM, just 3 terabytes of hentai. Are they the same thing? Hentai always grosses me out. Yeah, it's not the same thing. I mean, it's still gross, but, one is illegal in the state of... Actually... Who knows? Maybe in the state of Texas, all of it might be considered illegal now. Because I don't think a judge is going to understand the distinction between a fucking 3,000-year-old dragon that looks like a little girl versus like other drawn pornographic material, Japanese style. So who knows? Japan's been producing this shit for literal decades. There are games, movies, shows that are all catered to lolly shit. Mainstream shows on shit like Crunchyroll play into it. Shit's way more than 3 terabytes. Yeah. I mean, it's so outside of my realm of comprehension that I don't understand how someone is like motivated. I don't know what percentage of people have this like genuine sickness, but it's got to be like a real sickness, right? Like there's no, I don't know. Like there's kink and then there's this, right? Like this is beyond kink.
Now, what is true about Windows 11 and Notepad in particular is if you are working in Notepad and you don't save your work, like if you exit out of it or your computer crashes and you don't save it, Windows 11 can restore it. It will actually restore that even if you didn't explicitly save it. So
most pedophiles maintain access to CSAM dark web groups by having to provide an illegal image every day. They make all parties culpable to illegal acts. It's your mutually assured pedophile destruction IRL. They save it to share to maintain membership access. I am a survivor advocate. Yeah. I mean, I guess that's kind of like how the Epstein stuff works too, right? Where it's like you are that's the whole reason why, Trump is protecting all these other people, but then also like they can't really shit on Bill Clinton too much because like I said, it's MAP, mutually assured pedophilia destruction.
Show you what that looks like. I'll open Notepad, brand new, brown fox jumped over the lazy log. I have clearly not saved, I have not done anything here, I have just typed into this and you can see that the title matches the text in the document. Now if I was to close out of it, I haven't saved or anything like that, but if I open Notepad again, it's still there. Even though this is not a document or anything that I have saved, because it will save sessions. In Lakari's case, the text didn't match the title, which means he most likely had a separate title for those sections, and also he said that he deleted it. If I was to delete this, if I told this don't save, delete it, Notepad would not restore it. At least I don't think there's any way for it to, but maybe Lakari's working with a prototype Notepad that refuses to let anything die. It saves all work no matter what you
Not sure if you know this, but the feds literally use CSAM to catch child predators. They place bug links known to CSAM downloads websites, and when someone downloads a link and sends feds to your IP address, they literally also use new CSAM that was produced by people caught producing to attract more freaks with the new video. No, I know that. That's why I said, what are you, the FBI? You have 3 terabytes of fucking CSAM. The FBI, I think, has access to the largest trove of CSAM on the planet, right? Is one of the few instances where it low key, I don't know. I mean, it's controversial for sure, but you know, if it's actually busting pedos, then it's, you know, it's not the worst
Tell
possible
it to
thing.
do. I find it unlikely, but I guess it's possible potentially. Actually, here, let's play with that idea again real quick.
Especially if you get the after the fact, if the victims themselves have actually become adults and they want to catch other pedophiles, if you can get their consent after the fact as well. Like, wait until it's a gray area, it's a legal gray area, but like, I suspect that you could go to victims specifically, okay? Victims specifically, and get consent after the age of 18 when they become adults to see if that's like, if they're fine with like using it as bait. I don't even know if they do that though. I don't even think they do that. I don't know. There's got to be a better way to fucking do it. I think it should still be, I think they should still not use it. I doubt they do that. I assume they probably do that. That's probably how they do it, right? I feel like that is, it's still unethical, and I think they shouldn't use it. That's my opinion on it. I think it's fucking ridiculous. Burn it with fire. What am I even talking about? What the fuck is going on? Ay, ay, ay. Also, if you want to know how fucked everything is, Grok was literally making CSAM for like weeks on end. And people were calling out Elon Musk on the fucking website, being like, hey, that's crazy. Your AI is making CSAM. And they didn't even stop it for the longest fucking time. So I feel like there is even more than just a couple terabytes of it flying around out there. Now there's just like an unlimited amount.
Let's say Lakari went, I'll just go the quick brown fox jumped over the lazy log again.
Yeah. Also, now they have, a DOD contract, a Department of War contract.
I haven't saved it or anything, but let's just go ahead and pretend that I came here and I said, don't save. But once again, to show the whole process, I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to close out of this. I'm going to reopen it, and it's still there because it does save sessions like that. But if I came over here and I explicitly said, don't save, and now I exit out of this, it will no longer open that. So I find his claim very hard to believe.
43K? And that's if they think it's like...
What is he doing?
Oh my fucking God.
Stop hiding his face. I'm not. I just fucking make my camera larger. His camera's too small.
This is him on stream now looking at the legality of Lolly in his state, Texas. He doesn't fully understand what he's looking at, but he can recognize that it's not good, and then he eventually says that he's just going to delete his hard drive. It's not worth it. Now, call me crazy, maybe I'm on the crack pipe, but that just doesn't exactly sound like a statement from an innocent man. Like, if you've done nothing wrong and there's nothing suspicious, illegal, or like pedophilic or anything like that, why would you then be saying that you're going to delete your hard drive? It's not worth it. That's very fishy, I'll tell you. And again, from that leak, from that notepad, the things that have been allegedly turned up from all of it are fucking unforgivable. Like, really disgusting, terrible shit. And him then saying, like, just delete the hard drive, it's not worth it. Again, that doesn't really seem like behavior from someone that has nothing to hide.
I'm joking about it. What the fuck, dude? What are you just writing your own narrative? You're just writing your own narrative, man. What the fuck else do you want me to do? What do you want to do? Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, I didn't do anything. I didn't fucking do anything. That's why I'm not fucking crying and sobbing, bitch. I didn't fucking do anything, dumbass. You just want me to be guilty so fucking bad. Shut the fuck up, retard. Jesus fucking Christ, I'm so sick of this. You want me to be guilty so fucking...
Yeah, like I said, he continued streaming for hours, so obviously people were talking about it for a long time. He snaps eventually and kind of goes ballistic about it, saying like he didn't do anything. Again, I find that kind of hard to believe given everything that happened on stream, at least from the surviving clips that are out there from it. It does not look good. This looks fucking awful. And Lakari got a ban on Twitch for all of this. Apparently, he even got banned on Kick. I don't know if he like actively streams on Kick or if that was like a preemptive thing from Kick because they thought he'd go over there after he got banned on Twitch. I don't know, but if you try and go to Lakari's Twitch account, it has been removed as of right now in light of everything that...
Oh, banned on Kick is over, dude. It's so over. I mean, Kick literally had content creators like mass distributing CSAM. If Kick bans you, it's oh my God. I didn't even know Kick banned you. I mean, Clavicular almost killed someone by running them over on camera. And I don't think he got banned. Like, it's one of those things where, like, even if there's no criminal liability, like, you would probably still get banned. And he's not the first person that's like murdered someone on camera on Kick.
Happened during this stream. Again, I find it unlikely that this unfolded the way Lakari is claiming that it did, but I guess we'll see. I'm assuming there will probably be, an actual kind of investigation here, judging by what was allegedly found in some of that leaked from Lakari. Anyway, I had to yap about this a bit. Fucking crazy, man. That's really about it. See ya.
So Asmongold.
Lakari says in his Discord that he believes the FBI is watching him after clip surface of sus files on his PC that correlate with hentai and CP.
K-feeds.
Okay, at least like all the fucking links are censored. So y'all telling me you haven't accidentally slipped and clicked download 100 terabytes of CSAM? Okay, it was 3, which is crazy. Yeah, that's another day on Twitch. I mean, what do I say? The fuck? What the fuck can I say? If they actually follow this up and he's wiped his HDD, the data will still be recoverable, then catch for everything, even the shit he's claimed he deleted. Maybe they'll give him a job in the administration. Put him in charge of the FBI, dude. Fuck it. I'm all out of... Yeah, maybe the FBI is actually recruiting him, not looking to prosecute him. They're looking to recruit him. Anyway, Asmongold's reaction. This is funny. Lakari, the Twitch streamer? Nah, I think I know if he did something. Okay, there's an easy way to clear this up. Let me call my friend Tectone and he'll tell the truth. Yeah, that's yeah, doesn't Tectone do this shit too? And Nooks Taco as well. A bunch of my fucking ops are all over this shit. Digtone probably scrubbing his PC right now. Brother, I don't think you can scrub. You need more. You need more than scrubbing, I think. Anyway, this is what
yeah, you gotta farm it like a crop. Well, I'm not gonna really farm this one a lot. I mean, I've known Lakari 8 years, right? And it's just like, I'm gonna be real, like the shit just really stresses me out, man.
I don't think, for the record, I don't think Lakari hates me. So I would have never suspected him of being into that sort of stuff, even though I know he was into like gotcha and shit, right? I think. I don't fucking know. I don't live in Austin. Asmon had a podcast episode with Lakari that was supposed to come out today. Oh, well, I guess it's not coming out. That's what he means with all craft. Damn it, that was my favorite. I was very excited to see the episode. Asmon folds.
It sucks. It does. It really sucks. Fuck. Like I don't know what else to say. Right? I mean, like, honestly, it does. Like, I don't really fuck. It's heavy. Yeah, it's heavy. Like, and I don't want to get involved in it. I don't want to make, and I'm going to be real, guys. I've already got one defamation lawsuit in the chamber. I don't need to be double barreling this shit, okay? I don't need to be dual wielding these. So I don't want to talk about whether something is, whether.
I think the defamation lawsuit that he has locked in the chamber is about like people falsely accusing him of dating a 17-year-old. The girl that he was, the OnlyFans girl that he was with. Or not, it's Miz. Oh, okay. Like there is I don't know what it I think it's about Miz. Wait, what happened with Miskiv? Actually, I don't even want to fucking know. Honestly, why the fuck do I know any of this shit? Jesus Christ, the country is fucking falling apart. Why am I filling my brain with this information? Jesus, Lord mercy. Ugh. Okay. I thought he said he was gonna sue people because they were saying that this girl that was like not 17, they were claiming that she was 17 when they were hanging out or something. Legit how I feel when watching anything other than the news. Yes, sir. No, it's the first idea you had. That was what I was referencing with the legal mindset message you had read. Okay, well, legal mindset is fucking irrelevant. He's not a real... Okay, legal mindset is not a real person.
What happened, what didn't happen, what's involved, what's not involved. I'm going to be real. Like, I don't want to have anything to do with this shit. And so...
Bro, we oblige to be more careful when hating Asma's statements. Yeah, that I fucking despise, by the way. I think that's major pussy shit, especially when it's like king defamation over here. I don't like this new meta of fucking big YouTubers with a shit ton of money and big Twitch streamers with a shit ton of money constantly going around being like, I'm going to fucking start suing people for defamation. We already know how that fucking works, okay? And back in the day, people used to get real mad about that kind of stuff, okay? Unless it's like a valid case. I'm not saying it's always invalid, but I fucking hate when rich people do this shit, when they run around, especially as someone who has been endlessly fucking defamed on the internet, literally nonstop on a daily fucking basis. Like, that stuff used to be taboo for a good reason. There was a social stigma associated with that, okay? Entire YouTube community was against that sort of thing. And now the very same people that used to criticize that sort of thing are totally in defense of that.
Yeah, anyway, all I'm saying is, I don't want to have anything to do with this shit at all. And I hate to say it, guys, but I think Allcraft this week might be canceled. Sorry. Yeah, I know, guys. And so, who the fuck knows? But that's it. Is this the Notepad drama? Yeah, sure. How was Arc Nights yesterday? It was good, man. It was good. And get the legal shit and be a trial. Yeah, it's felony now in Texas. I don't know if it is. I saw some anime thing that was like that, but I don't know if it actually is or not and how that works. I mean, I'm going to be real. Like, I don't know anything about that. So, I try to stay away from it and not have anything to do with it, and that's really about it. Your message really bad timing. It was. I didn't even know what it was. Right? I see like, okay, I thought it was like some random porn, and it's like, then I wake up this morning and I'm like, oh, fuck, right? But, yeah, that's how it is, right? And as always, didn't do the research. Well, I guess in this case, maybe I shouldn't have. But anyway, yeah, that's just a really weird situation, and I don't know what else to say besides that.
Yeah, I don't know if he actually didn't see it at all. I think he's just it kind of feels like he might be ass covering here. Info had just come out, and the clip I saw had the names and everything censored. Obviously, I wouldn't have said this if I knew what the context was. But I guess chalk it up to Asmongold not doing his research again. But yeah. I mean, this is consistent with his like previous lolly position as well, where he says it's weird, but it shouldn't be illegal. And I think the only reason why he's saying that, even though he tries to present himself as like a somewhat conservative figure, is because he knows that there's a lot of fucking lolly enjoyers in his audience, and it's not dissimilar. It's not dissimilar to his initial take on Greenland versus his take after his audience yelled at him. Lot of lolly enjoyers in his community, a lot of lolly enjoyers in his friend group, lot of lolly enjoyers up and down the whole pipeline there. I mean, he watches a lolicon content creator that I've called him out for before, if you guys remember, and then he was like, yeah, I just I don't know. Rev Dezu, is that his name? Yeah, there are a lot of people that are into animated, drawn, fictionalized child sexual abuse material in Asmongold's community. So he has to take this like wishy-washy, middle of the ground approach here because he knows he must not disrupt the delicate balance.
A lot of weirdos that get involved with like this stuff because they like lollies.
Rev
Absolutely,
says
that's a
Dezu.
huge factor. Now, I don't think that it's necessarily like if like a girl
You called it a crime. He called it weird. One of you was correct. Food for thought. Yeah, I think it should
has
be.
a lolly avatar, I don't think it's really always a big problem or a huge issue, but I do whenever the character is being sexualized. So, and also keep in mind that even if the character isn't being sexualized inside of the context, you're going to see a lot of the fan art and everything that is sexualized. Of course, that's true. Is that bad? I mean, I think it's weird. Like, I don't think lollies should be illegal, but I think that it's weird. And I think that's a very, very fair analysis and like a fair like position to have.
I don't know how you would enforce it. That's the thing. XCC calls out Asmongold for refusing the covered Lucari no-pass situation, claiming he doesn't want
Farm
to
it
be
like
sued.
a crop? Well, I'm not going to really farm this one a lot. I mean, I've known Lucari 8 years, right? And it's just like, I'm going to be real, like the shit just really
Thanks for the steams, Mr.
stresses
Captain.
me
I get
out,
a
man.
welcome to the jungle.
It's
We already watched this.
Whether
like the fuck he's saying it. I mean, you're not gonna get sued if you watch a clip for what the clip is and just say, yeah, that's bad. Like, you know, I mean, you know what I mean? Like,
didn't happen.
You won't be.
What's involved? What's not involved? I'm gonna be real. Like, I don't want to have anything to.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but XQC is correct. Why do we care what XQC has to say? Because in this circumstance, he is quite literally correct. You cannot be sued for watching clips. That's ridiculous. Okay. He's right.
Do with this shit. And so, yeah,
No, the reason why he doesn't want to quote unquote farm it, is because this is his friend. And also he's involved to a certain degree because he told him that he should have just hidden that stuff in a second PC. And now he's saying he didn't know what was the context. I can't know for a fact whether he knew what was the context or what was the contents of the file names and whatnot. And I don't think that Lucari's going to reveal that. But the real reason why he doesn't want to cover it is because, like, dude, brother, this man has spent hours upon hours on unsubstantiated and totally made up nonsense, implying heavily that I've done illegal things, demanding that I get fucking prosecuted by the government for being a terrorist, for violating the law, things like that. Bro, you're reaching. This is so ugly. You cannot like someone and not accuse them of being a sex offender. Wait, what? I'm not saying he's a fucking sex offender. You're saying that. The fuck? Oh, I didn't know about that, to be fair. Also, I didn't even fucking say that he's a sex offender. What the fuck are you talking about? No, I'm just simply stating that he is not covering it because it's his friend, and also because he had told him to like hide that stuff. Yeah, Asmon has covered the brothel shit, knowing full well that the brothel that I went to in fucking 2010 is still a legal operating brothel in Artemis in Germany that has literally been able to successfully sue for defamation the Berlin Police Department and the state, okay, for falsely implying that they were doing sex trafficking. Not only did they say that, but then they also claimed that it was sex trafficking of minors. Asmongold heavily implied that I'm a pedophile over and over again. As a matter of fact, directly has said that. Yeah. So the idea that like I'm doing anything of that, anything in the same variety here is fucking crazy. Yeah, I went to a brothel in 2010. The brothel got raided for tax evasion in 2016. The police immediately claimed that it was for sex trafficking, And then there was no sex trafficking that was taking place. So then the fucking brothel actually sued the police department and the Berlin state and won 2 specific defamation trials. Not only that, but also it doesn't even fucking matter. Because what the fuck do I have to do about that? It's ridiculous. Yeah, they got a fucking public apology from the Berlin Police Department for defamation. He's claimed that like he did the Hamas Diddy Epstein Piker shit over and over again.
Anyway, all I'm saying is, I don't want to have anything to do with this shit at all. And
Hasan owned a brothel. Come on, chatter. Come on.
What I care, bro. What the fuck? Yeah, I hate this. Like these people, when people make the defense, like, oh, dude, this is his close friend. This is his girlfriend. This is whatever. Yo, can I be honest with you? I'm not receptive to that at all. You can still hold somebody accountable without like dogpiling like a bitch ass.
He's gonna say you're lying and that he never said that about you, but you get the rule. But to get the full reel, he has leaned into it. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. He fucking leans into anything, no matter how minor it is, that is disparaging of me on a daily fucking basis. Let's be real. That's all he does. XQ does it to a certain degree too. Let's be real about that as well. I don't know if he's ever done the Berlin brothel shit. Probably not. But Asmongold absolutely heavily implies it all the fucking time.
Oh, dude, this is his close friend. This is his girlfriend. This is whatever. Yo, can I be honest with you? I'm not receptive to that at all. You can still hold somebody accountable without like dogpiling like a bitch ass.
XQC is saying someone's here. Let me translate. He's saying just because he's your friend doesn't mean you can't call him out. I don't believe in that. I think you can call out people that you were friends with if they're doing some fuck shit without dogpiling on them like a bitch ass.
You're a bitch ass, and you're uncharitable, and you assume the worst out of everybody, out of somebody, and it's your friend. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. But if something,
I saw Shroud call wires Hasan items and arc raiders. People have lost their minds. Yeah, dude, I fucking kill my dog. I electrocute my dog. Who gives a shit? Fuck them. Whatever. Like, it's all vibes, okay? There is a culture on Twitch that is incredibly fucking right-wing, okay? And this happened over the course of the last couple of years. That's why a lot of the top content creators are either apolitical or openly right-wing. And this is precisely the reason why so many people meme into it. It's fine. Let him fucking meme into it. Who gives a shit? It doesn't matter.
is really bad, and you cannot run away. It's just bad. You can say, yeah, this is fucking awful. And that person, that friend would still be wrong if they were mad at you. Because you're being impartial. Like, you can still hold them accountable and want them to do better. But this is like,
I hate to say it, guys, but I think
it's genuinely insane how much that shit spreads. I watch this Polish league player occasionally, and his chat still references the Kai shit. Is so weird, brother. If you are even remotely fucking right wing or have any sort of like anti-communist, anti-socialist opinions, you are going to burn that meme into fucking oblivion. Wake up, okay? There are a lot of apolitical people, especially wealthier people on average, because Twitch streamers are fairly wealthy, especially ones that are like somewhat prominent, wealthy in comparison to rest of their, rest of their counterparts. Okay, they are always going to spam it. It doesn't matter. It's a fucking meme. Getting offended or upset about that kind of thing is ridiculous. It's silly. Because the only people that try to seriously cling on to that and try to use that as like a weapon are going to be, dumb fucks at this point, and are dumb fucks at this point, and nobody gives a shit. You know what I mean? I think a lot of chatters don't realize that because their content creators that they're watching are avoiding talking about politics, that they are utterly devoid of political opinions. Okay? He directly accused you of it here, leaning into it.
Somebody who's underage. That's very interesting.
old enough to count.
Yeah, this is him straight up implying. Wait, what? This is from a month ago. On this Asmongold Clips YouTube channel, you never find quite funny Asmongold McConnell best Asmongold highlights. with 1.2 million fucking views from December 12th. God, this guy's such a fucking loser, dude. His time will come.
Allcraft this week might be canceled. Sorry.
This white can't.
Is it slander? It is, but I don't really give a shit. Okay. I think when you look the way that you do, I think when you look the way that Asmongold does, and you're running around and your besties are like fucking, you know, Rape Tone and people like that. Okay. He can play victim all he wants. He can play victim all he wants. Okay. The reality of the matter is he constantly fucking farms defamation. He constantly farms slander. But you can't let that stuff get to you.
I'll hold real
Yeah, he should keep all that stuff on his second PC. Asmongold should.
friendships. Well, you know what? If what you mean is that if what you say is that I have to defend bad, if a friend does it, then I'm like glad I don't have real friendships because I don't want to be friendly with people that do like absolute fucking horrendous shit. For example, you. Then at that point,
People are associating you with.
I am perfectly okay with that. What a stupid comment that is. Like who wants to be friends with this fucking? How do you think you get? I mean, and I have to say, hey, completely. How do you think you get Epstein situations? How do you think you get Epstein type people that get to the level they do this shit? Because they get greenlit. Nobody's all.
Yeah, he's saying as long as there's a system of compliance amongst friends, that's how you arrive at someone like Jeffrey Epstein, because no one actually calls them out in private for doing fuck shit. Didn't XQ lose his shit because you criticized him for doing gambling streams while you were his friend? Yes, but he's also right in this situation, even if he himself has actually been wrong in the past. Why do they think grabbing your 10 plus year old is from fucking 2013? Shit's so old, it's outside of the fucking terabyte range, okay? Almost. 13-year-old video from a fucking satirical test show that I made, and they still fucking keep posting it. I mean, I don't really give a shit. I've talked about it in the past. Over and over again.
Accountable. Nobody says shit. Nobody gives them any pushback, and they get greenlit all the way through, all the way.
Why, wait, is LSF acting like D isn't the same as Lakari Lamau? LSF will always avoid talking about Destiny in a negative manner because it was controlled by Destiny's main guy, and is still controlled by, you know, Destiny's guys. The moderation team, I'm pretty sure, is still very firmly on Destiny's side.
To the entire road. That's how you get. That's how
they mass downvoted the Asmon DM2. Yeah, LSF is always gonna run with whatever fucking narratives they're gonna run with. Can you imagine if I fucking literally? Can you imagine if I did that? If I fucking DM Lakari or something and I was like, bro, you gotta hide that. Oh my god, how big of a story would that be? You know, Charlie would have covered it. You know, Moist Critical would have covered it. XQ would have it at fucking field day. Asmongold would make like. It would get 80,000 upvotes. Asmongold would make like 80,000 videos on it. He would burn his friend. It would be Reddit front page. It would probably make it to Israel Times. My bears would have called me about it. I know. It's just there's a double standard on the internet. JD Vance would be talking about it.
Deal. I cannot believe you're giving pushback on that take. Come on, bro. Anyway, the drama of the day or the crime of the day, actually, crime review is allegedly, of course.
All the car has to do is hard right pivot, and join Rumble. Easy career save. I mean, he got banned from Kick. So I'm not so certain if that works. I had how XC has moments of clarity mixed in with all the other garbage because it makes him money amongst other reasons. Yeah. No, he openly said he farmed. Whoa, Kaya, you scared the fuck out of me. He openly said he farmed the Kaya shit, not because he cares about it at all, but because it was good content. Like he said it. He does a lot of this stuff for a farm. Asmongold being longtime friends with someone exposed for being a pedophile and giving them advice because he didn't bother looking at the scandal before involving himself. Oh, so exactly what you expect from that rat. I don't believe a word that man says, but I can't be bothered dealing with his fans running in here to actually and cry about it. The right-wing pivot didn't work because he didn't, yeah. You said before that he said he used to farm you because he knows you can tank it. Yeah, even though I told him that there were certain things that he was doing that was really fucked up many, many, many years ago when he first started farming me, XQC did, where I told him, like, don't, please stop talking about him. Yes, dude, the largest right-wing political content creator on the fucking platform is telling someone to hide their, potentially illegal, illicit material. And honestly, we shouldn't talk about that at all. You're right. 73-month subscriber. I swear to God, some of my long-term community members are some of the dumbest people in here. They just have no understanding of how this stuff works. They just always are confused as to why. They're always in here confused as to why people are always fucking shitting on me. Not realizing that this kind of stuff is the reason, okay? I just described what would have taken place if there was attacking your own fans. I attack my own fans all the time. What do you mean? If you're going to say something stupid, if you're a long-term community member, I'm going to fucking call you out for it. You know? Can someone tell me who that blonde guy is? This is the Dark Woke Commander. Dark Woke Commander Kyle Kalinske. It's also funny because people always fucking claim that I am, what is this? Holy shit, I'm never not vindicated by what I said about white leftists. This person's not white. This person is not white. Don't understand this. It was a good movie, but not anywhere near the hype, in my opinion. The reason is white liberal enthusiasm. Same reason Black Panther got 7 Oscar nominations. Holy shit, I'm never not vindicated by what I say about white leftists. This person is not white. Sturgeon's Law is Indian, I think. But, I mean, not that it matters. I think the take is bad. Not Sean's take. I'm saying Sturgeon's take is bad. Sinners is good. I'm just correcting the record. Sinners is fucking dope. It was a great movie. It was actually awesome. And for me, I'm not like qualified enough to make an assessment on whether or not, there were more worthy movies out there than Sinners. I really enjoyed it. It was one of my favorite movies that I watched. Okay. This year. Having said that, okay, my only assessment is woke is back. And this is going to really piss off a lot of people. And I'm happy with that. My only assessment on Sinners is ass, not going to lie. I don't think it was ass. I think it was a great movie. It was fun. It was a cool. It was a good movie because it was a cool way to take like a fucking overplayed genre and turn it into something novel, and then use it as an analog for a multitude of different political realities, political criticisms. That's awesome. That's great. What's not to love about that? Did you say revenge porn ? What the fuck? The fuck does that mean? But I also don't like it when people go, "Oh, dude, Sinner sucks," and it's or Sinners is the best. You guys are just like white. That's why you don't like it, or Sinners is only getting awards because it's black. Like it's art, man. Can everybody fucking calm down? It's a completely subjective process. I mean, there is obviously like ways that these people make measurements. I guess they make the thing that is otherwise subjective as objective as possible, or they try to apply some kind of like qualitative analysis to it. Did you like Sinners or One Battle After Another more? Ooh, I think you want to know what the ironic take is. I think Sinners' politics is more interesting to me, even though Coogler, I think, is a little bit of a lib. At least from, you know, my assessment of Black Panther in general, like that was so liberal that I assume it carries over to other works that he's also made. But Sinners' politics was, I think, better than One Battle After Another. I think One Battle After Another was an incredible movie. I loved it. I really enjoyed it. It was fucking awesome. But I think I liked Eddington's politics a little bit more than I liked One Battle After Another. And I would say Sinners' politics was more interesting to me, at least, than One Battle After Another's politics. However, One Battle After Another was fucking awesome. Very, very good movie. Coogler is not a lib. He's got to hide his power level, especially for Black Panther. I mean, dude, come on. He was working with a CIA agent against his own like much more revolutionary enemy. I mean, how many fucking think pieces have been written about this at this point? Come on, we're beating a dead horse, right? But like, yeah, Black Panther was a little libbed up. It was a great movie. It was enjoyable. It was very good. It was blame Disney, not Coogler. Fair, I guess. Yeah, you can't really make a fucking Marvel production and then have like revolutionary politics in it. But Black Panther discourse in 2026, this chat is white as hell. True. Again, all of these movies are awesome. So it's not like I have always two different takes when I'm watching a movie. Like the political analysis or the politics of the fucking creator or what the political message is in it is not as relevant to me as my enjoyment. Do I enjoy the movie more if I like the politics? Yes, absolutely. But I can look at a work of art on its own, whether it be the emotional value of it, like how it makes me feel, cinematography, score, all these different things, and make a totally separate assessment. And that's the reason why I'm saying, like, I wasn't, you know, the biggest fan of the politics of One Battle After Another. However, I enjoyed it. It was a fucking fantastic movie. It was a great movie. One Battle After Another was about the betrayal of the Obama and the death of hope. Yeah, my One Battle After Another One Battle After Another had good politics in it too, honestly. It also had good politics in it. It's just not, I don't know why, but I liked Eddington a little bit more. Maybe it's making me more you know, I don't know, like a parapolitics guy at this point. Eddington was great, but it kind of made me hate movies. One Battle After Another was a less interesting movie in my opinion, but it also made me hyped to watch movies. I mean, One Battle After Another is objectively a good movie. It's objectively a great movie. But Eddington definitely was a little bit closer to my understanding of the world and my politics. Given that Ari Aster is a Chapo head. Ari Aster literally said he tried to make a centrist movie, but he accidentally made a leftist movie. Every interview he's done, he consistently has terrible takes on his own movie. Well, that's the beauty of art, isn't it? Sometimes you make something and you had a totally separate intention, and then people's takeaway is very different. Superman is a great example of this. James the Gun Don't Jam Gun has literally been begging up and down to anyone who will listen that no, Superman was not about Israel. I don't think there is a single person on the planet who believes him. I don't believe him. I think he's full of shit. Okay, he's like, no, the timeline doesn't match up. We didn't know about Israel when Superman was being written and being shot. October 7 happened after the movie was already being edited. Please stop saying it's Israel. And everyone's like, shut the fuck up. It was so obviously Israel, big dog. The fuck are you talking about? he's he's been saying Superman is not about Israel, literally like he's contractually obligated to say it. Okay. he's been running around being like, it's not about Israel. Look, I don't know how you guys got to this conclusion. I live in Oakland and I met Ryan multiple times, very tapped in. He's also using his wealth and power to uplift others. No, I love Ryan Coogler. You misunderstood me. I was just saying that, I liked the politics of Sinners more than I like the politics of one battle after another. And I'm still saying that my position was I like the politics a lot more than I like the politics of Black Panther, for example. None of which is relevant to my analysis of whether or not I enjoy a movie, though, because I'm a movie guy, okay? I'm a movie guy. I go watch movies. I'm not a cinema guy, okay? I am not a film guy. I like movies. Do I like artistic movies as well? Sure, I do. I enjoy it, right? But I also like movies. Yeah. Superman isn't about Israel is as believable as the Bajorans are not modeled on the Palestinians. They are. This has been acknowledged at conventions. Okay, but that doesn't count as acknowledged at conventions. Yeah, this was so funny. Lex Luthor has a right to defend himself. It's very funny to me as a Jewish person when they take to the streets like this to fling the hot air and digestive bits from their mouths as if it's not poisonous hate rhetoric from a comic book villain in the flesh. It's a great move on Gunn's part because it forces Israel supporters to justify the actions of fictional supervillains. It's like one big stupid joke, and predictably the dumbest people just don't get it. Yeah. Anyway. What's your opinion on the latest Avatar? I still haven't seen it, and I will go and watch it. There's a bunch of movies that I haven't watched yet. Also, I think we can all agree that F1 being nominated for anything is ridiculous, right? Like that's kind of crazy. Is that normal? I mean, I didn't even watch it, so I can't speak, but there was a reason why I avoided watching it, where I was like, I'm sure it's good, but it's not like fucking Oscars good. Maybe it is. I don't know. Now I'll watch it. Nah, fuck you, dog. Brad Pitt forever. How dare you? Okay, first of all, Brad Pitt is definitely not a good guy. Okay? Like, I'm sorry. Definitely not a good person. And I say this as someone who thought Brad Pitt is like the peak of male hotness when I was growing up. I was like, oh, I wish I could look like Brad Pitt. Snatch is probably one of my favorite movies of all time. Brad Pitt was actually spectacular in it. It's one of the few movies where he actually has a decent fucking accent and is doing a good job with his accent. Like it's totally, But let's be real, definitely not a good person, okay? Will Miniker, I thought Formula One was great. Okay, well, I respect his takes. I respect his Mr. Movie mindset. So, Bullet Train is super fun too. Oh yeah, Bullet Train is awesome. Brad Pitt beat the shit out of his entire family on a PJ. Okay, I don't know if this is real, but that's such a funny image. It's probably, if it's real, that's really fucked up. But like I'm just picturing him. What do you mean? He was like beating kids? Like, what the fuck? That's insane. Only allegedly? I mean, I've heard that he's abusive. I didn't know to what extent. What the fuck? He was beating the kids? Like fisticuffs? What? Brad Pitt's son posted you're a piece of shit on Father's Day? Okay, first of all, Angelina Jolie is the queen. Okay? Let me just say that. Angelina Jolie is incredible. And imagine all things considered. Imagine who Angelina Jolie's father is. Okay? And yet she became who she became. Respect. Okay. John Voight is Angelina Jolie's dad. John Voight is Angelina Jolie's dad. She open mouth kissed her brother. Who cares, man? Yeah, it was the 90s. Angelina Jolie sucks too, man. What the fuck are you talking about? Wait, what did she do? No, Angelina Jolie doesn't suck. What are you talking about? She does like crazy amounts of fucking... Brother, it's quite difficult for me to look at a superstar Hollywood celebrity like Angelina Jolie, who literally fucking puts her money where her mouth is and like goes out to the fucking Rafah border, okay? I'm not going to sit here and be like, yeah, that's a bad person. She is literally Miss Queen Philanthropy. What the fuck are you guys talking about? And it's not just like, it's not just stuff that's like State Department aligned, okay? Going to Palestine, going to the Rafah border crossing is very different than, I don't know, talking about like freeing Tibet or something, okay? The plane assault is what resulted in the divorce. Okay, I didn't know that was a thing that happened. I apologize. That's just an insane image in my mind now. I don't think she got any controversy, but apparently she's not a very nice person face to face. I mean, I don't give a shit. No Other Choice. I haven't watched it yet, but I've been meaning to watch it. Formula One has some cool car scenes and some great sound effects, but the story was horrendously bad. Also, voice of Hind Rajab is another Oscar nod, so that's good. Obviously, did they bring that up in here? I hope. Wait. No. Palestine 36, Hind Rajab, nothing? Nothing on the New York Times? Nothing. On the New York Times summary of Oscar nominations. No, that's crazy. That's fucking wow, dude. These guys are fucking devils, bro. I swear to God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. The New York Times is such a ridiculous newspaper, bro. Holy fuck. I'm sure they fucking covered it. They didn't put it in the highlights, but you know, do they have a blurb here? International feature, voice of Hind Rajab. They got a review for it separately. So there's that. It's not going to win in that category. The Secret Agent will win. Anyway, I got to go. We're about to start the podcast. So, love you guys. And, all right. And I have to go and talk about this all over again. But everybody, I will see you tomorrow from Murderapolis. I'm going to Murderapolis, Minneapolis, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs. I'll be there tomorrow for the general strike. So get excited. I will be checking in with Abdul. I'll be checking in with Omar Fateh as well. When I hit up Murderapolis, I'll be checking in with all the ops. Okay. Wear warm clothes. Guys, I know it's going to be fucking minus 40 degrees. I know. I'm actually kind of terrified of the weather. Hopefully the cameras are going to be fine and we're going to be fine, even though it's literally the coldest it's ever fucking been. I'm going to have gloves as well. Hopefully I'll be on the lookout for exploding trees and shit too. But I'll be there. I'll be in Murderapolis for 2 days and then I'm back. But yeah, I'm there for the general strike. Hopefully no frostbite. I'm going to keep everything warm, get the thermals on. Love you guys, and I'll see you tomorrow. All right, peace.